Holy shit, I got it.
We're missing James.
I actually will be surprised if he comes back.
James might be on his phone, so I'm going to
Okay.
post this in a private chat. I was talking to him earlier on.
Oh yeah, I forgot you can't see the chat on mobile. They need to fix that.
Well,
The only problem is the chat. You'd have to change how chat works in the chat window because it works as an app. Because Hangout
Oh.
Well, I think that's why they handed the Hangouts part over to the Android developers to make it more streamlined.
well, but there's also the bit about getting too many notifications.
You can disable notifications to any Hangout.
Well, you can mute Hangouts, but if somebody adds you, you get a notification.
I'm guessing you have a lot of people add you.
I've got a fair few. I mean, and a fair few is what, 1,500, maybe 2,000.
That's a lot.
2,000 people have added you?
Oh, it's probably more than that. It's probably 2,500.
I just looked at your profile and said 566.
Really? That's it? Okay. It seems like I get like notifications like, and they come in like surges. Like I'll get like 4 or 5 in like a week, and I won't get anybody to add me for like 3 weeks, and then I'll get 4 or 5 again. I mean, I've been here since beta. I mean, you know, whatever. You know, I'm not the most popular person here. Whatever. But I also
That's not what I
don't.
was saying at all. I was curious when you were talking about it, so I clicked on your profile and it said 566.
Really?
Which doesn't seem like a low amount to me.
That's it? I thought it was a lot more than that.
Yeah, you're not as popular as you think you are.
Sure.
We don't really like you. We just watch you.
Hey, you know what? I've got, what, 3,800 and a half views? Only 500 followers.
566, and it raises pretty quickly as far as I can tell. I mean, it seems like you said, out of nowhere, sometimes I'll get like 5 people following me in a day. Like, oh, that was weird. How'd that happen?
Yeah, and there are people, I'm like, who the hell is that?
Sometimes they're beautiful Russian models who want to talk to me, and I was like, wow, how do I get this lucky?
See, I get like weird geeks following me.
They invite
I'm
me
like,
to
really?
their private video chat room. I'm just like, wow.
Well, you know what? I bet you in the next week from this hangout, I'll get 2 or 3 followers. I have no idea why, but I'll probably get 2 or 3 followers.
So, Green Souls, why do you believe that there's a God?
In my position, I actually don't know if there's a God.
Okay, but you believe there's a God, right?
I don't know. Actually, I struggle with that question. Yeah, I don't even know.
You don't know if you believe that there's a God or not?
Well, Green Souls, let's see, how can I put this?
عيال انا معاهم على الهوا.
Uh, is your
والله معاهم على الهوا.
is your base belief that a God exists or no God exists?
That seems like a false dichotomy to me.
You know, it's agnostic or atheist view.
What?
Do you believe that a God could exist, or do you believe that no God exists?
That's a false dichotomy.
Huh? I see it as a binary choice.
It's not. What is a binary choice is, do you believe in God or do you not? Or
Yeah.
is there a God or is there not?
Okay, fine.
Those are binary. So, this is kind of, I'm a little confused, Green Souls, because you said, I'm going to call you Green Souls because, I don't know, it sounds cool. I know it's Green Soul Sufi, but unless you protest, I'm going to call you Green Souls.
That's fine. It's cool.
So I'm a little confused. I mean, you're aware of the things that you believe and don't believe, right?
Yes. This is the thing. A lot of times I do struggle with the concept of, God, do I believe this, or do I hold something that is true? But a lot of times, throughout my life, I ended up wrong, and I don't really think about it much, but I think maybe, the whole concept of God, maybe in the sense that maybe it's not meant to be understood, and I try not to understand something that's, I don't know, maybe one day I will, I don't know, I'm not sure. So, and yes, I do struggle with that, does God exist or God does not exist, or to a point where I'm just like, you know what, I'll keep on thinking about it. And a lot of times this is what I do. I try to figure out, do I believe God exists or not? So, but I know that, for me personally, I do have certain experiences, throughout my life, especially, through spiritual practices and silence. So I try not to put those in words, I guess. I don't know.
So, you seem, would you say that you're generally, you're not a real strong believer then, are you? You're more of like a cultural Sufi. You consider yourself a Sufi because of the culture then?
Not so much of the culture, but just the practice itself.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's reasonable, I guess. So you don't strongly believe in God. So when I ask you why do you believe in God, you don't really have a good solid answer for that then.
No, you're absolutely right.
Okay, that sounds reasonable enough.
Yeah.
Where did Nate go?
I think he left.
I guess.
All right. Cool. Yeah, it's I guess like I was reading this book. Actually, it was a Muslim dude actually who's going through Islam, and then towards the end of the book, he called himself like a Muslim agnostic, and I kind of felt what he was feeling about, So I think it was something that probably falls on me right now, and I'm pretty comfortable with it actually. I don't, right now I don't really see a conflict of. Actually, it kind of it is kind of got me more excited with the faith that I practice. So it's pretty weird how that turned out.
Interesting. awkward silences make gay babies.
That's actually a pretty interesting statement. Where did that come from?
I think it was Emery said it on his podcast, and I've used it ever since because I'm often in hangouts with people who don't approve of homosexuals. So when I say that, it should, I would think, motivate them to say something. And the awkward silence.
So the whole point about the awkward silence is to, I guess, to start a conversation about homosexuality, or or just to start, to
Listen,
make.
George Takei approves.
Why?
So you're just a traditionalist in the sense that you keep with the practice of your Sufism. So do we have any other theists in the room?
I'm a theist.
James isn't only a theist, he's an ID proponent.
Oh, father.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Question for Green Souls. It was so before you went to Sufism, were you like have you read the Quran? Were you really into Islam and prayer, or were you into religion, or were you just never really into it before?
No, I still pray and I still practice, and I do read the Quran. But I don't know. It's kind of weird. I just like it, But as far as beliefs goes, like with the angels and things like that, I'm just like, no, But I have to be, honest with it, because if somebody tells me, hey, this is happening, and it just doesn't sound correct, like just to believe in something that you don't have any proof of.
So, like, you believe, as far as Allah, or like, you wouldn't. Does the Christian God exist? Do Hindu gods exist? Or like, what's your? I mean, I know you don't really know, but like, being that you've chosen one, particular one, it seems like you're choosing Allah. Like, is that the case?
Well, because I think it went through more of development, because I did want a spiritual practice for myself. I grew up Catholic, and I did try out evangelical Christianity with Pentecostals and Reform, and I just didn't like the idea of somebody going to hell for not believing a particular thing. It kind of threw me off, and I couldn't really, get into it. The whole concept of the Trinity was a head scratcher for me. So, but it's not like I that I kind of dismissed it or anything like that. It just wasn't into it, as much as I am into this one. I did go into yoga, and I liked the whole inner spirituality thing. And with Sufi practices, they actually gave me a good perspective on, my own awareness, my own insights, my own prejudices, and self-awareness. So it was more about the practice and within its philosophy. The whole concept with God, I do read about a lot of the things of what Allah is and what Allah is not, but I always come to the same conclusion that whatever I think about Allah, it's greater than that. So, or, when it comes to even the realm of existence or non-existence.
Okay.
So it's a head scratcher for me. I don't know.
Okay, and then my last question. So when you say you like the practice of it, what is that exactly that you're talking about?
Well, the practice of fasting, of even you know even just having the time just to pray or anything like that. It has its regiment. I don't really follow it consistently, but I just like that space, that calmness about it, that meditative quality about it. And that's one of the things that I do like. And it kind of changed me in the sense that, there's a thing called adab. Adab is basically mannerisms of how you relate to people, how you even like serve somebody, their cup and everything like that. Everything was just very like Zen-like. And I really enjoyed it. And I enjoy it to this day. And yeah.
And who do you pray to?
That's a good question. I don't, I used to think, yeah, it's I'm praying to Allah, but then I think about it, it's like, really, who am I praying to? But as far as prayer is more, for me, is more about meditation and calmness and awareness. I don't really think about praying to, and I know there's, the basic, theology within Islam is more about praying to Allah and is the only object of worship. But when I was getting more into Sufi practices, that kind of disappeared in a way. Like it was not more about that anymore. It was more about just that feeling of oneness, I guess. And it's a real mystical interpretation of it, and that oneness. And they have certain terms called fana, like basically just becoming one with everything. It's almost like it's almost pantheism or something like that, but not quite. But it had a different sort of concept. It was not more about you just worshiping to some type of object, but it was more about just being one. And I think they called it the concept of Tawheed.
Okay. Very interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting stuff. Yeah, I'm learning.
I don't know if anybody has more questions on that. Comments?
We're going to have a lot of gay babies by the end of this hangout.
I love gay babies.
Gay babies are fabulous.
Yes, they are. Silence.
So, what is the, since we got you on the spot here, James, right there, what is the standard for which you follow to determine intelligence is behind the design of creation?
So there's a couple aspects of intelligent design. So there would be let's say the universe, the Goldilocks zone, and the way the Earth is set up in relation to the moon and the size, and being able to see eclipses, and there's that area of it. Where we are in the galaxy, where we are in the solar system, habitable zone. And then
all that is teleological argument as far as the Earth is created for our purposes.
That's
expounded upon. So what about intelligent design itself? I'm getting to intelligent design, not just teleology. Okay, what makes you think the design of the human body is intelligent? What standard are you following for that? Excuse me.
I talk more about the origin of biological information, or the origin of information, in biological systems, whatever, DNA. I talked about this with Doug and Seth. I'm sure.
Oh no! I'm just asking basic. It's pretty basic question. I mean, you don't have to have Seth relay it for you, do you?
No, I'm just because I'm gonna go into it. So, but I know they've already had we've already had our discussions about it. So, I'm about to have it with you. But it
Oh,
would be like
I just want a description as to the standard you're using.
information in DNA or the complex sequence specific
So
arrangement.
is DNA information, or is that just how we describe combinations of DNA?
Both?
Do you believe that DNA is literally information?
Literally information. It's yeah, yeah.
So
Yes.
you think it's just like writing a word? Just like writing a sentence?
Yeah, much longer words, much longer sentences. Yeah, yes.
Okay, what is your basis for said belief?
So you have DNA being sequenced in a complex manner. It's not just short bits of code that can, you know, be put together, and you only have a very small number of sequences that can be used. You have large sequences made up of little smaller parts, and you could look at the bases as 4 letters in an alphabet as opposed to, let's say, 26 in the English
Well,
language.
we just interpret the nucleic acids in such a manner. We have labels for everything. We just label these things that way.
But but yes, absolutely. It's but there's still characters that are repeating and being sequenced, and well, we don't have to call them letters. We don't have to call them, anything. But they're there. The composition, the compounds are there, and they're being strung together linearly, and you know, in that sense, it's digital, right? So whatever you want to call the sections or the bits, um,
So
it's
you think if there isn't a specific combination, it completely fails flat out?
no, no,
Because that's pretty much what digital is. Digital either is working or it doesn't work. It has on and off. That's it. It's binary. That's how digital works. Like in radio transmission, for example, digital is really shitty in bad weather. Analog at least slopes off and you can listen to it in shitty weather.
So, like, let's say there's a paragraph with 100 letters in there, and the letters are all jumbled up and they don't make any sense. Um, there's the same amount of information in that jumbled up um, bunch of letters as when you arrange all those letters, and there's a paragraph that's formed that is able to be read in English. Now that information is able to be used or understood or interpreted by the
Oh,
receiver.
so let me interject for a second. So what I think you're saying is that because there are specific patterns in DNA that we can observe for specific biological organisms, that lends you what as far as intelligent design?
Well, the only known source of information is the mind, from what we're able to gather as humans. Because when we see things arranged in a particular way to make a particular outcome with bits
Oh,
that
so the only source of information is the mind. It's not the material world. It's not DNA.
right.
And okay.
The only known, like, we've never seen something else produce writing, for example, right? If you saw writing on a wall and you said to yourself, okay, how did these marks appear on the wall? Maybe a tree fell and made the marks, or maybe wind and erosion. just by the nature of how wind and erosion works, and by the nature of how trees fall, you would say, okay, that didn't cause them. But also, we've seen humans produce writing, so okay, we can say this must have come from somebody. And even if it would have been marks that looked alien-like, and we didn't even know what the characters were, there'd be something about them that would be like, okay, there's repeating marks. There's a certain, let's say, horizontal linear fashion to this or whatever, and we'd say the chances that these marks would be repeating every so often in this line of text or characters or marks, the chances that those marks would reappear 5 times in a sentence, quote unquote, by themselves or by nature, that wouldn't that wouldn't happen. So
So,
mhm.
so observed what you believe may be intention is a sign of intelligence.
abs- abs- absolutely, absolutely. Like, let's say you found, yeah, if you found your name written on a wall, but it was part of a sentence, and you know there's AETIUS, and you see A's come up again in the sentence, and U's and S's, um, but they're in different orders. But those individual characters reappear, and there's other characters that appear again. Like you couldn't say that a natural process was the original cause of those letters, or you know what I mean? Like you'd ultimately have to come back to a mind
So
started that
why would I conclude that a mind came up with that?
because nature doesn't produce those marks.
How do I know that?
Because you're a human and you have experience and you know what it takes to make.
So based on my limited experience, if I see my name
Well,
somewhere, I have to
well,
assume an intelligent being made that.
based on your uniform and repeated experience, not you've seen it happen over and over and over again in different ways, where no matter where you found it, where you always came back to, oh, that writing in that book came from a human. That writing on the chalkboard came from a human. Um, those type of marks, whether it's Chinese or whatever, come from humans. So your uniform and repeated experience informs you that nature could not have produced those marks.
But isn't that, the thought of human intelligence, whereas the intelligence that you're probably talking about, and I understand with patterns, but, you know, could that be just something else other than intelligence?
Repeat I was with you at the beginning, but I didn't get the last part. Say it again.
I'm saying because you're saying that it's coming from a mind, but what determines that? How is that interpreted? Is this something that you're probably putting into it that just make it seems like intelligence? Because the way we're thinking in terms of human intelligence.
Right. Well, human intelligence is the only intelligence that we're aware of that can produce, let's say, writing, and there are other animals that they can communicate and they can give certain calls and make other communications, and there's information in those calls that they're making. But yeah, so we've with the patterns in writing, and again the reappearance of characters, or small parts that are used over and over again and arranged in complex sequences and arrangements. Where we're not aware of any natural process that can do that. Only minds produce that. So when you find it in DNA, you would say, okay, the best explanation from our experience as humans is that a mind, not necessarily a human, it could have been a human, right? We couldn't, as an intelligent design proponent, you couldn't rule out that some human in some other planet originated the DNA code, but you would say that's probably not likely because humans are the result of this. So you'd say that it has to be something outside of what we are. But yeah, an intelligence at the least.
Gay babies.
So, coming from that stance, what standard are you using? You think just because there's some stuff that can be observed that over and over there's an implied intelligence there?
Well, okay, so it's like this. So language is probably the better way to approach this. With all the characters in the 26 letters in the alphabet that we use, you can use those letters to write in Spanish, English, German, um, and what makes the difference is that there's all types of combinations of letters to make words or to make nonsense. But within a language, there's a very small subset of combinations that is acceptable, and that determines what the language is, and thereby determines whether or not you can communicate or whether information can be passed between two parties. And so, with the DNA, there's a lot of combinations of the bases that can happen, that can occur, but there are only a limited number of acceptable combinations to produce a functional protein, or whatever, to be used by the cell, and blah blah blah, and so the the fact that you have this very small subset that we, after studying and looking at DNA, where you find that, okay, this is how we keep finding that these are the ones that are used, these are the ones that are used, and none of this other stuff makes sense, and these mutations are very bad for the organism, and blah blah blah. You can kind of start calling it a language, you know what I mean? Or at least saying that there's a much smaller subset of acceptable combinations than there is not acceptable.
I think you're maybe equating or confusing information with meaning. Like language, the key thing about language is that those particular patterns of letters are being interpreted by an agent, and that's what gives them their meaning. But they could have information without any meaning, just like DNA. So like the DNA is not literally coding for anything. It's just that adenosine and all these other molecules, they have a natural chemical attraction to other molecules, and it all just happens like a chain reaction, like dominoes. There's no actual interpretation happening. There's no cipher. There's no meaning. It's information in the purely mathematical sense, not information like we normally think of in everyday language, like with language, which implies meaning.
Are there or what is your understanding of like stop and start codons? You probably have a better understanding than me. If you could explain how those work, or if there's
it's basically just a part of the as far as I understand, it's just a part of a string that tells the ribosome to cut off coding for a particular protein.
But there's no meaning there, right?
No, there's no meaning, because the ribosome doesn't know, okay, we're done making a protein, and even the stop codon doesn't know, okay, we're stopping to make a protein. It's just that the stop codon's there, and it has a natural chemical reaction within the ribosome that causes that thing to happen, just like any other thing that happens in the ribosome.
You said a natural chemical reaction?
Correct, yeah.
So if you could explain that.
Okay, hold on. I forget the actual molecule that stop and start codons use. I'll look it up for you.
But it's instruction, so it's not that it's meaning, but we have deduced the purpose. We've seen what happens when those codons appear, and so it's not that we're trying to say that there's meaning there. It's just that we know that when there's, it's delineating that this gene has stopped, this gene is now starting here. So don't mix them together. Don't keep it running on. You stop here and you start here. And so there's a purpose. There's an instruction that's happening. And so instruction would be probably a better term than meaning. I wouldn't need to say.
Well, I think it's more about behavior and consequence. Like if there's an antecedent, meaning a trigger, a behavior is seen. From that behavior is maintained by its consequence. And then whatever that is called, we actually give meaning to that in order to explain what we are seeing. Am I right?
Well, okay, yeah, absolutely. So here's why I'm bringing up what I'm bringing up. So let's say STOP. You have a bunch of builders, and they have a sheet where there's just all these instructions on how to make these tools or how to string together these beads or whatever. And these workers, they don't talk or anything, but they know how to read these letters on the sheet. And then whenever they see this thing that says STOP, they stop their working. And then when the sheet says START, right, as the sheet is feeding through wherever they're looking, they start, and they just start doing stuff. And you're like, they're not talking to each other, they're just reading this thing, and you're like, wait a minute. So you walk up to them and you're like, you almost want to be like, why do you guys stop there and start there? Or you ultimately going to ask them, did you guys write this, or who wrote this information? Who told you that this means this? Why do you guys decide that this means that? You kind of want to know why that happens that way. You know what I mean?
Okay, so the stop codons in DNA are TAG, TAA, or TGA. So just like if they're coding for a protein, they're just another triplet.
Right.
And sometimes what can happen is you get a nonsense mutation where the DNA will code for a stop codon in the wrong spot, and you'll get like a cutoff protein. And
Right.
you can get the same thing where you'll get a start codon in the wrong spot, and it will start making a new protein even though it hasn't finished the old one.
Right. So you said
yeah.
it was, but you said it was a chemical. You said something about chemical. I wanted to get that part understood.
Right, it's TAG, TAA, or TGA, and then there are a few variations, but the main ones are the three I listed. That's in DNA.
Well, that hasn't addressed the idea of there's a chemical reaction or response, something, because all the triplets, all the codons, they're just combinations of three bases.
Right.
That are being fed
which
through.
correspond to a protein coming in that has that molecule at the end of it, which matches up with all three of those letters, and the ribosome won't spit out that next bit of protein until it's gotten the three matches.
Right.
And
So
it'll just keep waiting. It'll keep waiting in the ribosome until all the molecules have hit there. And sometimes wrong ones will come in, and it'll just have to keep waiting and waiting and waiting.
So this chemical thing, it has to wait for the third base to come through.
It has to wait until every one of the molecules in the triplet has its match, and then it will go to the next one.
I'm not grasping what you meant when you said it's chemical. I really don't know what you meant by that.
In other words, everything that happens in transcription is one molecule matching up with another. That's it. And it's not that they're matching up. It's just that they have a natural affinity for each other, a natural attraction to bind together. So they would do it automatically.
What has a natural affinity to bind together?
Okay, so like if you have like, for example, we'll just do, I'm trying to think of one, AGA or something like that. Mm-hmm. Hold on, adenosine. I'm looking up which is the partner molecule to adenosine because I don't remember.
There's adenine, guanine, cytosine, and AGTC, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, not adenosine. Sorry, hold on.
But with the affinities or the base pairing occurs across the DNA strand. So that's that's why you have two strands that are complementary to each other, because whatever you have on one side, all you have to do is flip it for the matching base pair on the other side, and you'll have an opposite DNA strand that is the same thing. But so that's base pairing. Now, like across the ladder.
Yeah, the same exact thing happens in the ribosome. Like you'll have it split, unzipped, and it will go into the ribosome, and then you'll have carrier. I forget the name of them. I'm not up to speed on all this stuff. There's a molecule that carries in what's the component molecules of proteins?
Sorry, say that again.
What acid is it that makes up proteins? I forget the name.
Amino acid.
You'll have an amino acid that's attached to, and each one has a particular attachment molecule, and they're naturally just attract to each other. Okay, so and then on the end of that amino acid, that molecule will naturally be attracted. There's 4 of them, and they'll naturally be attracted to one of the 4 coding molecules.
I don't believe that's true.
That is here. I'll show you. Hold on. There's a really good video that shows the inside of a ribosome, and exactly because it's going to do a way better job of explaining this.
Because when you're going down the ladder, so not across, right? When you're going up and down the DNA strand, there's actually no affinity that says that a G will come after a T or a T will come after an A or
That's
whatever.
why it has to wait in the ribosome until the molecule, the right one, comes in. That's why it has to wait. In other words, they're not all lined up in perfect order in the same sequence as the RNA. They actually it has to wait until it gets filled up, because all the time the wrong molecule will come in, and it will have to spit it out because it's not naturally attracted to one of the triplets that's in there.
You've lost me.
Okay, let me find the video that I'm looking for. I want to make sure I get the right one because there's a million of them on here, and some of them are. Okay, yeah, they're called transfer RNAs.
Mm-hmm.
That was the little molecule I was talking about.
And
okay, so what happens is the tRNA, which has the little amino acid attached to it, the tRNA will come in, and if it happens to line up with the triplet that's in there, or one of them, in other words, that it naturally is attracted to it, it will either stay or go out the other end, and a new one will come in. And this process will repeat until all 3 are filled up, and then it just keeps moving through like that.
But it's just matching what was already being sequenced. It's just waiting to match the sequence. That's not, I'm trying to understand what.
Here, watch this video. This explains it better than I can, and it's visual, which is helpful.
Or.
It's really short, minute and 30 seconds.
Well, just help me understand what the point is you're making before we watch it. What is it? What is it that you're trying to say?
I'm saying that there's no actual coding there's no coding or instruction going on in the sense that we have, like in computer language, for example. All it is chemicals that are naturally attracted with each other.
And as far as stop and start codons go, what is it that I'm
Same exact thing. It's just a different triplet. That's it.
And you said that there's something chemical that happens about start and stop codons. If you could repeat, just so I'm clear on what you're saying.
It's the exact same thing that's happening to any other amino acid that's being coded for. It's just a different molecule is what I'm saying.
But what is the chemical thing? What is the difference, the chemical situation? I just didn't understand what you meant by chemical.
Okay, so you know how I said that if a tRNA comes in, it's either attracted to one of the triplet codons or not, or triplet components or not?
Yes.
And they're just naturally attracted to each other. Now, it's the exact same thing with the stop and start codon.
They're naturally attracted to what?
To the tRNA that, if, like, for example, I gave you the what was it, TAA.
Mm-hmm.
If a messenger RNA comes in and TAA is sitting in the ribosome, it will cut off the end of the protein right there. There'll be a molecule attached to that tRNA, that'll be the end of the protein. And a chemical reaction happen where the protein will detach from the ribosome. It's done.
And that's where I'm saying I'm not sure that it's a chemical reaction. You know what I'm saying?
So what are you saying it does? That there's like a processor inside the ribosome that's
when the
interpreting the stop codon?
Right. So when
it all has to be chemical. I mean, everything about DNA, and it's all just chemical affinities.
It's not. That's actually what's crazy about DNA, is that it's not all just chemical affinities, especially with the sequencing of DNA and the sequencing of amino acids to make proteins. The fact that it's not, the fact that you can have.
Could you give me an example of something that happens in protein transcription that's not based off of chemistry? That's not simply merely based off of chemistry. In other words, that there's something else happening besides chemical reactions.
So the sequencing of the DNA in the first place.
What do you mean in the first place?
All right. So
like the beginning of life, the first place, or like before?
Oh no. The sequencing of DNA, the actual sequence of the 4, let's say, letters. There's there's nothing chemically that says that a G comes after a T or a C comes next, or otherwise you'd end up with just repeating patterns. If there were it's almost like you have to see it visually, but I'll just use the ladder idea. Let's think of the DNA strand as a ladder that's been twisted into a double helix, right? But let's say you stretched it, you unraveled it, and now you just have a ladder. And on the left side of the ladder, going up and down, is let's say it's a very short DNA strand, and it's just C C C C. And since the matching DNA pair or DNA base on the other side would be T T T T, so that you know that if when you unzip and you have to rezip, all you're going to end up with is, again, TTT on one side and CCC on the other side, because there's a pairing affinity between those two. But there's nothing that said that it had to be CCCC in the first place.
Yeah, but now you're talking about why did the code get the way it is in the first place, and that's, I mean, then you're either going to have to say that God created DNA that way in the first place, or evolution built it up slowly over trial and error.
Well, let me address your first question. I'll finish addressing it. Now, you can explain chemically why it has to be CCCC and then it has to be TTTT on the other side. Absolutely, chemistry explains that. The charges and the molecules, the way they're put together, it's just naturally that they're going to attract each other that way. But the sequencing of them on one side, up and down, the initial, whatever side you're choosing, like A, T, G, C, T, 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 G, G, there's nothing that said that once you had the C, that the next one down the ladder would be A, and that there's nothing chemically determining the sequence of the bases. And then so when you get that taken into the cell, and like you were just talking about the ribosome and whatever, the amino acid sequence itself, there's nothing that says that chemically that it has to be sequenced the way it is. So you have the issue of the amino acid sequence that forms the protein and why it's being sequenced that way, but the bigger issue is why the DNA sequence that made that, why that was sequenced the way it was.
So you're saying, what is the reason that the original, say, take a genome of like a bacteria, you're saying, why is it that originally the DNA has this particular ordering of letters? Is that what you're saying?
Right, because chemically, there's no necessity there. So there's the backbone. What we're talking about when we're talking about the two sides of the ladder is the DNA backbones, and you can explain even the construction of the backbone by chemicals. There's what is it? The sugars, and the phosphate, whatever, and then the DNA base attaches to that.
Right.
So chemically, there's an N-glycosidic bond between the base and the backbone. So there's a bond there but the thing is, the bond is the same for for adenine, cytosine, guanine. It's the same bond, can allow for any of the bases to attach at that site.
At the backbone, right.
Exactly. So the thing is, why is it that the C comes next, and then another C, and then an A, and then a T, and then the G? Nobody knows why it sequences the way it does.
You're going to have to explain why that's important.
Well, that's what codes for the proteins. So he's saying that why do we find it in a state where it's coding for working proteins rather than just random jumble letters?
And then more importantly for this conversation, it's just making the point that it's not chemicals that are determining that sequence.
That's right, because they can be sequenced in any order in the DNA strand alone. That's correct.
Right.
Yeah, so then you either have to ask, did it evolve from a much shorter sequence and grow over time from RNA, or did God make all these genomes from scratch in the right order ahead of time, or did he guide the process, tweaking molecules here and there or whatever? And unfortunately that gets into abiogenesis. I mean, if you're talking about the origin of these sequences, that's unfortunately, I mean, we have no access to how that happened. We're trying to figure it out, but we just don't have any answers to it yet.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
But for the intelligent design proponent, the idea would be that
the only way that could have happened is through intelligence.
Or the best explanation from our experience of that information would be that it came from a mind.
Okay. Now what about the stuff that it does wrong? Why would that be in there? Like, say, throwing in stop codons in the wrong place, or, you know what I mean? Like, an intelligent designer wouldn't put in so many broken things necessarily, or at least you can't think of a reason.
Well, okay, so I don't know that the Bible explicitly states it, but we would assume that it was perfect in the beginning, or good in the beginning. It was good in the beginning, but mutations are allowed for it. So there's nowhere in the Bible that says that life would not degrade after the beginning. So yeah, mutations occur, disease occur, and even though there's error checking and spell checking in DNA construction, and hierarchical filing systems and all this good stuff that we find in information design and from what humans have created, we find that in DNA. So there's a lot of checks and balances, but yes, it does mess up, and there are mutations. And so I don't think that if there was an intelligent designer that would.
Let me get this straight. Your basic premise is that there are mutations due to sin.
Yeah, if you want to go all the way back, I think if Adam and Eve were to not have sinned, I think disease and all this other stuff wouldn't have occurred. So if you're saying it that way, yeah.
Yeah, see, that's where I think there's a double standard, because intelligent design people will call out people working on abiogenesis and say, oh, well, you guys are just making assumptions that this could have happened this way or whatever. But then again, the ID people who are theists, say Christian theists, will say, oh, well, why does the DNA mess up all the time? Well, obviously that's because we live in a fallen world. Even though the Bible doesn't say that, we live in a fallen world, and and
that's
those are assumptions also, which
Well, the intelligent design proponent doesn't bring in religion to back up the argument. That's not what.
Okay, so what's the intelligent design position on why this design system has so many major, like, for example, like the examples I give, like stop codons in the middle of protein transcription that don't belong there, and all kinds of these mutations, like shift mutations, which it'll just, like, for example, the ribosome will just grab onto a piece of code, but it will grab on in the wrong spot and start coding for meaningless proteins because the alignment is off, just like a zipper being out of line.
Because the intelligent design proponent doesn't say that if an intelligence created it, that the intelligence wanted or needed there to be no chance of mutation. That's making an assumption on how the intelligence wanted this to occur. So I think it's for whoever's on the other side of the argument with an intelligent design proponent, you're making an assumption about what the intelligence wanted to do or what the outcome or was to be.
Then how do you distinguish between it just being a natural event that has no intelligence behind it and not knowing the intelligence at all, the cause of this whole intelligent design?
Well, so there's obviously theological implications when we get to this point of, okay, it was an intelligence. There are people who are Muslims and they're intelligent design proponents. There are Christians who are intelligent design proponents. So as far as the nature of the creator or the intelligence, that goes into the person's personal beliefs. But the furthest we can go based on the science is saying that there was someone who did it. There was some intelligence as a cause.
I have a question. Is intelligence design a science?
Is intelligent design a science? Intelligent design is looking at the science and saying what is the best explanation for.
The straightforward answer to that question is no. It's grasping beyond what the scientific material covers.
No, that's incorrect.
Yes, that's absolutely the fact, and you're going to have to defend your position as to why jumping beyond what science can explain is science.
Okay, so all the science shows us, for example, if I see writing on a wall, and I say somebody must have written that, am I going beyond the facts?
That is not the intelligent design's position.
Well, before
and you know it.
Okay, so before you go into that part,
you're making an inference on a bunch of facts that is not actually qualified to be put up as a theory.
So I'll ask the question again. If there's writing on the wall, and I say the original...
That is a rhetorical device that you keep using that has no bearing on your position.
All right, so entertain me for a moment. If there's writing on the wall, and I say the ultimate source of that information was a mind, would you say that I've gone beyond what the information...
I would say it'd probably be within reason that we might believe... Most likely it would be believable that it came from a mind, but it's possible that it did not.
Right, but if I said that the best explanation from the information that we have is that it came from a mind, would I be going outside of the facts? Am I going beyond science by saying that? If I say that that's the best explanation?
Yes.
And why is that?
That's not a fact. It's just it's conjecture. It's what it is.
So science can't.
You're positing something as a fact that is not a fact. It's a conjecture about information provided in front of you.
Okay, so I would say that it was the best explanation. What would be a better explanation?
What would be a better? you don't put it that way in science. You say there is some fucking writing right there. You know, that's all you say. That's where you stop. You don't say trying to explain who it was. You might find artifacts
Well,
around it. You know, if you're an
you never said
archaeologist
who
or
it
something,
was.
say, oh, it may have been these people at
Nobody
this
ever said
time if we
nobody
date
ever.
it. You
Well,
know,
wait, but see, that's going beyond what I.
Supernatural explanation is the least plausible explanation.
right? I can't just say it was some. You know, I can't say who it was.
Exactly.
You know,
And the
specifically.
intelligent design proponent cannot either. The intelligent design proponent isn't trying to tell you it was the God of the Bible. Nobody's ever said that. Well, from the
But
information,
wouldn't a Christian intelligent design proponent be arguing that case? Wouldn't that be your whole point of holding that position?
that would, if we wanted to take it into a theological conversation about my personal beliefs, I would
Well,
do
no,
that.
no,
But that wouldn't-
I don't want to be personal about it. I'm saying in general, if you're a Christian apologist or a Christian and you're holding up the ID position, wouldn't that be the whole goal of that?
No, absolutely not.
Then,
Well,
okay, I don't really understand why you would even entertain the idea if you just believe anyway. So why do you need ID?
Because the argument of ID is to say that the best explanation from the facts is that the best explanation is that somebody did it. So we can't go beyond saying
that is not the best explanation.
That is the
evidence.
complicated explanation.
Yeah, I could say an alien did it. I really believe aliens do.
Exactly. You could say an alien did it, but the problem.
But it's,
Exactly. You could say that an alien did it. That's the you. So nobody's. All we're saying is that somebody did it. If you want to say an alien did it, that's fine.
A supernatural force doing it would be the most complicated and complex way of doing it.
Intelligent design doesn't say who did it. It just says that somebody did it.
And
So
nobody says who did it.
You said nobody says who did, and that's the same thing with the writing on the wall. Nobody's trying to identify. Oh, it was Jim down the street. That's not what's being said. All that's being said is that the ultimate source of that writing on that wall was from someone. That's all that's being said.
Okay, so how far is the claim of intelligent design? Is it just that the designer made the initial arrangement of the genomes and that's it? After that they're done?
No, it's that the source, the cause of that sequence.
Of that initial sequence is
right. It couldn't be natural. It couldn't. That it wouldn't be happening by a natural process.
Okay, now what about after the initial arrangement? Once reproduction and copying happens, it's just automatic from that point on then?
That's my view, but let's say Stephen Meyer, he's like the
specified
leading,
complexity guy.
Right, he's one of the leading intelligent design proponents. He believes that God has inserted information along the way. That's and I can't say that that's not true or whatever. But
yeah, I don't even think that's necessarily testable.
Right, exactly. So I'm just showing that intelligent design doesn't have to be one way or the other.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just think I see your analogy. I just think that it's not necessarily equivalent to the language analogy. I mean, I just think they're very, very different. I mean, yeah, DNA does have particular sequences of molecules in a particular order that code for particular proteins, etc. But the whole question is, how did it get to be in that order? And just saying that the only way it could have gotten in that order is from the get-go it was designed by an intelligence because it shares some analogous similarities to language, I think is kind of a stretch.
Well, that's not what was said. What was said is that it's the best explanation since the only known source of information is a mind.
Okay, but I don't even think it's the best explanation necessarily.
Then you would offer a better explanation.
Well,
why?
I would... Sorry?
I say, well, why is it the best explanation? I don't know why that's the best.
Right, so then you would provide a better explanation. That's all I'm saying.
Or we could just say we don't know how it happened.
Right. So the intelligent design proponent says that their view is that that's the best explanation, and then
Yeah.
other people say, well, it's not the best explanation, but we don't know what the explanation is, and that's fine.
Well, we obviously see that you are not from a non-biased position. That's the whole problem with that. Non-biased. You're biased heavily.
Well, it doesn't go through the rigor of scientific theory, and that's why I can't really call it the best explanation of that. That's just my issue with that.
And with this information of a designer making the initial arrangement, could we test that to see if it's true, or are we just relying on our experience with human intelligence?
No, you would use like it's like you're using the past to inform you about what you're currently observing. So you can say, if I've seen writing before and I see writing now, am I to assume that the best explanation is that some natural process produced these marks, or am I to say that an intelligence or a human produced these marks? Well, the answer is, since I've seen humans produce these marks before, I have a uniform and repeated experience.
But we've never seen. We've never seen an intelligence create DNA.
So right. So I'll finish that. I'll finish that thought though. So being that I've seen humans produce this writing on this wall, even though I can't test that idea of who's the guy that wrote that stuff on that wall, I feel confident in saying that somebody put that writing there. So as far as testing it, no, I don't think you can test who was the guy, or
even if it was necessarily a guy.
Right. But you would just say that the best explanation is that it was somebody. But no, testing, no, I can't test it. I can only use my experience.
But again, I mean, the whole key thing about language is that it has an interpreted meaning. So I think there's something missing from the analogy to DNA. Like, you see what I'm saying?
Well, okay.
Like, language actually doesn't mean anything unless a mind is looking at it. It actually doesn't have any meaning by itself. It has to have a mind interpreting it.
Absolutely. You're 100% correct. That's what makes the whole game interesting, is that when we see that particular triplet occur, right, it's either there's a stop or there's a start, or there's other things that happen, and so you understand that the cell or the ribosome or whatever is quote unquote interpreting or understanding the sequence.
It's not though. It's not interpreting it at all. It's just going through there, and the molecules that are naturally attracted attach, and it slowly builds a protein until it hits a stop codon, which has another chemical affinity which puts an end cap on the protein, and it spits it out. Now the initial arrangement thing, I agree that we don't know how that initial arrangement got, but there's no, even with that, there is no interpretation whatsoever going on. There's no coding. The initial arrangement, I agree that is something that is unexplained as of yet, but the actual process of coding is not analogous to language.
Well, I'll put it like this. It's not gonna be complicated, but saying it's gonna be a little convoluted. But when you're talking about chemical affinities and that's being the reason, and I actually believe you know more about DNA than I do, but if you're saying that it's a chemical affinity that's causing the stop and the start, here's the issue that I'm at face value I'm running into, is that let's say at the end of one codon is the G, and at the beginning of the next one is the G, right? So the start. So the end of the stop is the G, and then the beginning of the next three is a G. As it's being fed through, there's going to be other times where there's G's and G's back to back, but there's no chemical reaction that's occurring So I'm trying to understand how.
There's a particular triplet in the RNA, the transfer RNA, that just like for a triplet that builds any other amino acid, there's a particular combination of 3 letters that has its own molecule it's attracted to, which is a stop codon. It's a 3 molecule thing, and anywhere in the sequence that those 3 molecules line up together, that's a stop codon.
Right, and that's not telling me how that's not telling me how there's a chemical reaction that's occurring. So I guess we'll leave that for another time. But I feel like that's not true the way you're saying it. I don't think those are the right words.
Okay, I can't explain it any differently other than say maybe watch that video.
It would have to be something specifically on stop and start codons, I think.
Yeah, I actually don't know if that one mentions stop and start codons, but I can try and find one that does. That one I think just deals with the construction of the protein like mid state, rather than from the start to the very end.
Okay.
I'm watching another one right now to make sure that this one doesn't have it though.
And there's other, like I said, there's error checking, spell checking. There's it's almost like files within files. They have hierarchical filing systems in DNA. So I'd have to, get more acquainted with it to be able to go in like a geneticist or something and start explaining it. But I can't, so I'll just leave it. I'll just leave it alone. But there's definitely some form of instruction, or that code is like there's I don't want to use the word meaning, but it's not just chemical. It's guiding a process.
But it's ultimately chemical. I mean, everything that's happening is chemistry.
No, it's not. It's not by necessity that all those things are happening. That's why that's part of the intrigue about DNA. It not all of it is reduced to chemical, to just to chemistry and necessity. It's not.
So then why is all of DNA and the transcription and everything chemicals? Like why do we even have DNA at all? Why can't it just be like there's some magic thing that happens, and when a man has sex with a woman, a baby pops out? Like what if there's non-chemistry happening, just some mysterious magical thing happening? Why is there even DNA at all? Why do we even need it?
Because those are the building blocks that whoever made it chose to use. But what I'm saying is that part of it is chemistry, but you're trying to reduce all of it to chemistry and necessity, which it's not. And like you said, you agree that for the original sequencing of DNA, you say okay.
I've been listening for a while and just kind of eating cookies. But it's kind of this point where you've been talking about how the creator would design such a thing. And I know you're not making any aspirations to what whoever started this process off, who this person is. But are you aware of the argument from fine-tuning against the existence of God? That because there's a part of it that I heard defended in a way that would be kind of interesting for this argument, which is if a God were to create a universe, right, his purposes would be for moral beings to exist, right? God would be to create moral beings, right?
I'll go with this for now. Let's see where this is going.
Sure. Well, it seems very odd that he would do, and in the way the argument goes, right, he would want there to be physical beings, right? This is way more complicated than what's necessary. You could have non-physical beings, right? So the analogy works to this as well, I think. Biology is extremely complex. Why would God want to fuss with all this complex biology and chemistry in order to bring about moral beings. It doesn't seem to make too much sense. It seems much simpler to make non-physical moral beings.
That's what I'm saying about why do we even have DNA if God created this system. Not necessarily just an intelligence. Like, I could understand if it was like an alien that was doing an experiment on this planet and wanted to, you know, create this other life form off of some kind of code. I can understand that. But if it's God, like, why do we even have DNA? Why isn't there just some magic thing that happens that's we can't detect at all and we have no idea about it that causes reproduction, for, you know? Or why is there even reproduction? Like, why don't humans just pop? Why don't people just pop into existence? You know?
There's nothing in the Bible. There's nothing from you know, because now I'm going into theology. I think you guys are asking me, unless you're asking me.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering about the like if you're combining intelligent design with theology.
I wasn't.
In your case, in your case though, you use it to go from one to the other, right?
Well, the conversation has gone to theology, I believe, and the nature of the Creator himself. And so all I was going to say is that from the information in the Bible, there's nothing that God says about why He made the things the way He made them. So I couldn't speak on it. You'd have to ask God. But
okay, that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
But this is what it kind of leads to, in the sense that, you know, when we start saying intelligent design, you know, and you're saying it's the best possible explanation,
mm-hmm.
but it just goes into theology in a weird way.
Right, the theological implications are inescapable. Absolutely. Implications, though.
I don't know. I'm starting to see, in the sense that intelligent design goes into theology. You know, that's just basically what I'm seeing.
Well, this is, again, there are Muslims that are intelligent design proponents. There are Hindus. There are Christians. So which theology are you saying it goes into? Like,
but anyone.
Right.
Anyone. Any type of theology. If, you know, maybe for the exception of Buddhists, but...
Or some deist. Go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. So, I don't know. It's just, I think this is a more metaphysical, philosophical question. I don't think it goes into the realm of science exactly. And I don't really feel that it's the best possible scientific explanation on certain matters when it comes to science.
So if I were to ask you, Green, and I'm sorry for asking this again, guys, but Green, if there's writing on a wall and you see it and you didn't see anybody write it, would you assume that it happened on its own, or would you say that it must have come from someone ultimately?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I don't think it's the same thing. Because writing on the wall is an artificial thing that we do. We're talking about natural, natural occurrences through like DNA, trees, and what have you.
But here's the thing, though. So if that writing was scratches in the wall, right? There'd be a nature to the scratches that would cause you to say that it was artificial. But if it was one scratch, would you say that it had to be a human? Would you say that it had to be intelligence that did that? If it was just the scratch?
Well, that's the thing. But I'm not making any scientific. Like, if I wanted to find out the date of that scratch or anything like that, I could, form theories in my head, like these hypotheticals. Oh, it might have been this, it might have been that, but doesn't really tell me a lot about the scratch. What will tell me about the scratch if it's like, all right, let's do some dating, and that's through development and learning how to carbon date.
Not even that far. I'm just saying, if there's a scratch on the wall, and we say, okay, did this have to come from someone, or could it have been something that fell against the wall? Could it have been wind, or could it have been some animal? Or I'm sorry, well, could it have been something else other than just a human having done it? We couldn't say conclusively that it had to be someone or an intelligence that did it. It could have very well been a tree fell and caused that, a rock was thrown and hit the, or an asteroid hit that wall. It could be other causes. But and if we found next to that the exact same type of scratch, but then more scratches that form the letter M and then A and then G, then whatever, that's when we say okay, even though the medium is the same, like the information now, or the marks, like we're recognizing something that is how do you say, it supersedes, it transcends. The information that's in the marks is now transcending the medium or what the marks are made of, because it could have been written in paint, it could have been written in sand, it could have been written in ice. It doesn't matter. It's just the fact that we're recognizing this pattern that's saying, okay, intelligence was behind this. So that's nobody's saying who it was or whatever. You're just saying that it had to be, and it could not have been a natural process. That that it had to be a human that did it. It could not have been a natural process or a mind. I'm sorry, it had to be coming from an intelligence of some sort. So with DNA, it's the same idea. The information is transcending the compounds and the molecules and all the rest of that. Like, it doesn't matter what it was made of. It's just that there is the complex sequence specific arrangement of these bases.
Not to interrupt you guys, but I found the thing I wanted to with the stop codons. So what happens is UAA is one of them, and there's no corresponding tRNA molecule that attaches to that. There aren't any. And when that comes into the active site of the ribosome, it actually induces the binding of a release factor protein, okay, and that in turn causes the ribosome to break apart. So a ribosome just codes for one protein at a time, and then it breaks apart once it hits the stop codon, and it's done, and the protein floats off. So yeah, so what the stop codon does is releases it's called a release factor protein. Just to throw that out there.
Thank you. I'll read into it more, but I think, do you feel that that's you believe?
Well, I'd say that's chemical for sure, yeah. But I honestly think that your main point, which is your best point, is the because I'm almost 100% positive that everything that happens in the DNA code, transcription, everything is all ultimately chemical reactions. And we can look into that further and decide if it is or not. From what I understand, it's all chemical reactions. But the initial sequence, I don't see why you would rule out, say, a stepwise building up of that sequence over time. Like, why would that be impossible? Of a successful sequences growing from small origins to larger codes through selection, just like normal breeding today or inheritance today.
Firstly, I would say I think you're categorizing what you just described about stop codons as a chemical reaction. I couldn't categorize it that way. And then as far as why couldn't it have been a small progression of smaller codes into larger codes?
For example, let's say we had, this is a hypothetical, but let's say we had like some kind of really primitive, and this is assuming abiogenesis obviously, which is why it's a hypothetical. But if we had some kind of molecule that could self-replicate, and say it only had one codon and that's it, and it would just say that it was like it was in like a chemical soup, you always hear that word, and it would just naturally attach to other chemicals, and then as time would go on, maybe it would add another one, and now it's coding for two things, and so on and so forth, and it would just slowly grow over time.
Well, when you say code for, like.
Well, I mean, like in the common parlance, yeah.
Right. And no, I'm not even talking about that. What I'm saying is something has to receive that or process that to make something else. And so you'll kind of end up where if the code is too short, there's not enough happening to make more happen.
I just mean like you have, say, guanine or something, and you have cytosine that naturally is attracted to guanine. That's all I mean. I don't mean like actual coding happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So now I don't understand the question, because all I'm saying is if you only have a small codon as the whole of a DNA to begin with or something, and then what you're saying is then maybe that self-replicates and adds a little bit more to it and adds a little bit more to it.
Yeah, in other words, is that? Do you think that's even a possibility at all, or did you say it's just impossible?
There would have to be a function to that, like for that to make sense.
Well, the function would be that it somehow is able to advance the replicability of the initial arrangement. Maybe even improve upon it.
Right. So, I mean,
yeah, I'm not expecting an answer from you. I'm just saying, like, is that imaginable? Would that be a possibility that you might be open to it if we had evidence for it? That's what I'm saying.
No, no, because there's more. Yeah, there's a lot more that would need to happen.
Well, I'm not saying that the most primitive reproducing molecule would have all the complex structure of modern DNA. I'm just saying that it could have maybe, in a stepwise fashion, eventually gotten to that point.
I couldn't see it. So, I mean, but I'll look into what the other theories are of how DNA could have come about, because I'm sure people have written on it. And
yeah, but I mean, it's all speculation, so don't expect much. I'm just telling you now.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't even know, like, like if you code for a protein, you need a ribosome, and well, you need something to build a ribosome. So there's a lot of things in there that are necessary today. But what I'm saying is maybe if you go way, 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 way back, all this other machinery could have been added onto slowly over time. Whereas, in other words, ancestrally, there would have been like scaffolding that could have built the things we see today, and now the scaffolding's gone. So we're like, well, how did that get there? Well, there used to be quote-unquote scaffolding, in the chemical sense is what I mean.
No, I hear you. I think for me, it would almost be like intention, like trying to remove intentionality from that process, like insane.
Yeah, it would be for someone that's looking for a naturalistic explanation. I agree to that.
Yeah. So it'd be hard to do that. It's almost like the way
much like you're appealing to the ignorance of why we don't know why a creator would do this or that and design in such a way. This appeals to the ignorance of or the possibility that there could be scaffolding that has been removed in previous forms.
Yeah, or some inscrutable reason the creator could have had for doing anything he appears to do, and that's enough of an answer.
Yeah, and I hear what you guys are saying. I think like the way Darwinian evolution and natural selection acting on random mutation works. Like if you have too small of a pool, it doesn't work. Like you kind of have to have a group for natural selection to work, right? It has to be big enough, the population.
Yeah, with DNA, as we have it now, yeah, it's pretty kind of required as far as I'm aware.
So it's like on the smaller scales, on the smaller scales, it's harder to see how that would have started off. But once you have all them there, yes, now you can start to do that. So I'm thinking that's how I'm thinking about it with starting off with just three bases strung together or whatever, or three.
I'm not even saying that. I shouldn't even say.
Sexual reproduction provides a counterpoint to much of this.
Yeah, that's true, but it's still ultimately copying DNA. asexual reproduction.
Mhm.
Well, it's only copying DNA. It's not mixing or recombining it.
Right, exactly.
You don't have
Which
some
is
kind of population, minimum population requirements. You can start from one and just go.
yeah, like for example, like the cheetahs are in danger of being below the threshold where sexual reproduction is viable, but like you could take a bacteria, just one bacteria, and it doesn't matter because it's just copying itself. It's not sexual. There's no sexual recombination. Oh, someone turned their speakers on.
Shit.
Testing.
So, welcome back, Matt. We haven't seen you in a few days.
Test.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm
there's
hearing
an
an
echo.
echo.
Yeah. Echo.
Testing, 1, 2.
So just seems like it's gone.
Yeah, I think it's gone. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's gone.
Just to fill Nadia in, we were just talking about basically kind of intelligent design and how this specific ordering of molecules in a strand of DNA, how it could have gotten there by natural means. I mean, the specific patterns, and whether or not all the machinery of DNA is chemically based or not, and stuff like that. A bunch of stuff. But I think she's fixing her speakers.
But yeah, so that's my view on the whole thing. But yeah, man,
Yeah, it's definitely not I don't think it's an outlandish theory. I just think the insistence that it's well, you're just saying that it's the best, right, in your opinion, not that it's the only.
Right.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's fair. I mean, that just comes down to, yeah, whether or not you find it's the best or not.
Yeah, and again, based on the science, the intelligent design argument doesn't go past saying someone must have done it. It does not go a step beyond that. But once you start asking the proponent about their personal views on who that is, that's when you'll get into the theology of it all.
Yeah.
How would you determine whether someone did it exactly? Like,
how would you determine what?
how do you determine whether someone did?
Why don't you give her the language example, the writing on the wall thing?
Yeah, I don't.
Heard that. Undeciphered languages exist all over the place, and they are not necessarily presumed to be writing systems in full.
That's
So
the thing.
I don't. Real quick, I don't want to stop you from having any conversation you want to have, Nadia, but we literally, we just wait. You basically just took us back to square one, and we just basically concluded this discussion.
Yeah, we just
Okay.
It would seem a little repetitive to ask that, because that was almost exactly like the first question we asked, and I know you just got in here.
Yeah, that's probably my fault. I just wanted to hear her input on it, on the whole thing.
Well, like I said, she can ask if she wants. I'm not going to try to stop her. I'm just informing her that where we're at.
I wouldn't care to get into it again though, just right now. And we've had that conversation, me and Nadia, before. So we've done this before.
Oh, okay. Anyone got anything else they want to talk about?
Is there anything else?
So James, are you? Do you have an opinion on the age of the Earth? Just out of curiosity.
Yeah, you asked me that the other day. I
don't remember. I'm sorry.
No, it's cool. It's cool. I could see the Earth being, well, the way I said it was, as far as Adam and Eve or the first humans, I believe 6,000 years ago. But as far as the Earth and itself and the universe, how old it would have to be, I could be persuaded either way. I don't need it to be 6,000. I don't need it to be 14 billion. But whichever it is, cool.
So, like, don't you think there would be a like if all humans came from two genomes 6,000 years ago, don't you think we would see that genetic bottleneck in today?
I think it would eventually be found out. Yeah.
Well, for example, like we have a mitochondrial Eve bottleneck in the human DNA that we can see, but it's so I'm saying we can see these bottlenecks already.
Mitochondrial E is pretty late.
Yeah.
Or sorry, not pretty late. Pretty early. 150,000, 200,000 years ago, something like that.
So everybody was male before, or?
No, the females didn't have their mitochondrial DNA survive, or other females rather. But yeah, 75,000 years ago was the human bottleneck. I think it's a Mount Pinatubo eruption or something.
Yeah, there's another bottleneck that that's the predominant theory of why that would be, why the human population fell so low. And we can see that in the DNA because, and then like you would ask too, why, if Noah's Ark, why would we not have another one when the flood happened and all the humans got wiped out except for Noah's family?
I don't know enough about it to speak on it, but yeah, I would assume that you would find one for Noah and then one for Adam and Eve.
Yeah. Okay.
And then obviously I would question. I mean, I'm not a scientist, but I would say that based on how I understand it, you would find that the numbers and the 35,000 and the 200,000 year estimates, or I would say that would turn out to be not true, but I couldn't argue it. I couldn't argue against it because I don't know the science.
Yeah, those, as far as I'm aware, are based on the average mutation rate, I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm.
And they just kind of project it backward.
It's really a number of generations, if I remember right.
Oh, are they literally counting number of generations?
I believe what they're counting is raise the number of generations, yeah.
Oh, okay. I wasn't aware of that.
But it's the strict matrilineal constraint makes that common ancestor much further back than, well, most recent common ancestors, which are hypothesized to be some anonymous individual of undetermined sex, who lived less than 3,000 years ago, like much earlier than your creation account. So
yeah. So,
or sorry, much more recently than your creation account.
Yeah. So yeah, based on the Bible, Adam's or Noah's flood would have happened 4,500 years ago. So, I mean, I don't know the science of this, so I can't even speak on it. But I would say that if the Bible is true, that it'll turn out that those numbers match up closer to 4,000 years for Noah and 6,000 for Adam and Eve.
Well, it's a little bit earlier. It's a little bit earlier than Julius Caesar, but only by a few hundred years. So, yeah, 4,500 years ago, which is actually within the realm of.
I mean, there's trees older than that.
History, yeah. Well, yeah, there are. But,
there's trees older than what?
Than 4,500 years.
The oldest tree is 5,000 years old.
Yeah, that's more than 4,500.
Yeah, but I think what you would.
So it obviously survived the flood.
You would expect to find. I don't know, 10,000-year-old trees.
Well,
right?
If you do dendrochronology, we definitely have a record farther back.
Besides, we have ice cores that definitely go back. Was it like 8,000 years?
Yep, and varve layers at the bottom of lakes where silt accumulates year by year, so you get a yearly pattern of silt dropping down, or not silt, but bacterial blooms. And then they die off at the end of the summer, whatever season it is, and they all fall to the bottom and form successive annual layers. There's tons of stuff.
Ice cores are much older than 8,000.
Coral have rings as well. Coral, every
Yeah, no,
coral
the coral thing is amazing to me. Because they put on, well, let me look exactly the key point so I don't forget it.
There's the Wikipedia entry for a list of oldest trees, just in case anyone was interested.
Yeah, you know, we actually cut down the oldest known one when we first discovered that grove of those trees. The guy that was going out there, he was doing core samples of them, and he did his core drill into one of them at random, and the cord the bit got stuck, and he couldn't get it out. So he called the ranger service, and they came out and they had to chop the tree down to get the drill bit out. And once they dated it, it was the oldest tree ever found. Can you believe that?
Wow.
Just randomly goes up to a tree and gets his bit stuck in it, and oh, it's the oldest tree on Earth. Oh, now it's dead.
There's some kind of thing that is debatable as to whether to call an individual tree.
Yeah, that's true. They may
even
be
older
colonies.
Like, yeah, I don't know what the word term is. Colony might be the term, but yeah.
I think that's the third one on that list. The Prometheus tree cut down in 1964. It would have been 4,800 years old. And, but the oldest tree is 5,000, and it's in White Mountains, California.
Talking about old trees, I gotta get going, but happy Father's Day, who's ever a dad. And
Yeah,
enjoy
happy
your
Father's
day.
Day.
Oh, thank you, man. All right, so I gotta get going. Peace to everybody.
Later.
Later. All right, peace.
Yeah, there are plenty of other things. There are human constructed edifices older than easily approaching 5,000 years old.
And it's funny because the history of writing only goes back like, yeah, same time frame, like 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 years.
Yeah, about to Babylonia.
Mm-hmm.
Now, have you happened to have read? I know you've read the Noah's flood story, but have you ever read the flood account in Epic of Gilgamesh?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see that they're quite similar to each other?
Yes.
How would you explain that? That even though the oldest copy we have is older than the earliest known copy of the Bible.
Because if a person believes that the flood occurred, the idea that story would have been that the when it happened would have been before the Epic of Gilgamesh was written, right? So it's not necessarily that the Bible was copying off of the Epic of Gilgamesh. It's that the story is older than the actual story, if it happened, is older than the Epic of Gilgamesh.
So you're saying each group inherited the story orally and wrote it down. That's why it's so similar.
Right? So if it would have been part of everybody's history. Yes.
Okay.
Would it be part of Egyptian history?
Would it be part of the who?
Egyptian history?
Or Aztec or Mayan?
I would assume that the further away you got, the less that they would be talking about that or whatever. But we do find flood stories in a lot of older civilizations.
Was the flood not global?
I believe the flood was global.
So even the most distant.
Pardon?
So So even the most distant cultures in Polynesia, Australia, and the Americas should all have something about them.
Yeah, that's. I mean, that's my understanding that a lot of cultures and civilizations had flood stories, flood accounts. That was my understanding. I mean, I could look it up and see what they are. I've never done that, but no, I'm not. I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, if the flood happened, and if it happened the way the Bible said it happened, and when, I wouldn't be surprised if there were other stories of it that were similar to the one that's in the Bible.
Yeah, for age, one would probably want to refer to Egypt, China, and India, apart from Sumer. But yeah, that's what it's finding. Well, why things don't really line up very well. I believe catastrophe stories elsewhere were sometimes by fire, other times by flood, and other times lack catastrophe altogether.
So I'm looking at the Wikipedia entry for a list of flood myths. The flood myths or deluge myths are taken collectively stories surviving from human prehistory of a great flood which has generally been taken as mythical. These legends depict global flooding, usually sent by a deity or deities to destroy civilization as an act of divine retribution. Flood stories are common across a wide range of cultures extending back into prehistory, and it says below is a list of some flood histories from around the world, and is in no way exhaustive, so this isn't even all of them, but they talk about Sumerian, Babylonian, Abrahamic religions, classical antiquity as far as ancient Greek, medieval Europe, Germanic, Irish, Finnish, Africa, India, Central Asia, China, Korea, Malaysia, Australia, Polynesia, Mesoamerica, South America, Inca, Mapuche, Tupi, and it goes into all that.
And so since the only humans alive after the flood would have been Noah's family, how did all these really widely varied stories come about since everyone else got wiped out?
I think if it's oral, then that's.
But I mean, obviously the story. If it came from one original oral story, they obviously got really, really messed up along the way.
You'll find similarities. I haven't read them. I haven't read them all to.
Well, like Ruben posted one there.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not on the screen. All right, so go ahead.
Oh, it's just I'm not gonna read it. It's pretty long, but there's one.
But yeah, so you're saying what is that you're saying that it should be the exact same story? Or?
Well, I mean, I would say that considering how different they are, I would think that what you're probably getting is ancient cultures that had flooding because they lived by a coast or a river. Sorry, hold on a sec.
Yep. I would like to point out that you in the thing that you posted, it says that there was a total of 8 survivors. Like that's kind of silly because the Bible presents 8 survivors. Like Noah, his wife, and his 3 sons, and their 3 wives. I think.
Okay, so to finish my thought, I was saying that I would say that what I find most likely is that a lot of these ancient cultures live by bodies of water, whether they be oceans or lakes or rivers, and that they did actually experience floods just like we do today. And through normal mythology, they sometimes, a mythological development, they sometimes grew to be larger than they actually were. And that's why we find these stories, just merely from the fact that, these people live near bodies of water and floods happen. And they are so different from each other that I don't think you could reasonably argue that they all stem from Noah's flood. I mean, yeah, there's similarities, obviously, like they're dealing with water and flooding and all that sort of stuff, but the differences are just huge.
Yeah, I understand, and then the similarities are interesting as well. So like in this one that he pasted, like if you look up like like 2/3 of the way down or whatever, it says the receding tide left a total of 8 survivors on the island of Mabenga or whatever it is. And that's interesting because in the Noah flood story, it's Noah, his wife, that's 2 people, and then his 3 sons and their 3 wives, so that's 8 people. And then Reuben posted at the end of that, he says, in the flood myths, there are consistently either a single founding couple, the Greek myth, or 8 survivors. I haven't read enough to...
Okay, but those aren't consistent. I mean, if single founding couple versus 8 survivors, that's 2 different things.
No, those... there's Noah and his family, or Noah and his wife, and then there are 3 sons and 3 daughters. And I don't know. I don't. If there's one of those and not the other, whatever. But I wouldn't have a problem with it talking about Noah and his wife. You know what I mean? And so, kind of going back to Adam in a way. But
so Reuben, are you saying that all the flood myths have this theme of a founding couple or 8 survivors?
I don't think he's read all of them to know that.
Well, he says in the flood myths there are consistently either a single founding couple or 8 survivors.
Because obviously Noah and his wife would be the founders. You know what I mean? Like everybody comes from Noah and his wife. So I get that. If it's reduced to Noah and his wife, like okay, cool. But if it mentions his 3 sons and their 3 wives to make 8, then okay. But I don't know. I haven't looked into all the myths to know what the similarities are and whatnot. But I just remember that there were, so even from the Chinese stuff, like there was all types of weird stuff where not only the flood commonalities, but you would also have stuff like they have a garden and serpent type of thing, even into the characters that represent evil. Like in the Chinese calligraphy, is that calligraphy? Whatever that's called. The symbols that make up the word evil actually have man, woman, and snake, or whatever. Weird stuff like that.
Okay, so since they're also similar, how do we know what was the original? How do we know, like for example, that the Hebrew one is just a slightly varied copy of the true one, say that was from China?
You don't know that. For the person who believes in the Bible, you take everything all together, and it's like what is consistently making sense with all the stuff that's being presented. And if it's the Bible, then you say the story from the Bible is true, or probably the one you should believe in. The best to be believed in. I don't know how to word that. Best option. Whatever.
I'm trying to look up a list of the flood myths.
Yeah, the way the flood myths are typically accounted for is describing the common experience of surviving a flood.
Yeah, or I could imagine them finding like seashells up in the mountains and stuff like that. They wouldn't know how those got up there.
I've pasted at least the Wikipedia entry, but there you can Google flood myths and you'll get like all types of stuff.
Yeah, there's quite some motive to ascribe more commonality to them than is actually present. So, critical examination of or comparison or similar is warranted. And I haven't done it before now, but what I suspect one would find is that they vary dramatically.
Yeah, like look at this. Read the Australian or Aboriginal one, Tiddalik. It's, I mean, it's just not even just not even close to the Noah story. I'm guessing that the ones that are, say, in North and South America and areas that aren't near Mesopotamia or the Middle East are going to be different. That's where you're going to find the most differences, which would make sense considering there was probably common, sharing of mythological stories in areas where they could communicate with each other, like the Middle East.
The Middle East and China weren't exactly separated so much either.
No, but the Aboriginal Australians were, and their story's way different.
Yeah, well, I mean, attributing the similarity between, say, the Chinese and the Middle Eastern ones to communication is plausible because the Taklamakan and so on was not only crossed in the case of, say, the Abbasid Caliphate and so on later on, but the Silk Road is far beyond ancient. I mean, there was even a Chinese ambassador in, I think, 160 AD or so. To ancient Rome, that is.
Flood myths. Flood, the deluge.
The isolation between China and Middle East and the rest of the world, I suppose, arose, I guess, classically because of the Parthians. And later on, and earlier, you find examples of contact with the Chinese. For instance, Alexander's Bactrian satrapy had various bits of contact with the Chinese. Even at one point, engaging in battles against them.
Yeah, so if you're finding similarities there, that could be one of the reasons. But like for example, if we were to find, what would really impress me would be if we were to find, say, okay, we have Noah's flood story, and then if we were to have something like, let's say we never found the Epic of Gilgamesh, or let's say instead of finding it where it was, we found it, say, in South America, now that would be stunning to me, because there the similarities are just, you just can't ignore them. I mean, they're just so clear. So many small little details of the story are just the same, pretty much. Letting the birds out to see if there's dry land, building a boat, God's flooding the world because everyone's corrupt or whatever, and the God at the end promising never to do it again. There's just so many details of the story that are so similar that if I were to find that at a geographically totally isolated from another story, then I would say, okay, there's something going on here.
There is a claim of an Inca flood myth.
Does anyone else see her as frozen?
She's moving now. Oh no, yeah, she's frozen.
Okay.
Like what's crazy about the Bible, and again, my view is that the Bible was written from the beginning, but that's me. And so
you mean from the beginning being, what's the beginning? From the beginning of humanity?
Yeah, from Adam.
Oh, okay.
And all that good stuff.
But don't you believe Moses wrote, like, Exodus, right?
Well, Exodus, Numbers, Deuteronomy.
Right, but at least Exodus. You believe he wrote Exodus, right?
Right, but Genesis, no. I don't.
You don't believe he wrote Genesis?
I don't believe he necessarily.
Oh, that's an uncommon view among a lot of Christians. Most, they seem to say that Moses wrote the 5 books, the Pentateuch.
Right. I mean, the Bible doesn't say that, but
No, I'm surprised to hear you say that too.
Did you know the Bible doesn't say that?
Yeah, I know that, but there's tons of quotes of where it says like, and God told Moses to write this down, and this and this and this, and so they'll say like, oh, see, he told to write it down, and here it is, we have it, here's the writing, but I'm like, well, they're not necessarily referring to the book we have in our hands.
Yeah, you definitely have Leviticus and Deuteronomy. You definitely have all that specifically, him being told to write that down and tell the priests and tell the people.
Right.
You don't have any instance where he's telling them, no, I'm going to tell you the origin of creation, how the creation happened, and I'm going to tell you, and then you're like, oh, the book of Genesis is being referred to in Exodus somewhere, or the book of Genesis is being referred to somewhere else in the Torah. You don't have that. So
yeah,
I think when Jesus refers to saying you've read Moses or whatever, people just tie in Genesis into Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy. But I don't feel that has to be. And so I can't remember what the original point was with that, but yeah.
Oh, it was just a side point. Because you were saying that you believe the Bible was written from the beginning being the beginning of from Adam and Eve. Right. And I was asking you, like, well, did Moses write it, or did like someone else more closer to Adam and Eve's time write it?
Right.
That's why I asked the question.
Yeah.
But I'm shocked to hear you say that.
No, there's plenty of people who, once they read into stuff or try to answer that question, like why do we assume Genesis was written by him, you'll go deep enough and you'll see how Genesis is laid out, and you'll see where the genealogies are inserted. Like the first one, it says this is the account of the heavens and the earth, and then the next one is this is the account of Adam, and then the next one is this is the account of Noah. The next one is this is the account of Noah's 3 sons, and then this is the account of Abraham. I think is the last one. I can't remember. But,
wait, what do you mean written?
Not. I would at the least I would say not orally preserved. Etched into stones, and I don't know. I don't know if it was parchment or what. I don't know. But it wasn't the scrolls and stuff that Moses had and whatever wrote the rest of the Bible.
Biblical text is post-Babylon. Prior to Babylon, it was an oral tradition among tribes. And the stories were different. They didn't agree on what should have gone in there.
So yeah, it's called the Talmud.
It's not a linear story like that. A lot of the traditions are gathered from different cultures throughout the history of that people.
So the theory, I guess you'd call it, it's called the Taladoth Colophons, I believe. I can't remember, but at least Taladoth is in there, and so you can take a look at that. But it wouldn't be an oral thing. It would have been, if it is how we're assuming, or it would be that it was etched into stone or tablets or whatever.
Yeah, that's the tablet theory.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wiseman hypothesis.
You said Wiseman?
Yeah. P.J. Wiseman.
Oh. Okay.
I was trying to suggest earlier to examine the Inca flood myth for commonality or lack thereof.
Yeah,
Did you have a link to it, or Inca flood myth?
It was one of the ones listed.
Oh, in the wiki thing?
So someone read it off the list. Yeah.
Oops.
And I'm also pasting the Wiseman hypothesis in the chat window. Yeah,
there's a ton of different views on composition dates of the different books of the Hebrew Bible, and the view that Aetius, is that how you say your name? That's a fairly
view I
common
have
one.
is the established view that actually has evidence behind it. Anything else is a bunch of rubbish.
I agree that I think there's good evidence for it, but it's still, and most biblical scholars, as far as I'm aware of, do take that view. But I still think, obviously there are a lot that don't.
Well, yeah, when you get into theology, everybody wants to create this mythos that, it's some kind of magical tablets or some shit like that. Well, where are those tablets now if they're divine, Or like the Ark. What happened to the Ark? What fucking happened to that? And
It
then,
rotted away.
another thing with the intelligent design thing is illness an intelligent design? Is that another? I mean, I have so many critiques of these positions that I don't even know where to start.
Yeah, I think
we already covered the whole false equivalence of language with and information with chemistry. So
one of the things I always and there's someone else that I've argued with before about intelligent design, but he's way different than James, obviously. But he was saying, look at all the incredible complexity of the machinery of the cell and all this stuff. And I always say, well, okay, well, what about the AIDS virus? Like, it's so perfectly designed to just, get in the human immune system and kill people.
Yeah.
Like, is that intelligently designed? Or is that one just not intelligently designed? That's some of the objections I have. If you're proposing a good God,
yeah,
who
you
cares about
have
human
to
welfare?
be. I mean, otherwise, if you think God is a giant dick, then sure, okay. Or you have this view that a lot of people hold because it's how they cope with this. They say God isn't concerned about your material well-being. He's just concerned about your spiritual well-being.
Yeah, and I can see from their viewpoint that's consistent. I mean, if they really truly believe that there's an afterlife, then the material existence might just be not really as important.
Hey, remember, when you're committing genocide, you're committing an ultimate good in the scheme of the grand deity. So when you kill a bunch of babies and burn down a hostel or something, you're committing an ultimate good.
Are you talking about like the Canaanites and all that?
No, I'm talking about in general.
Amor fati, indeed.
Yeah, I'm still looking for that. I can't find it.
We're looking for Incas.
Oh, there we go. Okay, Unu Pachacuti, that one.
I'm not sure, but
That's the one under Inca. So.
Yeah. When I pick it up, didn't name the ones with the llamas.
There's not much here other than 2 people survived it and built the rest of civilization.
It really kicks the llama's ass.
They took their llamas into the mountains and waited it out.
Oh. And what's the what would be the explanation for why there's so much human diversity today if we all had common ancestors 4,500 years ago?
Sin. Don't you get it? It's sin, okay?
Did you repeat the question?
Oh, I was saying, okay, so let's assume that Noah's...
He's asking why there's so much human diversity.
Yeah, if everyone living today is descended from Noah and his family, why is there so much genetic diversity among human populations today?
Natural selection acting on random mutation.
Okay, and you think that that as much as we find today, that's you think that all could have happened in that short amount of time?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, you have to think about it. If you're gonna take like the Noah story even half serious, you'd have to believe in some really whacked up form of evolution, changing all those different kinds, right? So nothing we've actually recorded.
You have a global
being that
flood.
way.
You have a global flood that covers the entire Earth with water. Is the resulting mixture salt water or fresh or in between?
It's interesting because if you read the Bible, the way there's kind of an allusion to the world being split or divided after
Yeah,
the
the
flood.
fountains.
No, not even then. It's in one of the genealogies of Abraham's ancestors, like one of Noah's descendants, and it says his name was Peleg, and the reason his name was Peleg was because at that time the world was divided, and so it could just mean that people spread, but it could mean that continents formed or split or whatever. I don't know, but.
And so, like, what about some of these really ancient, thousands of year old, like, remains and ruins we have, say, like in South America? Did they just hightail it over from Mount Ararat over to South America and started up their own civilization there, and gained all this genetic difference between the ancient Palestinian people?
No, it was obviously from Atlantis.
I'm not sure how the people got to, let's say, the islands and things like that. I couldn't say.
Okay, that's fair.
Oh no.
Yeah, these are the questions that I've always had that I never found satisfactory answers for, and I just found them implausible eventually, and too many of them. I'm just throwing out stuff that I asked myself when I was still a believer.
Yeah, there's the marsupial wolf, platypus, the echidna, kangaroo, all those, and
Look, kangaroos can jump across the water if they want to. Thousands of miles, didn't you know?
okay, but the Tasmanian tiger. I mean, there are movie clips of it from like the 20s. Had one in some kind of zoo, Hobart or somewhere, up until the 30s.
What about them?
Well, they can't really jump. What were they doing?
Look, they just run.
You mean
really
how did they get there from Mount Ararat? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's another big thing that I didn't ever like, was the distribution of animal species in the world today does not seem. There's no indication of like an epicenter of exodus that I can see. I mean, the distribution of species just does not at all indicate, that kind of dispersal. Like all the placental mammals ended up everywhere else on the earth, but all the what's the other one? The ones in Australia.
Marsupials.
Yeah, the marsupials. They all went down to Australia or Tasmania or whatever.
And monotremata as well. Examples I gave were, apart from the Tasmanian tiger and kangaroo, monotremes.
Oh yeah. Tasmanian tiger was a monotreme?
Not Tasmanian tiger, sorry.
Duckbill platypus.
Marsupial wolf, whatever.
Yeah. Which are sadly extinct now.
Still watch the video clips on YouTube.
Yeah, it's a beautiful animal. Really weird looking. Looked like a half dog, half cat kind of thing. Weird. Have you guys seen that?
Agreed.
Yeah, Tasmanian tiger, I think, is much is long extinct, I think.
Yeah, it's gone. As far as we know, I mean.
We can't blame everything on the Empire, okay?
Or, for that matter, Haas Eagle.
Check that video out. It's a really neat looking animal.
Oh,
Thalassianus, yeah.
Yeah, we've seen this.
Haas Eagle is another interesting one. Dodos, all the flightless birds.
You've seen this
They
animal.
couldn't fly. They couldn't fly, so what do? Swim from Ararat? Haas Eagle, on the other hand, could fly, but somehow never got anywhere else.
Yeah, that's
why.
That's why I brought up the Peleg thing. But yeah, continue. Go ahead.
Haas Eagle was an eagle approaching the size of a condor.
You're talking about some kind of human connection there. Speculation at best.
And what about these animals that have strict dependence on one another, like the yucca moth and the yucca plant? I mean, they would have had to made sure they ended up in the exact same spots because they can't live without each other. I don't know. The logistics just seem incredible.
Now, the big magic hands came down and picked them up and moved them where they needed to go.
We also hear about all the animals being loaded up into the boat, which granted wasn't big enough, but even ignoring that, if you don't pick up the plants, then you're in a bit of trouble.
Yeah.
As far as the birds, you would have needed to have, well, a pair of Haas Eagles or something like that.
But then again, we get to the low population of sexual animals. How could they all originate from a pair? Since we know that
the answer is magic. Okay.
So for Doug, the question for you, like, let's say with kangaroos and the animals in Australia, you would believe that there was an ice age or there was a land bridge that allowed them to get there. Or what would be your understanding of how they got there?
Oh, I would say that at some point Australia was connected to either the continent of Africa or India, or at least to like Malaysia and Indonesia, and the animals were able to actually, they were connected due to plate tectonics at that time, and some animals colonized what is today Australia, and then once it got separated, they were on their own after that, basically. That's why, for example, we don't find any great apes on Australia, and we find monkeys in South America, but we don't find any great apes that are native to South America.
Yeah.
Only in Africa.
And here's where I'm assuming James is going to say, fast forward that by 1 billion times what actually the evidence indicates, and you get the flood scenario.
It wouldn't necessarily be at the flood scenario. It could have been, but that's why I brought up the Peleg instance, where it says in his time the world was divided. It could have been that. But
so what do you mean by when it says it's divided? Like, could you explain that further to me, because I'm not getting the point.
Well, that's all it says. So we don't know.
What's your interpretation of it in the context?
There could be a couple interpretations. It could be that civilization or humans were spread because Tower of Babel, there were different languages were confused, or whatever the original language was confused, and then we got other languages. So that it could mean divided in that sense, or it could mean the world was divided in the sense that you had tectonics taking place, like shifts and movements. But I don't know.
Oh, you're saying so under that, because that verse is there, it could be that God somehow separated the animals where they belonged or something?
Not necessarily animals, the continents themselves. Like it was all one Pangea at the beginning.
Well, at some point, but then before Pangea, it was something else. Well, these are two different worldviews now.
So I'm pasting the Peleg. I just looked it up real quick just to, or I'll read. Oh, let me read a little bit of it. So Peleg actually means division. Um, and it's mentioned in the Hebrew Bible as one of the two sons of Eber, this guy Peleg, and he's an ancestor of the Israelites, according to the Table of Nations, which is in Genesis 10 through 11, and also in 1 Chronicles 1. So Peleg's son was Reu, born when Peleg was 30 years old, and he had other sons and other daughters. And according to the Hebrew Bible, Peleg lived to the age of 239 years in the Septu. I'm trying to get to the part where it talks about the division. Okay, so it says
Yeah.
according to Genesis 10:25 and 1 Chronicles 1:19, it was during the time of Peleg that the earth was divided. Traditionally, this often assumed to be just before, during, or after the failure of Nimrod's Tower of Babel. The meaning of the earth divided is usually taken to refer to a patriarchal division of the world, or possibly just the eastern hemisphere into allotted portions among the three sons of Noah for future occupation, and numerous other antiquarian and medieval sources, even as late as Archbishop Usher. And then it says, one account states that in the days of Peleg, the earth was divided a second time among the three sons. I don't know. Okay, and then the last part says, a theory current in some modern creationist schools of thought interprets this verse to suggest that Peleg lived at the time of the continent of Pangaea when it split into modern continents, although some other creationist geologists contend that such an event had happened during the flood, 5 generations before Peleg.
Okay, so taking that, assuming that, how would we explain things like dating the age of the rocks leading up to like the mid-Atlantic crest, where if we start like at the say like New York, and we're taking core samples of the bedrock, as we get closer and closer to the mid-Atlantic crest, the rocks get younger and younger. And then once we hit the crest, they're like being made. You know, the crest is a volcanic action there happening. And now we've crossed the crest, that's the youngest rocks, and we start to go back, say, toward England. They start to get older and older and older and older. So like, what would be an explanation for that if you can't assume like a super old Earth with conventional plate tectonics over millions and billions of years of.
Well, is the Mid-Atlantic the only place that you have that occurring?
No, any of these oceanic ridges, you can see that the age of the rocks gets older the further away from the ridge you get.
Right. So this is happening all over the planet, you're saying. So it's not like it's just starting in the mid-Atlantic and everything is pushing out from
That's
there.
correct. Yes.
So, as whatever age they are, however old they are, this is happening all over the place. So, I don't know that it necessarily means that point in the center, or that let's say North America and England is year zero, right?
No, I'm just saying that you get a consistent pattern of decreasing age. In other words, the rocks are getting younger and younger as you approach any ridge.
And then what would be year zero? Like,
well, there wouldn't necessarily be year zero. I'm just saying, like, if the continents drifted out so quickly, why would we get these consistent ages of these rocks having a perfect gradient of age to the ridge?
Because of the process that we see occurring. It's
but that's not acceptable on the Peleg thing, seems to me. I mean, if Pangaea was alive if Peleg was alive at the time when the continents were all together, that was only a few thousand years ago.
All right, so I'll speculate, even though I'm a non-geologist. But and then again, I'm using the Bible as a hypothetical.
Yeah, that's
so
fine.
If God splits Pangaea, and now there's all this empty land underwater between continents, and there's whatever splits in the rock, you know, and now it's pushing out. Molten rock is pushing out. Over time, it fills it. I don't know. I don't know if you end up with the same effect as you're seeing now, where.
Well, the age of the rocks would just be completely different. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, for example, like if let's say, for example, like South America and Africa were together at the time of Peleg was alive, and God did whatever He did to make them spread apart to their current positions, presumably in a pretty short amount of time, because they've obviously been that way for a while. You know, just from the time of humans, even they've been apart, obviously. So when we go to and look at the ages of those rocks, we wouldn't get a gigantic difference between the rocks closest to the ridge and the rocks like on the near the coast of South America and the coast of Africa. Like they would just be maybe just a little distance between the ages of them. Instead, we get distances of millions of years different in age.
I don't know. Well, I first of all question millions of years as far as dating and radiocarbon dating and things like that go.
You don't trust radiometric dating?
Scientists don't trust radiometric dating necessarily.
Sorry?
Scientists don't agree on the dating of all, or on the results or the estimated dates. That, you know.
Well, it depends on what we're talking about. I mean, I think most scientists agree that, say, for example, that if you carbon date like a volcanic intrusion and it comes out to, you know, like 45 million years, they're going to say it's within an error bar, you know. In other words, an error bar that wouldn't go as far as like 5,000 years old, because we know the decay rate of these isotopes, and they decay at a constant rate, and they decay into a particular daughter isotope, and so you just measure the ratio of the parent to the daughter isotope, and that will tell you the approximate age of the rock. And then you can go even further and take a different isotope that has a different decay rate, but similar enough to where it works on the same range of time or an overlapping range of time. And when you do that, you get roughly the same date. So you're using two separate radiometric isotopes and running the dates on the same rocks, or from the same rocks, and you get consistent dates.
You'll find that you'll actually find a wider range of dates that come out of that process than what is put into the books or in the footnotes sometimes. And the dates and the ranges that they'll give you as being plus or minus 1 million years or whatever is a selected date. It's not necessarily what has been produced from the test or whatever. But you know.
Well, those are the standard error bars, which is the deviation from, you know, like what should be the middle age. So like if you're dating something, and the older it is, the higher your error bars are. So like if you're dating something that's, say, like 1 billion years old, it could be plus or minus a couple 100 million years maybe, or 100 million years, which is huge, but it's still pretty accurate considering you're dealing with something that's around 1 billion years old. But you'll never get an error range that says plus or minus 1 billion years on a billion-year-old rock, or 999,999,000, whatever. You know what I mean?
Can you like, let's say you found a rock that in some location or whatever, and then you took it to the laboratory and you were like, test this. Can they just test it and tell you how old it is?
If it's an igneous rock, yeah, they can. And if you have enough of it, I mean, you can't just bring them like a tiny little microscopic fragment. And the other key thing is it has to be. So, for example, like you have different ranges that these different clocks work at. So if you try and use like potassium argon and try and date a rock that's younger than, say, like 10 million years, or I forget what it is. I don't know if it's 10 million years, but old, it won't work, because at that point the ratio of argon and potassium is too close that the error bar, it's within the error bar, so they won't be able to tell that in other words, in order for that clock to be accurate, it has to be past a certain age for them
Right,
to have a significant difference between the daughter and parent isotope.
Right, but so they would just use a different. They would do multiple tests, like you said, right?
Right, but let's say you brought a rock from like an active volcano, and you brought it into a lab and said, "Hey, date this."
Mm-hmm.
Well, they would first probably do potassium argon, which is the most common one, and they could get possibly a date of several million years old. But that's not right. Obviously, we just took it from the volcano. We know it's, brand new. So in order for that clock to work, it has to be very old already.
Right.
Well, the date's kind of a calculation. What you really have are like ratios between isotopes, right? So, what you're really having to deal with is accurately measuring the ratios between isotopes, and if one's got so small of an amount that you can't get your error bars down far enough, your ages
are going to be way
be,
off.
very reliable. Yeah.
Yeah. So take potassium argon, which is the common one. Well, potassium's a solid and argon's a gas. So as the rock is forming, it's molten. The argon can escape out of it, and it solidifies. So you have very little or no argon in the rock, but you have the potassium. So, but now as the rock ages, potassium turns into argon, a particular form of potassium. I forget which isotope it is, the unstable one. And so you'll get argon, you'll get potassium isotopes turning into argon. So if you find a volcanic rock that has a shitload of argon in it, it's got to, compared to the amount of potassium in it, it's got to be pretty old, because the argon that would have initially been there in its molten form can escape out of the rock.
And then, is the decay rate is it consistent throughout the entire time from the
Decay
creation
rate?
of the rock?
Decay rate is consistent. Yeah, but balance is whatever can have it be too young or too old. If either isotope is too low
to measure,
get a narrow enough range on, then you have unreliable dating. You get high relative error bars. Right? They don't really get any bigger compared to the overall sample, but they get compared to what's left of the one isotope. Right? So you got to have an even enough mix to actually get some kind of reliable dating.
Does it depend on how much the concentration was in the rock at the beginning of, at the beginning of the rock, I guess you would say? Do you have to assume something, or? Yeah,
for example, the example I gave with the volcanic rock. If it needs to be to where there's very little or almost no, or maybe even none, argon in the rock to begin with. Argon of a particular isotope that the potassium decays into. And because molten rock is molten, the gaseous materials can escape out of it. And so when it solidifies, it's got very little or no argon left in it. So if you take brand new volcanic rock and do mass spectrometry on it, sure enough, you'd find virtually no argon in it. But when you take say a volcanic eruption, like in a volcanic extrusion from way deep down in the earth, layers way deep down, you'll find that those rocks have more and more, as you get deeper, more and more argon in them.
There are a lot of isotopes out there.
Yeah, and that's why I say you can cross-check them, because a lot of these isotopes have different age ranges depending on the decay rate. So you could take potassium argon and date it, and then take a different isotope and date the same thing if it has an overlapping rate, and you'll get it at the same age.
Well, not just that, we don't use most of them for dating because it needs some kind of special property that gets you a nice little zeroed out starting point to
that's
dating with, right? So we're not going after every possible radioactive decay process and then saying, okay, we're going to try to shoehorn this dating onto it. We're saying, okay, we've got boatloads of radioisotopes out there, and we only use the ones that produce reliable dating processes.
But the key thing, like you said, is you need the clock to have been set to 0 at some point, and which is so convenient in the case of potassium argon, is like I said, that argon can escape from the molten rock, but obviously can't escape when it's solidified. So that's a zeroing of the clock.
I suppose. I mean, I don't know. I've seen citations where people who have done the carbon dating or
they come off way wrong.
And the person, the scientist who did it and put it in the journal, they'll say, sometimes we'll give the error possibility, and then sometimes if it's like way out, a little too far off of what we thought it should be, we'll kind of put it in the footnotes, and then if it's way far off, like we'll just completely remove those errors, like and won't put them into the journal, or won't put them into the we won't cite that or whatever, stuff like that.
Now, are you talking about carbon dating? Because carbon dating is the method that's most prone to big errors, like what you're talking about.
It would have been. I think it would have been radiocarbon dating. But I remember in that talk, it was all of them were mentioned. All of them were mentioned.
Okay. Well, sometimes you can get these things happening where, like in a volcano, you can get these things called xenoliths, which are, as the volcano erupts, you can get big old huge chunks of rock from deep down in the volcano that come up, spew out, and they end up outside of the volcano, but they're actually really old rocks. So if you go date them, if you just go up to the volcano and date something, it's a possibility that you're dating a xenolith, so it's going to have a really old date, even though it looks like it's just like everything else around it, you know what I mean? So you can have confounding things like that that can throw off your dating, and usually we do our best to try and identify when something is messing it up. But carbon dating works on a totally different principle than the ones I already mentioned, and it is prone to more error typically, but still accurate enough to where it's very useful.
I think. Well.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I remember that it was back to, like, let's say 2,000 years, 2,500 years, or 5,000 years for radiocarbon dating. It's fairly accurate, and then beyond that, it gets funky, or.
It goes back farther than that. Farther than 2,000 for sure. I think it's like 50,000 or 60,000, something like that.
But there's some upper limit.
Yeah, 58,000 to 62,000 is about how far it can go before it starts getting really inaccurate.
And then for potassium argon, you're saying it could go back to billions of years?
Potassium argon, I forget the exact range, but it's multiples of millions. Potassium argon dating. And if you want, you can check out the wiki. It tells all about how it works and how they figure it out and how they know the clock's zeroed and all that stuff. Let's see. What's the range on this one?
Sedimentary rocks.
Yeah, that unfortunately can be dated.
Not radiometrically.
Yeah, well, yeah. The most of the time when we're dating those, we're going off of what fossils we find in them. But then we did the absolute dating on those by looking at like ancient volcanic eruptions that are within and between the different layers and dating those.
Oh, okay. So I'll pay. Well, I'm sorry. Say, were you talking to everybody or her?
Oh, I was just talking to her.
Okay,
I'm
I'm sorry.
trying to look up the range of potassium argon again. I'm not finding it on here. Here, let me just do a search for the exact thing I want. KR dating range. Okay, so the half-life of potassium argon is about 1.25 billion years, so it can date up to 4 half-lives is where we still have a useful amount of the or workable ratio of the parent-daughter isotope. So that's about 5 billion years is about how far back it can go. Now the youngest, I don't remember the youngest that it's useful, because all these work within a particular range of dates.
Okay. All right. I get that.
Oh, about let's see. Technique can be used for dates ranging from Earth's beginning, about 4.5 billion years ago, to about 100,000 years ago. Now that seems really young to me, but that's what the wiki's saying.
A quarter of a half-life.
Yeah.
Except more like a fourth root, I think, instead of a.
All right. So I'd like to.
Quarter.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Continue.
Oh, I said it's probably more like a fourth root than a quarter.
Okay. I'd like to provide a dissenting opinion, and you guys have a better grasp on it than I do. But if you click the link I pasted there, and I think you, Doug, you have a nice reading voice. If you have the time and you're not sleepy, I don't know what part of the world you're in or at, if you could read
I
this.
think I've actually read this article before in Institute of Research.
Okay.
I read a lot of their stuff, but I'll go ahead and look it over.
All right, if you could read it out loud and just while you skip whatever technical stuff that where it's like a lot of letters and numbers, but if you could just read it, and then I'd like you to give me your understanding of the problems with what's presented here.
You want me to read it out loud?
Yeah, it's not terribly long. You know what I mean?
It's pretty long, man.
It's not. It could be longer.
I'll tell you what. I'll read it in my head and then tell you. I'll read it in my head right now.
Let's just do it. I mean, we got time. You know what I mean, right? It wouldn't take that long. Take like 8 minutes, 7 minutes.
So it looks like the basis he's disputing the fact that there's little or no argon in the rocks when it solidifies.
All right, let's do paragraph by paragraph. Let's try that. Cool?
Yeah, I'm reading it right now.
Well, I think it's for my benefit as well, because like I said, you guys have a better grasp on it. So, but okay, yeah, respond to it however you feel you want to respond to it.
Yeah, it's also a different pattern. I mean, if you had potassium prior to solidification, you'd have bubbles.
Okay.
Where, in the case of radioactive decay, you'd have a relatively fine distribution in situ. More like a chemical saturation than bubbles or anything like that. So, I mean, it's not. On the one sentence description, you can already see some holes in it.
Yeah, so it looks like they dated a bunch of basalt and volcanic flows that they know the absolute age of is very young, yet the age is given by the dating turned out to be very old.
Well, that's relatively easily.
Yeah, that's what
accounted
I
for,
already
yeah.
talked about earlier. That the rock has to be of sufficient age already in order for it to even be dated accurately with this method. If I'm understanding it right.
Yeah. Well, if you get a rock you don't know the age of offhand, what does your measurement mean? Your measurement means that it's no older than a certain amount, and perhaps no younger than some other amount. So you are establishing age range to begin with. And if you have ages calculated from those ratios that are old enough, you have yourself boxed into a range. If you fall off the bottom, which most of these things that you try to pull this stunt with, well, almost all really, then you'll have basically your error bars spanning 0.
I would have loved to read this one out loud. I think.
Oh, go ahead if you want to read it out loud. Go ahead.
Well, no, I mean, okay, I'll read it, but I'll stop every so often and like you'll help me understand the issues at hand. So the title is Excess Argon, your Achilles heel of potassium argon and argon dating of volcanic rocks. And it says for more than 3 decades. Well, when was this written? This was this is 1999.
Hold on. Well, what is that background sound?
I don't hear anything.
Oh, okay.
LSMJ, whoever that is.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
I think he's the one that gets kicked out. He was in here earlier. All right. So for more than 3 decades, potassium argon and argon dating of rocks has been crucial in underpinning the billions of years for Earth history claimed by evolutionists. Critical to these dating methods is the assumption that there was no radiogenic argon in the rocks when they formed, which is usually stated as self-evident. Dalrymple argues strongly the potassium argon method is the only decay scheme that can be used with little or no concern for the initial presence of isotopes, because argon is an inert gas that does not combine chemically with any other element and so escapes easily from the rocks when they are heated. Thus, while a rock is molten, the argon formed by the decay of potassium escapes from the liquid. So go ahead and comment on that. I think that's what you stated at first.
Yeah, that's pretty much what I already just talked about. That it can escape. It doesn't chemically interact with other molecules in the rock, and when it's molten, it can just escape out of the rock. So you're usually left with 0 or very insignificant amounts of it after the initial solidification.
Okay.
And no one says entirely 0. What they say is that it has to be enough for, I guess, significance or similar to apply. It basically has to be old enough for the method to work to begin with.
Yeah, it's not always exactly 0. It never works out perfect, but the amount that's there is usually not going to throw off the dates.
Okay, and then going on, he says, however, this dogmatic statement is inconsistent with even Dalrymple's own work 25 years earlier on 26 historic subaerial lava flows, 20% of which he found had non-zero concentration of argon, or excess argon, in violation of this key assumption of the potassium argon dating method. The historically dated flows and their ages were in Hawaii, going back to AD 1800, in Sicily 122 BC, in Sicily AD 1972, blah blah blah. Far from being rare, there are numerous reported examples of excess argon in recent or young volcanic rocks producing excessively old potassium-argon ages. And then there's a list of, I guess, things that are too old, I guess? Or...
Yeah, now here's the problem. The ages of these flows, they're not telling, like, they're telling us the, like, for example, the Aka waterfall flow, Hawaii Pleistocene.
Mm-hmm.
1 second, hold on. Okay, sorry. So it dated at 32 million.3 plus or minus 7.2 million years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Now that one I would want to look at particularly because depending on when in the Pleistocene it was, it either could have been too young, in other words, outside of the range of the accuracy of this method, which has to be 100,000 years or older, according to the wiki. But the Pleistocene goes up to really recently, like 11,000, 12,000 years ago. So if it's, I would want to know what part of the Pleistocene that rock came from, because it might not even be appropriately old to date with this method. Now the Hawaii basalt from 1959, I mean, that's obviously too young. That's just ridiculously too young, so that's why that's off. And then 1963, 1964, less than 500 years, a couple hundred years old, less than 800 years. Okay, here's another one that's interesting. Alkali basalt plug, Benue, Nigeria. Under 30 million, dated to 95 million. Now in that case, that's interesting because that error bar is too big. But how on earth are they dating it at 30 million in the first place? Why is it old young Earth creationists saying it's actually 30 million, but look, it dated at 90 million, 95 million? That's weird.
Well, but the thing is, I think they're just presenting results that have been reported. So it says
okay, yeah, okay, that one's interesting. I haven't heard of that one. But most of these are just not appropriate for the dating method.
Okay. So after these findings, it says other studies have also reported measurements of excess argon in lavas. The June 30th, 1954 andesite flow from Mount Naruhu, New Zealand, has yielded ages up to 3.5 plus or minus of a million years due to excess argon. Austin investigated the 1986 dacite lava flow from the post-October 26, 1980 lava dome within Mount St. Helens crater, which yielded a 0.35 plus or minus 0.05 million years ago, a whole rock potassium argon model age due to excess argon. Concentrates of constituent minerals yielded ages up to 2.8 plus or minus 0.6 million years ago.
Yeah, now, again, he's dating things that are just too young. Like he says, June 30th, 1954 flow, dated to 3.5 million years old.
And this says
1986 Austin dacite flow, 1980 lava dome.
But it says other studies.
Yeah, but it's giving the dates of the flows.
Mm-hmm. So what are you saying?
That they're not appropriately old to have this method work for them. Potassium argon dating is it's useless if the rocks are younger than about 100,000 years old. Because, like I said, the ratio of potassium to argon is not different enough. Or, I'm sorry, the amount of argon is not different enough to give an accurate age. That's why they don't use it on rocks that are known to be 100,000 years old. Because it does not give accurate results, as we can see.
I would look up next. I almost want to stop and do it now to look up dating young rocks with potassium argon and the do's and don'ts of it. But I don't know if I want to jump away just yet.
Okay.
It's up to you. Like, I don't know which it makes sense to just do that now or wait till.
Well, we can finish the article if you want.
All right, I'll just finish it up. And then investigators also have found that excess argon is trapped in the minerals within lava flows. Several instances have been reported of phenocryst.
Phenocryst, yeah, that's what I was talking about. Like, there's the xenoliths too, where it's ancient rock that's coming up in an eruption that ends up on the surface, and then, you know, if you pick it up and date it, it's going to be way older, even though it came up in a recent eruption.
Right.
But sorry, keep going.
Okay, that makes sense. So ages 1 to 7 million years greater than that of the whole rock, and one potassium argon date on olivine phenocryst in a recent, less than 1,300 years old basalt was greater than 110 million years ago.
Yeah, so that one, for example, that's less than 13,000 years, that should never have been dated with potassium argon.
Well, laboratory. Okay, keep continuing.
I mean, you can date it, but you're just not going to get an accurate result.
Oh, well, I would wonder why these investigators were doing that. But
probably to undermine the dating method, I would guess.
Well, we'll get into it.
They were probably intentionally dating samples which they knew were too young and inappropriate for the method to try and undermine the entire method, because it clearly shows that these rocks are millions of years old.
Okay.
Which is not consistent with, like, for example, the Institute of Creation Research believes in a young Earth. So obviously, I'm not saying that what they're saying is. I'm not saying that this is why they did it. I'm just saying that would be my guess.
Right. No,
I can't read their mind.
Completely get it. Get it. And then it says laboratory experiments have tested the solubility of argon in synthetic basalt melts and their constituent minerals, with olivine retaining 0.34 parts per million argon. It was concluded that the argon is held primarily in lattice vacancy defects within the minerals. I know nothing of what any of that means. Moving on, the obvious conclusion most investigators have reached is that the excess argon had to be present in the molten lavas when extruded, which then did not completely degas as they cooled. The excess argon becoming trapped in constituent minerals and the rock fabrics themselves. However, from whence comes the excess argon, that is, argon which cannot be attributed to atmospheric argon or in situ radioactive decay of potassium. It is not simply magmatic argon. If any of that, did you understand it?
I'm going to have to actually reread that part. Or would you mind rereading it, because I'm not even on that page anymore?
Sure.
The part about the atmospheric...
Oh, it said, however, from whence comes the excess argon, that is, argon which cannot be attributed to atmospheric argon or in situ radioactive decay of potassium? It is not simply magmatic argon.
Oh, so they're saying they're saying it's not magmatic argon.
I guess read the first sentence and the second sentence too. You read it, because I think you'll get it quicker than if I read it again.
I should point out that as a ratio, these things have increasingly greater sensitivity to statistical errors and variations and so on.
Absolutely.
As the proportions go to the extremes.
Absolutely.
So at the young end, you'll have the extreme of almost zero, not exactly zero, but almost zero of the decay isotope. So at that point, you are in the realm of huge error bars.
I get that. And then Doug, what is your...
Yeah, I'm just honestly not understanding the what they're saying. It sounds like they're saying that the argon that was found in the sample could not have come from atmospheric argon, or in situ radioactive decay? Question mark.
Yeah.
They're asking where it came from if it didn't come from those sources.
Right. Okay. And then Funkhauser and Naughton found that the excess argon in the 1801 Lula flow, Hawaii, resided in fluid and gaseous inclusions in olivine, plagioclase, and pyroxene in ultramafic xenoliths in the basalt, and was sufficient to yield ages of 2.6 million years ago to 2,960 million years ago.
Yeah, 2.9 billion.
Yeah. Thus, since the ultramafic xenoliths and the basaltic magmas came from the mantle, the excess argon must initially reside there to be transported to the Earth's surface in the magmas.
Yeah, well, in this particular case, they're now again talking about dating rocks that they're saying had xenoliths in it. So to me, that would account for the age difference there.
Okay. So what's their when they make the point that it must initially reside there, the argon must initially reside there to be transported to the Earth's surface in the magmas. Can argon is it a problem for argon to be found way down there initially? Is that a problem or something?
Well, not in xenoliths because they're pieces of the volcano of the solidified rock that during like a violent eruption get broken off from way deep down and come up to the surface. And so that rock is really old. I mean, it could have been solidified down there for millions and millions and millions of years, but it's coming up in a brand new eruption. So if you're dating just a big load of this eruption and there's xenoliths in it, you're going to get some of them that date really young, although you wouldn't responsibly be dating in the first place a brand new eruption with potassium argon. But if you did, in this example, you'd be getting particular results for the really young stuff, and then if you were getting xenolith rocks mixed in with it, you'd be getting whatever the ages that the xenoliths were too, however old those rocks are, which presumably are much older because they've been sitting down in the volcano for who knows how long.
Okay. All right, moving on. Many recent studies come from the mantle sources of excess argon. Okay, let me read that again. Many recent studies confirm the mantle source of excess argon. Wait, why is that important?
I don't know. What's the with the asterisk right there? What citation number is that?
Doesn't give one. It just has them all over. 12, 11, 10. I don't know. It's between 10 and 11.
Well, I think somehow they claim to know that the excess argon is essentially not from xenoliths, but rather from the mantle. Well, actually, the xenoliths could be in the mantle, but from
not for very long, though.
Typically presumed to be not solidified.
And then it says Hawaiian volcanism is typically cited as resulting from a mantle plume. Most investigators now conceding that excess argon in the lavas, including those from the active Loihi and Kilauea volcanoes, is indicative of the mantle source area from which the magmas came. Considerable excess argon measured in ultramafic mantle xenoliths from Kerguelen archipelago in the southern Indian Ocean likewise is regarded as the mantle source signature of hotspot volcanism. Indeed, data from single vesicles in mid-ocean ridge basalt samples dredged from the North Atlantic suggest the excess argon in the upper mantle may be almost double previous estimates, that is, almost 150 times more than the atmospheric content. Another study on the same samples indicates the upper mantle content of argon could be even 10 times higher. And why is again? Why is that? Would that be surprising? Is that a problem? Is that?
I would need to look at those particular examples. Like there's asterisks after all these. I would really want to look at because all this, like, I'm looking at the references down here, and almost all these are coming from mainstream journals, which is surprising because I guarantee you none of them are young earthers. But I would want to read what the authors have to say about these findings, because some of these do seem to be, you know, anomalous for sure. But like I said, I want to know like which asterisk lines up with which citation, so I can actually look at these in more in depth and see if it truly is just, you know, a major anomaly, or if there's a reason for it, or, you know, whatever.
Well, so up in the top in the first paragraph, it says, like the second sentence says, critical to these dating methods is the assumption that there was no radiogenic argon. So, and then it puts 40 AR asterisk.
Yeah, that's the isotope of argon. Yeah.
Okay, so you're not concerned about that. You're just concerned about the actual sources themselves.
That's correct. Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. And then the next one says further. This is the next paragraph. Further confirmation comes from diamonds, which form in the mantle and are carried by explosive volcanism into the upper crust into the surface. When Zashu et al. Obtained a potassium argon isochrone age of 6 plus or minus 0.3. What's GA?
Billions of years.
Billions of years ago for 10 Zaire diamonds, it was obvious excess argon was responsible because the diamonds could not be older than the Earth itself.
Yeah.
These same diamonds produced argon age spectra yielding approximately 5.7 billion years ago isochron.
Yeah, I don't know why they're dating diamonds, but keep going.
It was concluded that the argon is an excess component which has no age significance and is found in tiny inclusions of mantle-derived fluid.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I know what they're claiming, but essentially that there are different concentrations of argon, different layers of the mantle, and that the argon doesn't come from the radiometric decay, but radioactive decay. But at the same time, the mere fact they're citing diamonds gives a problem because it's not exactly igneous rock, or not the kind of igneous rock that we would use potassium argon decay for.
Okay, well, the next paragraph says, all this evidence clearly shows that excess argon is ubiquitous in volcanic rocks and that the excess argon was inherited from the mantle source areas of the magma. This is not only true for recent and young volcanics, but for ancient volcanics such as the Middle Proterozoic Cardenas basalt of eastern Grand Canyon. In the mantle, this argon predominantly represents primordial argon that is not derived from in situ radioactive decay of potassium and thus has no age significance. Why is that important?
Sorry, I need to read that one again. Which paragraph is it?
One that starts off by saying all this evidence clearly shows.
Yeah, they're basically drawing the conclusion from, I guess they're claiming about the presence of the argon at varying concentrations.
Saying it's a ubiquitous.
Mantle that, yeah. Furthermore, it's everywhere in the mantle, just different concentrations, different layers. That the zero baseline or whatever you use your potassium argon dating is therefore not valid. And really, to the extent that their claim is correct at all, what it would do is say that you have to find a different way of finding your zero age for rock with potassium argon dating, as opposed to essentially working off of the near zero baseline, if not zero itself, which is
so we would have to know
personal.
how much of the argon was originally in the rock when it was solidified and adjust the dates from there. But even if we did that, you'd still get millions of years old on tons of these samples.
Okay. Well, this is
so even if you take the assumption that, say, like an ancient volcanic eruption did have some argon left over in it, whereas it shouldn't. When you dated the rock, it would say that the rock's older than it actually was, but it would because there's too much of the daughter isotope. In other words, it would look like more of the potassium had decayed. But the problem is that you would need like shit tons of argon left in the rock in order for it to be, say it's like millions and millions or billions even of years old.
We can go from their estimates of the baseline ages. Their estimates of the baseline ages are only a few million at most, right? Well, potassium argon goes back to 5 billion, right? So
there was a couple in here that one was 5.7 billion, but they were dating a diamond, and then another one went to 2.6 million to 2.9 billion. But they said it was a xenolith, so that was the ultra mafic xenoliths in the basalt, and was sufficient to yield ages of 2.6 million to 2.96 million years old. Now that one they give a number on, which is G. Funkhauser.
The rest of the samples are mere millions, though, right? And at that point, your 0 point for your baseline is, well, only knocking a couple of million years off of, well, days that come out to multiple billions, right? So
yeah, or hundreds of millions at least.
Yeah, 1 part per thousand is not going to hurt the method for, I think, where it's most typically used.
Right,
another thing is, look at some of the titles of these papers. Like when it said the 2.9 thing, it said 10 reference. So look at the title of the paper it's citing: Radiogenic Helium and Argon in Ultramafic Inclusions from Hawaii. Now even the title of the paper is talking about inclusions.
Right.
So I mean, it's a little weird that they would say it's being thrown off, because I mean the paper itself is talking about dating inclusions.
Well, I hear you.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you're right though. I mean, if what they're saying is true, like I would want to investigate each one of these examples, which I'm obviously not going to do right now, but I probably will because I'm a freak like that.
I don't think the claim is that controversial, though. I think, are these actually creation scientists or creationists?
This is from the Institute of Creation Research, yeah, which are young Earth creationists.
Well, they're linking to it or putting it up for whatever purpose, but was it actually from one of their sponsored people or something?
Yeah, Andrew Snelling was the guy who did this article.
Okay, so looks like he's doing something like a literature review. Okay.
And then I'll read the last. Well, yeah, you're saying we shouldn't be surprised. I get it. I'll read the last paragraph. In conclusion, the fact that all the primordial argon has not been released yet from the Earth's deep interior is consistent with a young Earth. Also, when samples of volcanic rocks are analyzed for potassium argon and argon-argon dating, the investigators can never really be sure, therefore, that whatever argon is in the rocks is from the in situ radioactive decay of potassium, since their information, or whether some or all of it came from the mantle with the magmas. This could even be the case when the potassium argon and argon-argon analysis yield dates compatible with other radioisotopic dating systems, and or
wait a second. That's okay. Keep going. I'll come back to that.
And or with fossil dating based on evolutionary assumptions. Furthermore, there would be no way of knowing, because the argon from radioactive decay of potassium cannot be distinguished analytically from primordial argon, not from radioactive decay, except of course by external assumptions about the ages of the rocks. Thus, all potassium argon and argon dates of volcanic rocks are questionable, as well as fossil dates calibrated by them.
Yeah, they all are questionable. I mean, that's why the error bars are there in the first place. But now, if they're saying that the error bars need to be drastically extended in some of these cases, I could see that that's fair. I mean, but you're still not going to get 6,000-year-old ancient rocks, no matter what. But
I don't think they're succeeding with the error bars. I think they're arguing for a zero or a elevated zero or something like that for baseline potassium or baseline argon proportions.
yeah, which would give you older than actual dates.
Younger than actual. Younger than actual.
No, because the potassium decays into argon.
Yeah, I meant to say argon.
Yeah, so in other words, if potassium decays into argon and you have a rock that has more argon than it should when it solidifies, say more than 0, when researchers go and date the rock, they're going to see that there's X amount of argon. But some of that was already in the rock, so they're going to assume that it's older because there's more argon in there than should have been if it was.
Okay.
Yeah.
In that case, yes.
The other thing in the last paragraph that caught my eye is it says this could even be the case when the potassium argon and argon analyses yield dates compatible with other radioisotopic dating systems. Now that's an incredible sentence, because why on earth would an inaccurate or non-zero amount of argon in a sample throw off a completely different radioisotopic dating system? Like, why would they? You'd have to assume another kind of anomaly happening in the other dating method.
Are they saying that? Well, you're talking about the argon?
No, they're saying both. The potassium argon and argon analyses yield dates compatible with other radioisotopic dating systems. In other words, that's why I brought up the cross-checking thing, because you know, you don't want to just all the time rely on one. Although sometimes that's, you know, sometimes that's okay depending on it. But if you cross datum using multiple methods, multiple radioisotopes, then that are zeroable, then you want to get consistent dates within a certain error bar, you know.
I think that's why they're putting.
Uranium lead doesn't work so much by zeroing as it does by having two different isotope chains in the decay processes to compare against each other. Yeah, and at that point you're in much higher water if you claim that can be thrown off by your baseline argon being higher than previously expected.
Yeah, because if you did the uranium, what was it? I forget what that one is. What's the daughter of that one?
Uranium lead.
Yeah, uranium lead. That works on a completely different principle, and it doesn't depend on, like you said, an initial amount being zeroed. So
there are two different isotopes of uranium leading to two different isotopes of lead. So you have basically whatever your baseline is, you can kind of ignore and get your intersectional lines from there. And that is actually how diamonds are typically dated, if I remember right.
Yeah, which surprised me. I'm like, why are they dating a diamond with potassium argon dating?
And for younger diamonds, of course, it's useless because proportions are insufficient.
Then there's an addendum. I'd just like to read the addendum.
Okay, go ahead.
In paragraph 4 of the above article, the numbers given for the 5 historic lava flows reflect the amounts of argon rather than the ages of the rocks listed in Dalrymple's paper. Nevertheless, this in no way changes the argument in question. While the apparent ages might be slightly different, they are still excessive because of excess argon and are in the same ballpark as those listed above. So the argument that excess argon produces erroneous apparent ages is still correct.
So they're saying in paragraph 4, the numbers given for the 5 historic lava flows reflect the amounts of argon rather than the ages of the rocks. Let me go to paragraph 4.
Yeah, in other
1, 2,
words, he's
3, 4.
basically like translating the baseline argon proportions measured to ages when
Oh, yeah, I see what
the
you're
ages
saying.
don't actually mean anything. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Cool.
Here, I just did it. I'm going to actually look at each one of these sources if I can get access to them. A lot of these are probably really old journal. Well, I can see that a lot of them are old
They don't have to
1960s journal articles, so I might not get access to them. But as many as I can, I'll look into them and see what the authors are saying. Because
They don't
it's
have to be all this. It's still paywalled.
yeah, probably. But it's interesting that a Young Earth Creationist website would be quoting papers from people who are, old Earth people. But, I mean, maybe they have a good reason. I don't know. I haven't read the papers, so.
I know you will have interesting comments on it.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But again, though, the fact that you can cross-check them, like there's other methods, like she said, uranium, lead, there's rubidium, strontium. There's even things that don't depend on decay rate. I forget what it's called. Actually, you know what? Dating methods, geology. There's a bunch of them, and because they overlap on the effective ranges or useful ranges, you can use multiple methods on the same sample and get a consistent date. And if you don't, then something's definitely wrong.
Well, we cite it in terms of effective ranges, but it's really the proportions of the radioisotopes that says whether or not you can base a date off of it. And then the date comes later.
There you go. There's a link to all the, at least all the ones listed here of geochronological dating methods. And radiometrics just one. There's cosmogenic nuclide geochronology. I have no idea what that is. Luminescence dating, I read about a long time ago. I forget how it works. Incremental dating, yeah, that's just using like dendrochronology, ice cores.
Cosmogenic cosmogenic is from like meteorites and stuff.
Oh, okay. Then there's magnetostratigraphy, which, the Earth's magnetic field flips every so often, and you can actually see the direction of the
polarization.
In the rocks. Yeah, so if you dig down through multiple layers of bedrocks, you can actually see the flipping of the Earth's magnetic field because it's recorded frozen in the rocks.
Mm-hmm.
And correlation of marker horizons, I have no clue what that is.
I think that's the dual isotope or dueling isotopes.
But yeah, there was a point. There was in while we were reading it, there was a comment, but I said let's come back to it. I can't remember if you remember what it was.
You said let's come back to it?
I said I didn't know if we should go jump to it. I think it was the about potassium and the lower limits of what the youngest rocks you should be trying to test.
Oh yeah, I figured it out already. It was 100,000 years is about as young as you want to get. Anything below that, and you have too little argon to compare to the potassium in there.
How do you know up front they're that old or older?
Sorry, how do you know up front what?
How do you know up front they're at least that old?
I'm not sure. I mean.
Yeah, I think it has to do with the proportions of the isotopes.
Yeah, maybe so. But still, I mean, in order to find out the proportions, you'd have to do the analysis. So if it is really young,
right,
you would get a ratio that's not useful, like just trace amounts of argon, say.
So you get a lot of measurements that say, okay, well, this is actually too young to use the method. And, well, if you plug it into the dating formula, you get garbage, and this is the garbage a lot, because you don't know up front.
Yeah.
So
And I
that's
don't
why all
even know
these
if you'd
things
want to
are-
go down to
yeah.
100,000. I mean, there are other methods you can use below, stuff that's below like 5 million. So it might, I mean, maybe it can go back that far, but there might be other isotopes that are more preferred for that range of dates.
Hmm. So it's interesting because you'll find there are old Earth creationists who like are
Oh
on
yeah,
your
they
side.
fight with the young Earth creationists constantly. It's hilarious. Yep.
So there's both sides of it.
Yeah, in fact, there's a website I would point some, like I have a buddy in real life that's a young Earth creationist, and he would post these articles and stuff from like Institute of Creation Research, and I'd always, it's funny, like there'd always be a partner article from like I forget what it's called, like Institute of Old Earth or something.
Mm-hmm.
Let me find it.
Old Earth Ministries or Old Earth.
Yeah, that's it. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And there's always like a rebuttal article. They're like just fighting each other. It's kind of funny.
So yeah, man. Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, even apart from the Earth, well, you're looking at light that's in the sky that's older than you say the Earth is. So you have a little bit of problem there too.
Well, and you look at the amount of like meteor impacts on some of the other moons and planets. There's a lot of other ways to date. Maybe not Earth, but the solar system.
What do you think about the moon being, what is it, 1/4 this? It's 30 times smaller than the sun, but 30 times closer to Earth than the sun, and so we can get eclipses where the moon is like exactly the size of the sun, and so we could, or slightly less, so we can just see the rim of the sun and analyze the rays and the makeup of the sun and stuff like that.
Yeah, I can't explain that.
That's now. In the past, I think the moon was further away, and so that
Right
was
now,
not the case.
good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So right now. Yeah. Or I'm sorry. It's something like it's 400 times closer. Anyways, whatever the numbers are, it's just so that we can see we get eclipses. Like eclipses aren't something that happen that on other planets with their moons and stuff like that. Like,
well, they would just get partial eclipses or like over eclipses where it complete over. Like for instance, if the moon was way closer, we would still get eclipses, but it would just way over surround the sun in the sky. But if it were way further away, then it couldn't cover the entire sun, because the apparent sizes of, like right now, the apparent size of the moon and the sun are about equal.
Right, but there's something very unique about it where like on no other planet can you get what we get. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's interesting. I'll admit.
Yeah.
I don't think it's interesting.
That's the thing, though. At some point, you're going to get it on another planet. You will, eventually. It's just time.
Yeah, as the moons get closer to the planet, eventually it'll be like that. Or
so,
whatever.
Because it's not just the distance, right? It's like the position of the moon in relation to the orbit of the planet. So like there's some planets where, like let's say Neptune or what is it, Uranus, where it's rotating in a completely different horizontal way, right?
Uranus.
So the moon would never, whatever's orbiting it is never really going to be at the poles. It's never going to be between it and the sun, for example.
But you'd always still get an eclipse, though.
Yeah, just like on Earth, it just depends on where you are on the planet and if the moon ever gets in the way.
But that's what I'm saying. Like for that.
No. He's saying that the orbit of the moon has to fall on the solar ecliptic to produce eclipses. And it's part of why the solar ecliptic is called ecliptic. But even so, you actually have quite a number of moons of planets that do not fall in line with their rotation.
Hmm. So, I mean, yeah, but you're right. For maybe eventually it would start to occur somewhere else, but even then, it would have to be this the same distance. You know, it's the size of the moon and the distance of the moon from the sun that gives you that perfect eclipse where the sun is blocked out just the way it is. So I don't think you're going to get that on any other planet that way. But yes, you can probably end up with this. Mhm.
I don't know if I could actually say that, but I think that would be, we don't know, because, we don't live that long. I mean, the moon that goes around Pluto might actually do that, because Pluto and the moon are generally around the same size. It could eventually, at some point, do it perfectly for Pluto.
I suppose. But they have. Mhm.
There are more troubles. The moon doesn't really do it that exactly. At the very least, the solar corona goes around the edges, and I'm not convinced it's a perfect match, even though it's a close match.
But that's what they're saying, is that it's just smaller than the sun. So you get the corona, and that's the reason we're able to analyze some properties of the sun the way we are. And so it's kind of convenient that it's
But
just.
we do get instances where the eclipse actually completely blocks out the sun, and we don't actually see the pearls.
But when we do, we can study it a certain way.
Yeah, but that's, that to me suggests that the moon kind of recedes and goes away and comes closer and goes further out. That's not perfect to me.
Not to change the subject, but we were talking earlier about how funny it is that those two websites fight, and sure enough, I found the very article that is an answer to the one we just read. But from an old Earth creationist website.
Yeah, but on top of that, we don't even need the moon to actually study, the sun. We can just, send out the orbitals that we do and just show you the surface of the sun now. No moon needed.
Well, this was back, yeah, but I guess they first were talking about that when the guy first looked through the telescope and was able to analyze it that way, when we weren't able to do that. But yeah, you're right. Now we don't really need that.
Yeah, I mean, it was. I think it's lucky that he figured it out, but it's just like any other happenstance piece of luck, really. Circumstance allows for something to happen.
Okay.
The moon is rather essential to our, I suppose, well-being, or whatever you might call it. It keeps the Earth from becoming tidally locked.
Yep, so we don't have one burning side and one frozen side.
Exactly. And
it keeps our rotation in check, does it not?
Well, I would say it keeps our rotation from being tidally locked.
I was told that. I was
ahead.
told that. I'm not sure if I. Would it be the same thing as the Earth toppling over to one side and then flipping over around again?
I'm not sure.
I would not phrase it that way.
Because from what I remember, it was from something I actually heard it or saw. It was in regards to if the moon went away, the Earth would just become so unstable in its turning process that it would just, flip over and turn around, and there'd be long months on one side that it'd be cold, and then it'd turn right around again and be summer forever.
Oh, you mean it wouldn't have a regular axis of orbit?
Yeah.
Yeah, the moon stabilizes the Earth.
I don't know. Don't all planets have a axis of orbit or axis of rotation?
They do. Trouble is when they're tightly locked, which I believe a few planets are. I think Neptune is. Neptune, interestingly, rotates in a direction parallel to the ecliptic. So it's rotating, but the same side is always pointing to the sun. So
Yeah, like the moon is tidally locked to the Earth.
Right, yeah.
Hence, dark side of the moon.
And for total twist, from what I'm looking at, the corona is always visible during the solar eclipse, but yeah, on partial eclipses are not.
Yeah.
I don't know if that it's variable like that it's sometimes visible and not visible during a solar eclipse. Let's continue.
Like an annular solar eclipse.
Say it again.
I would consider some rather essential features of the Earth, like the magnetic field and the moon, as critical to potential for life. So if you're looking at all these exoplanets, well, they have moons, they have magnetic fields.
Yeah, magnetic field would be important.
Most of this.
Wind to blow the atmosphere away. And the whole exoplanet search, I'm not sure it can actually distinguish those.
Nope, not yet.
Most of the points I get that I'm talking about here are from some a video called "Privileged Planet." I don't know if you guys have seen it.
I'm just looking up the different terms that I can remember about eclipses, and I know that there's one called your total solar eclipse, an annular total eclipse, and then you've got your partial solar eclipse.
Right. So they were saying during two of those you can't see the corona.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm gonna go to bed. It was a really good talk, though. But it's almost 5 in the morning here, and I want to get up at a decent hour tomorrow. So.
And you'll take a look at the stuff in sometime. And we'll
yeah, I just posted that other article from the Old Earth website, so I'm gonna read that, see what they say. I haven't read it yet. I just found it, and then I want to go through as many of those source articles as I can, because I'm interested to see like what the authors of the paper say about those things. So anyway, yeah.
All right, man. Good talking.
Yeah, good conversation. Talk to you guys later.
Yeah.
Bye.
What was the title of that video again?
Privileged Planet. Oh, sorry.
You've seen it, Total Twist?
No,
Yeah.
I was looking it up.
I can't catch the first word.
Privileged.
Privileged, okay.
But yeah, it's a lot of interesting facts about, I guess, not even just Goldilocks zone as far as where the Earth is in the solar system,
right.
And not being too hot or too cold and whatnot, but just other properties like we were talking about of the moon and the relation to the Earth, and blah blah blah. So
magnetic field, yeah. Especially.
Well, it's true. It is privileged. It's just how it turned out. That's why we're here.
How would you
One
classify?
Curiosity.
Mm-hmm.
One curiosity is that Venus doesn't seem to have an active core, so to speak. Instead, it has a magnetic field that seems to result from interactions of the solar wind with its atmosphere. And it's hanging on to its atmosphere anyway. But I'm not sure if Venus is such a great example for something where you can sustain life.
It's a lovely runaway greenhouse effect on Venus.
How do you classify yourself, Total Twist?
You mean I'm an atheist.
And did you grow up in a religious or?
I grew up religious.
And then how did you come to your views?
I just grew out of religion.
Okay. Yeah, we just did a whole. It was a long talk. I think, man, it might be, 4 hours, 4.5 hours on a couple topics.
Total Twist, were you raised like mainstream, moderate, liberal, Christian, whatever?
Jehovah's Witness.
Oh.
Jehovah's Witness? Okay, that's kind of extreme.
Yeah, I used to be that little girl that would go door to door knocking and going, "Here, would you like a copy of the Watchtower?" Yeah, didn't particularly really like that even back then.
So at this point, for example, what is your view on the origin of life? Do you believe non-living matter made matter on its own?
I think
Or living matter?
chemistry is a wonderful piece of thing that we don't fully understand, but I believe chemistry did organize itself due to its own little laws that we may or may not understand.
To produce consciousness and life and
Yeah.
reproduction.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with it at all. And the fact that we're here is just, we're just here.
Interesting.
For Total Twist's benefit, can run over my background real quick. I was raised by what you might call nominal Christians who, I guess, were not very picky about which mainline denomination they showed up to, but were, I guess, mainline. They said they showed up to anything. And didn't push very hard, so nothing ever sank in. And I was using the word atheist to describe myself before I can actually remember accurately. So, or at least, I guess I'll use the word godless now, but anyhow.
I don't mind what people generally want to label themselves as. I just know that the word atheist does apply to me, and I think I replied to you in another post in regards to the atheist label, and it's just like, well, I don't, like I wrote in the comment to you, it's like I have no problem with the word woman or identifying myself. I don't need to be part of like a woman community to know that, the word woman applies to me. So I don't need to be part of an atheist community to know that the word atheist applies to me. And I don't have a problem identifying with the word and being or describing who and what I am.
I've been shat upon hard enough, so I will disclaim them.
Sorry, what did you say?
I've been shat upon hard enough, so I will disclaim them.
I don't even think I've been really properly a part of any communities. I've been, I guess, rather a loner. I don't think I've had a hardcore anything with any community in regards to it. And I just think people are jerks. I don't think it comes down to atheism or anything like that. I think just people are jerks.
I hear that one.
Interesting.
Because I've had a whole bunch of religious people shit on me, and I just say those people are jerks. Because I've got a whole bunch of other religious people who are supremely nice to me. Those people are not jerks.
Yeah, it's I guess I've gotten worse from the religious side in material terms, but
I nearly got disowned. So
yeah, I can see that one hitting hard.
They didn't
material
take it.
consequences. Go ahead.
My grandmother, she took it real hard. She nearly disowned me. It was my grandfather, who was actually a practicing Catholic, who was like trying to calm her down and tell her, to each their own. Doesn't mean she's like going to do something insane. And my grandmother, she was very ardent for a very long time, but then she got used to it.
Well, they're supposed to, right? Jehovah's Witnesses are supposed to let you go, shun you, or whatever you want to call that.
That's just basically any type of cult thing, to be quite honest.
Yeah.
Which
is the word.
I don't even. It's just every religion does that. Every religion will kind of say, "Let that person go. You're not supposed to associate with them if they, move away from your beliefs." What do you do when that happens? I mean, you either accept that it's going to happen and try and get over it, or hopefully the other person gets over it and doesn't follow those rules.
Crazy.
Yeah, I've been at odds with mine over other issues for essentially my whole life. So there's I don't know, religion has not so much figured prominently, but as a background underlying force.
Hmm. Yeah. I don't know. The Bible says all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. So, like, the Bible doesn't present it as any God-fearers are less or more sinful
I
than
don't even
anybody
know
else.
what you mean by sin when you say that, to be quite honest. Like, do
Okay.
bad things, do good things. Sin, I mean, quantify for me what's sin.
So sin from the biblical perspective is doing something opposite of what God has said to do. So sin doesn't necessarily mean bad or good. So for example, if God tells you that you can only eat this, and this type of animal, and everybody else can eat this type of animal, and so if you go and eat that other type of animal, you have now sinned. It's not that eating that animal is a good thing or eating that animal is a bad thing. It's that God has said not to do this. So when I said that the Bible says that all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God, I was just referring to the moral.
Right. So
Moral
it's just the moral absolutes of the deity in question.
right. So you would hope that a person who does come to know God or understand His rules would sin less after. Um, but I think people are working towards perfection their entire life and never get there from the biblical perspective. Like you're always going to need God's teachings. But yes, if your family, Nadia, is considering themselves religious and they're still giving you all types of hell about whatever it is, it's not cool.
Religion has never figured prominently in their lives.
Oh,
They like I said, are very nominally Christian, sort of in name only. And their appearances, say in church or whatever, corresponded to getting free stuff for the kids at Easter back in the 80s, and maybe weddings and funerals. That's about it.
gotcha.
And it's not because they're doing their Bible study at home. They're not doing any Bible study at all.
Yeah, my grandmother, she made me go to church on, like, what was it, Wednesdays, Fridays, and Sundays.
Yep. That's that life.
They don't really talk about God, but or believing in a religion or anything like that, but they...
I'm guessing they just take it as a given.
A little bit, yeah. They do take it as a given a lot, so it's part of why it doesn't come up. Now and then they will, or would, back when I still spoke to them, sort of like mention that they were somehow
when I'm in a group with my family,
Christians, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, when I'm in a group with my family members, I respect enough that they're going to be talking about, like, one of my sisters has converted to Mormonism, and she is highly, highly, highly hectically, she's devout convert. She's a convert, so she's zealous in so many ways. And then there is my other sister who is in between she and I guess, maybe a little bit more leaning towards the creationist Christian side. And then there's me, the little black sheep of the family. And it's I let them go on to talk. Like, the rest of the family are creationist Christians. That's just how they are. And I let them, say what they need to say in groups. However, they know on an individual basis, I would prefer they not say certain things to me, and certain topics should not be raised.
What are those certain topics?
Creationism has never really come up. I can't honestly say I know for sure whether they're creationists or not, but I rather doubt they are.
Mine are. except for my younger brother, he's more of a deist, to be quite honest. But when it comes to, we don't talk about God. In fact, I have said to them, please don't say, that you'll pray for me, because I, don't want to offend you when I say I don't believe in God, and I don't want to get into that subject. Please do not talk to me in regards to science, because we're just going to disagree, and that's just going to cause conflict. And politics is completely off the table in regards to them and I. So we have an understanding that those subjects just don't come up.
That's cool.
And
Yeah.
whenever they're in a group, like for instance, I'm on WhatsApp. If we're in a group, they can spout all they want about how much. For instance, my father got into a motorbike accident, and the common thing that they were doing was, oh, we'll pray for him, and God will take care of him. And meanwhile, when they're talking to me individually, that conversation up, because they know flat rightly I do not believe in God, and that I do that God, he was protected by anyone, and it's the doctors who are helping him. Modern science, for me, that is what's keeping him, functioning, and helped him, recover from a punctured lung.
Yeah, in my case, my parents and I guess other family had this bizarre, pretentious attitude that it wasn't so much that, well, what you might call my orientation itself, that distressed them so much as the production of an error. They were quite hell-bent on somehow convincing me to produce a child, and
that's rather selfish.
Yeah, well, it's bizarre because usually the kinds of objections that are raised toward what you might call LGBT issues, like centered more around like the morality of doing the act at all, and it was kind of like, well, you can go ahead and do the act on the side so long as you
give us a baby.
For your child, yeah, and that was
that's weird.
Yeah, it was. And it may not have been clear to them. Well, that's the thing, though. Various things were clear, but it was. I don't know. It's kind of like they couldn't think it all the way through.
I think they were trying to find some semblance of normalcy so that they could accept you doing one certain thing as long as you did this other normal thing that they can accept.
So that's a question,
Maybe,
Nadia.
yeah.
Would you be against having a kid? Like, would you be against reproducing?
I would have regarded it as unethical because of major medical conditions that are hereditary that I have, specifically, well, you can call it polyglandular autoimmune syndrome, or a combination of autoimmune destruction of my pancreas and my thyroid. But it turns out that even before I got tested before the sterilizing surgery, and after I got back from it, I discovered that I had been sterile all along anyway.
Oh, but if everything was working, if you were very healthy, would you have been against that, or?
I've had irreversibly sterilizing surgery, so it's no longer possible.
I'm not against procreation as long as the people who are actually procreating actually want the child and it's not some sort of, like push from society. There's so many people are pushed into becoming parents that really should never have been parents in the first place.
I think there's more to the ethical consideration. I think you really should be able to, form a person who has some substantial well-being, like should avoid passing major medical conditions onto them, and also have the socioeconomic, not just stability, but probably general wealth to.
I know that's what was said last night, and someone did bring up a good point. It just seems like the rich are the only ones who are allowed to have kids, if you put it that way. But there are people who actually get by it, actually have kids who are, happy, healthy kids, but they don't have all of the fancy upbringings of, trappings of society. And I think it's just more a case of, can you take care of them, and can you, do you want them? Do you really want them? And can what you've got going on right now, support them happily and healthily?
Yeah, I don't think poverty provides such an environment where they can be raised happily or healthily.
Well, my mother, she's from Honduras, and it's like a third world country, and I've seen children, yes, grow up in poverty, but even amongst the people who are poor, there are happy, healthy children who, they grow up on farms, and yes, they don't have money, and by all means, they're classified as poor, but they grow up very healthy and very happy and educated.
Can you grow up healthy when? Can you grow up healthy when, malnutrition during early childhood stunts one's cognitive and actual physical development?
Yeah, but there are people who have their own farms, their own plots of land. Yes, they don't have money, but their farms actually provide for them.
And I don't know, I don't think there is such an imperative to, quote unquote, continue the species or anything like that, that we should subject future generations to, never mind suffering, even discomfort or deprivation or anything like that. I think if the 1% want us to breed and have a working class beneath them, they should essentially give us a decent enough life to bring people into. And otherwise, we just go on strike and not produce the working class for them for the next generation.
I'm just more so of the case, can you take care of them? I don't even think money is really a big issue. If you say, for instance, like my mother, I'm fairly aware that she was one of the lucky, quote-unquote, poor, because her family had land and it produced goods, but by all accounts, they had absolutely no money. No money whatsoever, but whatever they needed was off the land and it was well provided for. And my mother was not malnourished at any given point.
Yeah, strictly speaking, wealth would, monetary wealth might not necessarily be the deciding factor, though when you make someone as dependent on the products of industrial civilization as I am, even the slightest hiccup of money or health insurance, whatever, send you to death rows, and that's a different kind of life, and you can't very well predict it.
Mm-hmm. No, for instance, I'm, definitely if someone's born in Ethiopia and this family had absolutely nothing to give the child in the first place, never mind expect, the child to survive, is insanity and cruel.
Yeah, in that case, I would say the parents didn't do so well. And in my case, neither one of my parents' families had a history of the autoimmune disease my sister and I have, or sorry, the pancreatic one. And while it has some elevated tendency in Hispanic populations, it's not by that much, and well, they're only half Hispanic anyway. So at that point, producing two of us, both with the same pancreatic autoimmune destruction, or whatever, was very much not predictable. And, well, in a land with no safety net, and so on and so forth, there's
Doesn't look like fun times.
no, even my sister with what appears to be a steady job, whatever, as far as I know. Actually, I don't know, but she has quite a bit more like familial and support, and hasn't had quite as much career instability in the last so many years, as far as I know. She has major complications, where worse than my own. I mean, I've had just a heart attack and some tendency to go into this, blood acidity, ketoacidosis stuff, and the digestive system, autonomic neuropathy, paralysis, whatever. And she on the other hand had like repeated acute renal failure, a lot more seizures than I've had. She's got macular degeneration. She's got a lot more and more serious problems than I do. And well, she's also had it for 10 years longer. So even the lesser instability in her life has hit her a lot harder. And between the two of us, it's kind of like, well, was it really right to bring us into a country where if we were born with such conditions, or tendency to get them later in life or whatever, we would basically just get completely shattered by them. And I don't know what it was. I think it was probably wrong to bring us into the world. And I'm even dragging my own sister into it. I think.
No, I agree with you.
For my own part. For my own part, I would rather have not been brought into the world.
There's a minor reason why I don't want to particularly raise my children in the United States. It seems like hard living, even when the child is fully grown and has their own family to contend with. It just seems difficult. My family has moved back and forth between the U.S., and each time we moved over to the U.S., we have lost serious amounts of money trying to live there and live appropriately, whereas it just seems so much easier to live here in Britain. We spend a lot less money. We tend to go away on holidays a whole lot more. Just don't particularly understand where the money went whenever we moved over to the USA.
Yeah, I seem to be getting rejected pretty unanimously by the job market, so I don't think I'm making it to Britain anytime soon myself. Though I would rather be there than here.
What made you want to go to America in the first place?
I don't know who he's talking to. Is he talking to me or is he talking to
Yeah,
you,
yeah,
Milton?
yeah, yeah,
I was born in the USA. I'm American by
yeah.
birth.
No, I mean, is that the reason? I mean, for some reason you went to Britain, so
Yes. Yeah, because my father's from Britain.
okay.
So it was a back and forth, really. Well, I should really say my stepfather. I say my father because he really pretty much raised me and my little brother since the age of like 11 and 9. So he gave up his rights to actually, have kids to just raise me and Kevin. Um, we don't really see him as not our father, and he's from here in the UK.
Yeah, the UK would be somewhere. I consider it advisable to have children who've got the NHS and such.
I honestly see the NHS isn't all that bad. Um, just from anecdotal evidence and just from experiential evidence. I mean, my father getting into that motorbike accident. They got him sorted really quickly, and all my dad has to do now is just chill and relax. There are no extra bills. There are no extra costs. There's just him trying to recover.
Yeah, I have some massive trail bills. I I think I'm approaching my second million.
That's insane.
Yeah, don't intend to declare bankruptcy until there's some sign of that. Well, the the pattern will stop, but I don't know. Maybe Obamacare will stop it.
And once again, I don't know. I have a partner who basically wants to live for a wee while in America, and I can't see myself living there. I can't. I can see myself visiting the USA and having a good time on vacation. I cannot see myself settling down and actually building a family, building a nest. I would feel uncomfortable in a good few aspects of the country.
Yeah, I regard the vast majority of the country as rather hostile to me. I think I don't have much of a place outside of a few cities on the east and west coast, like New York, maybe Boston, and San Francisco, LA, Portland, Seattle.
Best place I've ever lived was Norway. Hands down, Norway.
Well, yeah, it'd be a better place to live even than any of those, but even so, I mean, I dare not set foot in the vast majority of the U.S. There are better ways to die than getting beaten to death by bigots. So,
Oh, good story from Norway. There was an incident where a gay couple, were walking through Oslo, and the place they were going through happened to be inhabited by a lot of Muslims that seemed to have congregated into this one district. And a gentleman ran up and kicked one of the guys in the arse and said, "Yeah, we do not like that here. This is the Muslim part of Oslo." And the guys just kind of looked at him, shrugged it off, and walked away. The response by, basically the Norwegian community was to actually have the gay pride parade march through that area, stating there is no such thing as Muslim Oslo, there is only Norway.
yeah, California is difficult for me since well, I both lost the asset, the car, and the, I guess, right to drive because of seizures. So, it is, the West Coast is definitely urban sprawl. I felt much more at home in New York, even notwithstanding. But well, the practical matter is, without the ability to drive, I'm freaking stranded no matter where I am. So California's not a lot of fun for me either.
The place where my partner wants me to go and live is in Georgia.
Is in where?
Georgia.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I know.
Why Georgia?
He's from Georgia.
I'm sorry. That's one.
I know. I'm like, oh God, why?
I lived there for 6 years and just moved away. Don't go there.
He lives in Hiram.
I was in Columbus, Fort Benning area.
Yeah, I don't know, rural areas in the quote-unquote Bible Belt, Deep South, and so on are all rather terrifying to me.
I don't want to seem prejudiced against, a state, but there is a lot of history and just a lot of general news that comes out of those states that I just kind of look at and go, I don't know if I really want to be there for long periods of time.
I don't blame you.
And I don't want to seem prejudiced against Christians or whatever, but
I was really more apathetic about religion until I moved there, and that actually put me more anti-theism, living there with a very judgmental, Fire Emblem conservative style Christianity that was pretty common there.
Yeah, I don't want to seem too prejudiced against Christianity or whatever, but even if not quite all of them follow it, and a few of them make apologetic efforts to, I don't know, wipe it away, they still do have commands in their books to kill me, so.
Nah, that's not cool.
Yeah, they're like, oh, your God has commanded you to kill me. And you believe in divine command theory. I can put two and two together. I don't think I'm going to go to those states.
I know, but it's. I know those things aren't gonna or shouldn't happen really, but much along the lines of like honor killing, those people are gonna go to jail. But I don't think that if they think they're in the right overall, morally speaking, that they're in the right, they're gonna do it.
Yeah, so I don't set foot in red states. I don't even take layovers through stop in airports in red states. It's a little bit different when you are innately visible, as I am. So, this is not one I can actually like play with or, be a little bit flexible on or compromise about. It's no way, period.
You'd land there and they already know?
There's something called passability, and I don't have it. Streets of New York and the streets of San Francisco and Oakland, yeah, people do yell out, and often, stuff like female tranny and so on. So that's going to be a bit more than yelling in a red state.
Yeah. Just a wee bit. I don't know. That stuff doesn't. Like here and even in Northern Ireland, I don't think that anybody really cares if you're passable or not. They're just like, oh, there's that guy again. What's for tea?
Yeah, I think I would be better off in that side of the pond. But I'll never get there, so it doesn't matter.
I remember very distinctly being about 16, 17 years old, and there was this very, very obvious male to female transsexual that was running around in our technical college. Nicest guy you'd ever meet, but you really, really needed to like tone down the amount of makeup he was wearing.
I used to wear too much too, but I don't know. I don't think I made it look that bad. I mean, it looked like I was doing something more like almost historical, like yeah. People said it was like a historical costume instead of actually just totally outright freakish or clownish or anything.
I think now he is now a she, and maybe he does tone down because I have not seen it. But he used to actually walk around the streets of Belfast wearing like red, white, and blue stripes, mini skirts, and like really super tight outfits, like PVC, I think they were, and they were like it was like an American flag PVC outfit that was like super short, low cut top, and you could quite obviously see that he had implants. And he still had his member still there because the outfit was that tight, you could see it. And these really, really high pumps and a very, very large bouffant blonde wig, and then makeup that was just so garish. But he was a nice guy.
Yeah, I had a different style. But yeah, it was mostly from like 2005, 2008. It was I don't know. People said it was like historical costume. It was like I don't know, 18th century or something. But not. I don't know. It was more of a. It was more of like an ambiguous gender thing, as opposed to like I don't know the dresses of the time period or whatever. Dresses are a bit challenging for someone whose hips and shoulders have atypical proportions.
I can see that. I'm a girl, and I generally still, I'm awkward in my shape. Even I don't fit in girl clothes.
In New York, I kind of got put back on the street and lost a lot of the quote-unquote wardrobe, and I had to kind of, I don't know, have a toned-down presentation for whatever environment I was in, and so I kind of went to ambiguous stuff, like get stuff from the girls section, but I wouldn't. Well, they weren't like mini skirts or low cut tops. So.
Don't worry, I don't wear those either. I don't have the legs for it.
Yeah, when the smoke cleared, I'm kind of still stuck with the stuff I bought in New York. Which, I guess you're seeing now is not that much. And, in fact, I'm only down to like 3 outfits.
I
What's
was
that?
actually noticing your outfit in general. I actually have something that looks a hell of a lot like that. And I was like, I wouldn't mind wearing that today.
Yeah. It's, I don't know, it's like there was no, well, the clothes are not what matters anyway. They said they were going around, they were there to compensate for something there. And
I need to make myself a sandwich. I'm really hungry. It's like midday here and I need to eat something.
yeah, 11:30. It was nicer being in New York, but
Reuven, they call the King of Norway Grandpa Norway. He has no power. It's all parliament. In fact, I think it's the way that they actually sort out their democracy, or whoever leads is basically a even farmers can get into power. I think they had like a you can actually choose what people you want to be power. And there is no like two-party system like there is in the United States. They find it really odd that only 2 parties seem to ever get elected.
do they have the STV?
Hmm?
They have the STV or MMP?
What's STV? Because
single transferable vote.
Yeah, like for me, when you say STV, I'm thinking of like a TV channel station. I'm sorry.
I'll look it up.
Yeah, single transitional vote. Yeah, I'm looking up on Google. Google's asking me if I want to look up STV News. PR is an alternative to voting systems members district.
Proportional representation.
Yeah.
That's usually okay. Yeah, St. Log. Okay. That's kind of STV.
I don't care about. No one really cares about the monarchs in Norway, except for the fact that they think they're Grandpa Norway, Grandma Norway. There's no dislike of them. They keep well out of a lot of controversies. There isn't very much that they do that is controversial. They just kind of like live their own little lives.
Yeah, St. Log method is used in Iraq, New Zealand, Norway, Sweden, Bosnia, Herzegovina, Latvia, Kosovo, and Germany.
At this point, I'm not going to fault them. I'm not going to fault them for being born into what is historically a royal family.
Yeah, it's basically quotas for STV. So
I don't see what's the problem with taking away their titles. I mean, that's technically the royal family. By history, that is the royal family. Oh wow.
I don't think it's necessarily bad to have them, but in any event, yeah, the election process or method, or whatever you want to call it, in Norway is not prone to this sort of two-party effect. The first past the post, on the other hand, used by the U.S. is actually Canada and the UK both use first past the post as well, but they don't seem to gravitate quite as heavily towards two-party for unclear reasons.
I'm not entirely certain how it's supposed, because that's not really a democracy when you're just voting between two parties.
There are quite a number of other reasons why its system used in the U.S. is extremely poor, and the system used in Canada and the UK is flawed. In the U.S., it's so poor that you have malapportionment, where votes for people who belong to some districts or others count a lot more than others. Like in California, your vote for the president counts like 100 times less than it does for somebody in Alaska or Wyoming.
It's weird. Oh, bit of fun trivia, because since I was living in Norway, I learned about this. My ex-mother-in-law, she met the Princess of Norway because the Princess of Norway was holding angel contact classes.
Angel contact classes?
Yeah, angel contact classes.
I'm not clear what those are.
Well, basically, it's where the Princess of Norway believes that she can get in touch with angels. And she wanted to give classes out to everybody so that everyone could get in touch with angels. Hold on, let me figure out which one's this one. I know.
Glasses are good, but not that good.
Yeah, contacts used to be something special for me. I used to have all these fancy colored contact lenses for blue eyes, green eyes, and
there we go. We have Norwegian Princess Martha, new courses offering Communicating with Angels 101. Norwegian Princess Martha Louise is under fire. She wants to open a school to teach people how to communicate with angels.
It somehow sounds like a bad idea.
Just a little bit.
For me, somehow the question of deity has never seemed quite as significant as issues surrounding the mind-body problem, the sort of Cartesian dualism with the soul and all that struck me as the most consequential aspects of the whole religious doctrine. And I guess to the extent I want to speak out against any aspects of it, those are the ones I'd care to. And so you start bringing in angels and these, supernatural communication affairs, and that raises my eyebrows quite a bit. I mean, the deity doesn't soil themselves with deeds. It's always an angel, a messenger.
Yeah.
With a curse or blessing.
I think she's honestly misguided. There are a lot of people in, I would say, who are Riven who are misguided. I don't think she's necessarily insane.
Well, technically, these culturally endorsed beliefs are not regarded as delusional.
See, I don't think that they're actually necessarily talking to people in their heads half as much as they're just talking to nothing and just feeling like they're talking to something. And just saying, oh, that feeling you get, that good feeling you feel, that's the angel hearing you out.
I don't have a good theory of it. I've never had the whole passion in the desert or epiphany or any of that sort. I seem to emerge from the fog of before I could remember. Well, my views fully formed. I have not changed in substance or even much detail since the time I can remember.
I don't have a problem with monarchs. I have a problem with monarchs in power. I don't particularly have a problem with people being born with titles. They're just, traditionally what they were familiarly born into. Riven.
Well, the question is the consequence, right? So if you have the whole monarchy or aristocracy neutered enough to the point where it doesn't matter anymore, then it'll matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if they're. Yeah, you were like, let's look at all of the little Indian princesses that still technically are Indian princesses in over in the United States. They get the title. They don't really get anything else with it.
Not even a whole lot of money.
No, not even a whole lot of money. It's just, yes, I get the title of being Indian princess. I would like to be an Indian princess, man.
Yeah, the monarchies are not such a great concern as they were back in the 19th century or so. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think,
no one.
I'd say there's probably more concern about just flat out corruption.
They do elect their heads of state. We have prime ministers in Norway, Ruben. That's all you need. You don't really need anything other than someone to. Oops, what is that? Okay, I've got to turn that down just a wee bit.
Well, even a head of state is.
That's all you really need is just like elect someone to run your government. That's it.
Well, a head of state doesn't necessarily have a great deal of decision-making power, and within the government, it can be almost a purely ceremonial post.
Ruben, The monarchs don't do anything. They're kind of like pets. In fact, the most that they get sent to do stuff. They get sent out to actually be emissaries for the, or ambassadors for their country. That's basically their role now, is just, bred ambassadors.
Did you say they're kind of like pets? That was awesome.
They are essentially like pets. They are the thing that is kept so that they can, be ambassadors. Give me a second here. I'm getting a phone call.
Mascots.
Well, once you've relegated the duties to and powers to ceremonial functions only, you can call them heads of state, but they're still inconsequential. All I do is, knock on the door for opening Parliament and give speeches every now and then. And I suppose Queen of England's not even that powerful within the Church of England, despite being its nominal head. So, yeah, monarchies are not what really needs challenging. It's plutocracy. The aristocracy of billionaires, not the, I don't know, hereditary titles.
It's just like I said, Rovan, I don't have a problem with someone who is technically, traditionally part of a family that gets a title. They don't do anything.
Yeah, I'd be a lot more up in arms about billionaires than.
Yeah, nepotism seems to be our problem right now.
And you're not part of the Old Boys Network anymore. Well, where's my job?
Well, if they have any say in making any laws, I would be very, very, very against the fact that they were just, popped out of a vagina and granted rights to actually tell me what I have to do and can do. They don't make laws. They have absolutely no power to make laws. The same in Britain. Britain, the Queen and whatnot, they don't have any capacity to actually make and pass any laws. Yeah, I haven't seen any of that ever happening. Anything. I don't even think that would.
It would raise quite an outcry and probably result in their disempowerment almost immediately after.
Yeah, I could see a lot of people actually being really, really uppity about that.
The abortion bill in Belgium, I'm not familiar with it, but
I haven't been.
I have to imagine that if those powers were invoked, it would cause stir.
I could imagine the Belgians being very, very upset that the monarch still had an ability to do that. That would be annoying for me.
I'll look up abortion in Belgium.
He sent us a link.
Yeah, I can't follow it on my laptop.
Wow, you're all a bunch of chatty Cathys in here, huh?
Well, it's because we're reading about abortion being illegal or being made vetoed in Belgium. I want to like read what the hell happened there.
Oh, that's good. That sounds like good news.
Yeah. Okay, so the problem was resolved by an agreement between the king and Prime Minister Martens, by which the Belgian government declared the king unable to govern, assumed his authority, and enacted the law, after which Parliament then voted to reinstate the king on the next day. So, yeah, they dodged the king's veto.
Yeah. I would have imagined so. I would have imagined the people of Belgium going, what does this king think he's doing? Shut this yappy tuppy up. Because apparently it's been legal in Belgium to have an abortion since 1990. April 4th,
Yeah.
1990.
It sounds like they made a deal where they agreed to remove the king only temporarily, get the bill in to law, and then bring him back immediately after, so he wouldn't have to put his name on it. Yeah.
That's really hilarious. That's like saying, look, we're going to show you how much of testicular fortitude you actually have in this. We're just going to, deinstate you right now so you can shut up. You have no say in this. Pass the bill and bring you back. There you go. What are you going to say about it now? That just seems anytime that's going to happen again, that's what they're going to do. They're just going to be like, you know what's going to happen. We're just going to, not have you king for a while so that we can get this passed and bring you back. Just might as well shut up about the whole thing and let it go.
Well, they apparently had some kind of conflict of their quote-unquote conscience. And I would imagine, I'd imagine that if those kind of deals weren't worked out, it would fall in favor of the monarch being just removed altogether.
Yeah.
It even described it as a deal with the king actually involved.
Yeah, I do have a very European attitude to all of it. Don't really. I don't have to like align myself so very vehemently to any organization. I find that generally is not a good thing.
Oh. I think they can work out the terms of their abdications and so on by themselves, but
yeah, pretty much.
They have their own little, generational interests.
Yeah. Anything that they want to do, they can do by themselves. I mean, okay, you abdicated the throne. All right. Meanwhile, in more important news, somewhere in, like...
Somewhere in the U.S. there's probably a school shooting.
Yeah, somewhere. Meanwhile, something else more important is happening than some king who has no power abdicating his throne.
I think the big think about the royals in UK is just the money.
Yeah. I mean, they could definitely do with less money being spent on their royal balls and whatnot. But I don't mind them actually getting paid for being ambassadors. Like, if they are going to just be ambassadors for the country, they might as well get paid for it.
I don't think it matters very much. I think even if they are getting subsidized, it's nothing like the big industry corporate welfare affairs.
I would say that those hidden people that we don't know much about, not the kings and queens of different countries, CEOs of corporations, and the nepotism that they actually show for their own children, passing the business on, that I think is a little bit more scarier than, what the king or queen might do, considering they have absolutely no power to do it.
The I don't know that they even have to be CEOs. I mean, the CEO of Walmart is not in the Walton family.
Mm.
They're still the big dividend drawers.
Mm. Okay, I'm gonna go cook myself something. You guys speak and speak freely. I'll be back in a bit.
Take it easy.
Have fun.
Anybody else?
I think proportional representation is a big deal. You can see malapportionment in the House being quite unrepresentative of opinion at large. I don't believe designers of the electoral system anticipated such concentration in urban areas. I think the single transferable vote would be a good idea for the U.S.
Got anyone who might be up? Invent the Gorilla might be around, but he'll just cause a ruckus. Let's see. I don't know. Who's up at this time of the day? People are usually up at night, man.
Well, it's the weekend, so it shouldn't be quite as last minute to get to work in the morning and then, come back in free times at night. But on the other hand, a lot of people are hungover from going out to the bars or whatever.
I hear you. I hear you. How you doing, Sheik? What's up?
Sleepy.
Mm.
Does anybody else have something to say?
It's too early.
Yeah.
It's too early in the morning for me.
Well, I mean, we got Steve.
I was just wondering how do
we got
I get to
Norris.
the... Yeah, I was just wondering how do I fill the position of emissary to go around promoting the country. You know, that seems like a nice job to have. I kind of want Richard Dawkins' job. I mean, what does he do? He just goes around the world spreading atheism. That sounds like a pretty good job too. Oh man, I want that job.
Would you be able to do it better than him?
Yeah, definitely.
What will you do?
Well, I mean, what does he do? I mean, he points at pictures of like orangutans and gorillas and say, this is where we come from. I mean, I can point at things too, I'm a pretty good pointer.
That's not quite what he does, but all right.
Are you a biologist?
Am I a biologist?
Correct.
No, I'm not a biologist.
He is.
Is he?
Yeah.
I mean, if you say so, I guess.
Have you ever read anything about him?
Have I read anything about him? Of course.
That's kind of the most important thing that he's known for.
Yeah, I know. Proselytizing atheism, yeah.
No, being a biologist, actually.
Don't you think more people know him as like an atheist who promotes atheism?
If he
than
wasn't a biologist, then he wouldn't have ever talked about evolution and probably drawn the conclusions that he's drawn. His atheism is a product of him being a scientist.
Okay. Uh-oh, Ruben, who are you inviting? Uh-oh.
I'm not sure that's the case. I suspect they might have common causes, but one didn't cause the other. I don't know, for my own part, well, I'd sell for shoveling shit or scrubbing toilets or something like that. My quote-unquote dream job or whatever would be what I was doing in 2000s. Making the Linux kernel boot on new systems and run workloads better, faster, and harder and heavier and so on.
Oh, I wish I could sleep as well as my dog does.
I don't know. Somebody says I got. Joe Carter said I had too much baggage or whatever for anybody to ever hire me to even, I don't know, lick their boots or something. And Yeah, I probably do. Medical.
What's
or
everybody doing today? Any big plans?
I will probably be asleep for a very long time. I don't know if it's a plan, but it's the fact that it'll happen.
It depends.
Your word depends?
Yeah, 'cause it's since it's Father's Day, maybe my father want to go somewhere, you know, with the family.
Oh yeah, I forgot. It's Father's Day. Oh boy.
So, Norris, why the picture of Che Guevara?
You know, I don't know. I don't know. I like him.
Are you like actually right wing?
Yeah, but I think Shay took charge. You know what I mean? He's you know he could have had this easy life. He could have just went with the flow, and instead he went throughout South America and saw the pain of the people, and he decided to do something about it. And instead of just bitching on a forum or something, he actually took charge, and I kind of like that. I wish more people were like that. People who took charge of things and wanted to change the world for the better.
Isn't that what?
Yeah, I don't see him as a great person, though. In some ways I do, and in some ways I don't.
Oh boy. Why isn't Shay a good person?
He was a violent guy. He was a violent guy.
Well, how are you gonna take down the bourgeois? You gotta.
I don't disagree with you. I don't know.
In order to make an omelet, you need to crack some eggs, right?
Yeah, but he was. Yeah, it's not an easy question to answer. It's a good question. I don't have an answer for it. I don't think he. Yeah, I don't know.
I hear you.
If I had power, I would have done something, but I don't have that power. To
But
what
he
I
didn't
know.
either. He took the power.
Yeah. Took the power. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, but you see, you just said he took the power. Because he just said he admitted that he was using violence. I'm saying without the violence. I'm not saying taking the power. I'm just saying, hey, share the power.
My grandfather and I guess grandmother by extension had a hacienda in Havana. It's a little sugar plantation. And I don't know if they would have bothered coming to the U.S. Apart from for baseball games and the occasional opera, but in principle they would have been rich if not for Che Guevara and Fidel Castro.
You got to look at it this way. Did you want Batista to stay in power and
Yeah, but a lot of people would say that it's no better now.
Yeah, but the rich aristocrats, they were having the fun, life, the fun of their lives, while the people didn't even have basic necessities.
Yeah, I don't know enough about Cuba today to have an opinion, really. I don't get the impression that it's very good there.
It's not very good around 90% of the world. 90% of the world is absolutely shit. So, it's a lot better than most places.
Is it?
Relative to what, the United States? It's absolutely miserable. The average American has 2 cars, 4 televisions, internet at their fingertips.
That's I'm quite a bit below the average American at that point.
What is it about? What are the qualities of Cuba that you would assert are desirable over other parts of the world?
Not
What are
really
the other parts of
anything.
the
Maybe
world?
their love for life and festivities, maybe. The Cuban people seem to know how to enjoy life even though they don't have really much to be thankful for. They seem to make the best of it.
Very
Well,
passionate people.
Yeah.
Cuban doctors seem to be quite a bit of those.
Yeah, actually, their healthcare is not bad. It's hard for us, for people in the United States, I think, to know what's happening in Cuba. I mean, to really know what's happening. We hear stories, but it's not like we have, any real connection in our media to Cuba or in our popular culture to Cuba, even though it's so close.
Yeah, and I would, a lot of the stuff that we do get is, propaganda. So,
Cuban medicine is primarily based on like primary care sorts of affairs, which don't take a whole lot of fancy or expensive medicine, or really high impact, expensive hospitalization procedures or whatever. And despite their healthcare doing so good for, well, the average Joe, someone like myself would basically not have kind of medicine to keep me alive there. And, well, I'm not really getting it here either, so. As you can tell by all the hangouts I did from the hospital. Multiple hospitals. When it wasn't Summit Alta Base, it was Mount Sinai, New York.
Good morning.
Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there.
hey, you doing, Brother John? What's going on, man? What's happening?
What's happening? I'm on my second cup of coffee trying to wake up.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm trying to wake up myself. Yeah. I wish I was more like those chinchillas that I have in the other room, man. Those things can sleep all day.
Yeah. What I really need is like modafinil or something, because you got that 3-day glands, it knocks you the fuck out. And I don't know. Trying to get over it with caffeine is, well, it's not going to destroy my teeth. And, well, when the budget for caffeine drops out, you're fucking paralyzed. So.
So, do you guys think that the trend about handgun control is starting to sway a little bit?
I mean, it's kind of unfortunate. And I hope not. What do you mean
No,
by?
I mean sway towards better control of handguns.
I mean, personally, better control means for me 2 hands. I don't use 1 hand. I use 2 hands. That's my handgun control.
That's the old joke that gun control is being able to hit your target.
There you go. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, personally, I don't think there should be any restrictions on firearms, personally.
I think if you cut it down to, if you can't hit your target, you don't get a gun. You are
Yeah, I mean, how
knock
many
a lot of the handgun people.
have we gone
going
one
around.
week without a shooting that's killed at least like 2 or 3 people since Sandy Hook?
No.
I mean, it's really out of hand.
We're getting more gun dust in Iraq. Both per capita and overall.
I just don't see how. I just don't see how this is a progressive concept, or even a productive concept.
It's not.
Yeah, I mean, we have like military grade weapons in the possession of people that aren't even trained for them.
A lot of them are ex-military, though. But to your point, there are a lot that aren't trained either. So
There's a lot of yahoos out there that feel empowered by having a firearm in their possession, and that's one of the reasons that they don't want to
firearm
let
is
it
a
go.
great equalizer, that's for sure.
Yeah, but it doesn't. It's not.
Actually, they're not.
It's not a great equalizer because it's not something that everybody is really kind of like required to have. It's not about safety. It's about revenue.
Nor is it something that everyone can effectively use. I mean, if you
probably a
can't
little
use
bit of
We're
both.
not even trained. We're not even requiring training for it. I mean, it seems really ridiculous.
Yeah, if you can't hit your target, how are you going to stop anybody with it? They'll just keep coming at you,
And we're trusting
probably
people
shoot
to have
back
the
at you.
judgment. We're judging people to have the judgment. We're trusting people to have the judgment to use a firearm appropriately, and we shouldn't be trusting people for anything.
I mean, the authorities have firearms, and they don't seem to use firearms appropriately either. So
Yeah,
what's
but they're accountable legally to them.
really? I mean, I always hear about cops shooting people at their fucking weddings all the time, and they don't get put in
Where do you
prison.
hear
Or anything.
cops shooting people at their weddings?
A man
All
named
the time.
Sean, huh?
Where? All the time.
And here in New York, there was a man named Sean. I don't remember his last name. He was in Brooklyn. He got shot by a cop at his own wedding.
Okay. Well, you said all the time.
Yeah, cops kill people all the time. Yeah.
At weddings, you said cops shooting people at weddings.
I was said weddings as an example.
So you have an example, one person at a wedding being shot by a cop.
Yeah, just recently. Yeah, recently.
And that's representative of something being an ongoing.
It's
problem.
an ongoing trend that cops kill people. Yes, it's an ongoing trend. Yeah.
And what are the factors involved in that? I don't really see how you draw the conclusion that since a cop kills somebody, there
you go, Sean Ben. There you go. Thanks, Reuven. I appreciate that. Yeah, Sean Ben.
That justifies military-grade weapons in untrained people's hands.
Well, we have military-grade weapons in trained people's hands, and they kill people, innocent people too.
So that more of the same means that we're not going to have as many innocent people killed?
It just people are going to kill people.
This is the kind of rationale to me that isn't working.
Well, I mean, I'd rather have a firearm than not have a firearm. What about you?
Okay, and I think that's justifiable, but military-grade weaponry in people that are untrained, because innocent people are getting killed.
That just sounds like a liberal talking point. A military-grade weapon? What does that even mean?
It's a personal observation. It's not a liberal.
It's just because the weapon looks scary that it's considered a military-grade weapon. I mean,
these are militaries. There's automatic weapons on the streets in people's hands that are not trained. That have.
Okay.
I mean,
There's people who drive cars, get driving lessons, get a license, get insurance, and they don't know how to fucking drive a car.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah, exactly.
all right,
Thank
and that's
you.
transportation.
But
It's
still,
not.
that's a deadly
I
weapon.
mean, we're talking about people dying from guns. What about the millions of people every year who die from cars?
So you're actually equating an automobile with a gun.
requires a physical permit. The full auto is not treated the same way as just like a semi-automatic AK-47 or, those are two different categories.
I mean, I live in New York. You can't even smell a gun without getting arrested. I mean, there's still crime happening. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Anecdotal evidence, is that your evidence is anecdotal?
Is that really anecdotal? I mean, we
I
literally
thought it
banned
was.
firearms.
I couldn't hear. Maybe I misheard you. I'm sorry.
I think the point is it depends who's it's in the hands of. Even if they're trained, if you got some psycho, and even if they're trained with the military grade weapons, they're going to kill people. It's all a matter of who's in the hands of. That's how I see it.
It's definitely not a simple black or white issue. I mean, there's so many nuances.
It's not at all a simple black and white issue. You're right.
I mean, I think it's black and white issue, but
I know you do, because you want to have guns, and it seems like you'll make exceptions because you want to have guns. Your examples are not really
I
flying.
think it's black and white. Look at gun deaths in UK.
Well, in the UK, you're more likely to get stabbed than shot. But yeah.
What does that even mean, though? What does that mean? I mean, we're
with
saying that
knives.
all of a sudden we're saying that knives are guns, cars are guns, because people die from accidents with them, and that.
What exactly is the problem with the gun?
And some are
Jake?
knives are used as a weapon, but a knife isn't used as a weapon from a distance to anonymously shoot somebody.
So the problem you have with guns is that they shoot projectiles really fast, or something? Is that
what I said?
I'm trying to just.
My problem with guns is the capacity that a gun has, and what a gun is designed to do is cause tremendous damage. And in the hands of the wrong people, guns are killing how many people in the United States alone in the past year? Every day it seems like there's a shooting, literally every day, and a lot of them are accidents.
I remember Sandy Hook. Supposedly the kid took his mother's gun.
I understand that.
Supposedly.
To me, that doesn't matter. I mean, it's just the access just seems, and that it's so easy, it's so permissible in some states, anyways. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. To carry concealed weapons, so that people can't even know if there's people with guns around them.
I would agree that if someone is mentally unstable, yes, there should be
not
some
even
kind
mentally
of
unstable, but people that are even angry that do things. I live in Chicago, and I'm in a neighborhood where there's not a lot of violence. I'm lucky, but about 4 or 5 miles away, it's nonstop. And this is people with guns that are getting a hold of them because there's so many available.
Is it legal to carry there?
I don't know about the laws here at all. But
I don't
my
think
point is that the guns are so prevalent that it's easy for anybody to get them here. Whether it's legal or not, in some areas of the city, I think it almost doesn't matter because it's so widespread.
I think Sheik, again, it goes down to the person and their mental state. Gun or not, if somebody wants to kill somebody, even if they don't have a gun, they'll find a weapon to kill somebody.
Let me ask you this then. If let's say you and I are at a restaurant, or no, let's say you and I are at a bank, or that's not even a good one. Let's say you and I are at some sort of a social event, and we see a middle-aged white man carrying a gun in a holster. Then we go to another event and we see 2 African American men carrying guns in holsters. Are you going to respond the same way?
No.
Thank you. It's a problem.
What are you addressing? Are you addressing being
I'm
prejudiced?
addressing that guns are associated differently with different people. It's not about legality. It's not about protecting people. It's about who we are saying we need to be protected by.
Well, the first gun control laws to be enacted in the United States, ironically enough, was gun controls towards African Americans for them not to allow them to have them.
No, it is not.
Reuven, can you look that statistic? Reuven can look that up. He can give it to us.
Making it
That was by Ronald Reagan, even.
It's not about not allowing anybody to not have
The
guns.
NRA
It's
was
about
founded to
regulating-
teach free black men to know how to shoot guns and how to properly load them, reload them, clean them, and all that sort of jazz. So
Say that again.
the NRA was founded to help African American free men know how to hold firearms.
So what? Big fucking deal. Who cares? Oh, I don't see how that's important.
It's
yeah.
Okay, so let's bring up that example that you made again. A middle-aged white man.
No. We're talking about the NRA. Why they were formed. What does that have to do with this, though?
Well, you're saying if two African American, people of that persuasion, we're going to see that differently. I mean, so race has something to do with it, right? You're bringing that up.
I'm bringing race up in the sense of our perceptions of people. I'm bringing race up in the sense that we want handgun control for people that are like us. I mean, we want handgun access for people like us. If it's other people that we perceive as a threat, we don't want them to have guns.
Well, people who I perceive as us is other human beings.
I understand that, but that's why I asked if it's a person that stereotypically is seen to be a threat in society with a gun, then we are very apprehensive about them having
But you can't
guns.
ignore statistics, though.
I'm asking you a question about perceptions, and you're talking.
You fixed the perspective.
This is something that you're directly avoiding.
If it's actually part of reality that it tends to be African American men who cause crimes with firearms, then let's fix that.
It's not actually African American men that are causing so many.
Oh boy, do we have to go to FBI.com and look at the statistics? I mean, come on.
Dude,
I mean,
well, for me,
look at the mass shootings who they're done by. Young white men.
Little white teeny boppers, yeah, who tend to be liberals, yeah.
How do they tend to be liberals?
They're not
Where does that even? What the fuck, man? Where does that even come in? Where do you get that? They tend to be liberals.
They're actually not liberal. They're.
That guy Elliot was a total liberal.
How was he a liberal?
Reuven
How was he a liberal? If you're gonna make
well, he wrote a fucking 80-page communist manifesto, motherfucker. Of course he is.
Communists are not necessarily even liberals. You could be a fascist communist.
Oh, John. Okay, never mind. Forget. Okay, whatever. Okay,
dude,
I'm done with the
say
conversation.
These things, and now you can't back them up.
Because this is silly. We're saying that people who are communists aren't liberals now. What do you mean?
There's liberal
He did not write a communist manifesto. He wrote a misogynist screed.
Yeah, it's not even a communist manifesto. It was a manifesto.
It was.
Does someone want to? Okay, Reuven posted the manifesto in the link. Does someone want to read?
What makes him
misogyny is not remotely leftist or liberal.
Let's read it together and see how it turns out. Want to do that?
No, I want you to tell me why you said what you said and be able to support it.
Well, we're gonna have to read what he says in order to understand.
Well, I've already read it, and I don't hear anything that you're saying as being relevant to what he wrote. Literally.
Well, of course not. Of course you're not going to see it.
Of course not what?
Because you live in this delusional world.
How do you know what I live in? Who the fuck are you?
We have to accept reality, dude.
Why are you judging me?
Well, I have to when you say something, I judge it.
I'm asking you to stand up for your words and to.
I don't have to stand up for anything. I'm here for a casual conversation.
Shut the fuck up and don't say them. I'm serious.
Oh boy, I'm gonna have. Should we put him in purgatory, Reuven?
Dude, I'll leave if you want. If that makes your life easier, but don't say the shit.
It doesn't matter.
If you don't like it,
you're being an idiot.
No,
you're just spewing out nonsense without looking at the facts.
Dude,
Reuven
what facts
posted.
am I not looking at? Tell me.
Reuven posted 2 links, one to the FBI.gov and one to the manifesto.
What does the
So
manifesto
why don't we
have
look at
to
the
do,
facts?
which I assume you've read, have to do with somebody being a liberal? He was a kid.
Yeah, so why are we going to let a kid dictate anything? He's a
So
teeny
why does
bopper.
that make him a liberal? He was a young kid who was really, really fucked up. What does that have to do with liberalism?
Because he had a very warped view of reality.
And having a warped view is
MRAs.
liberal? Geez, my goodness,
MRAs
dude.
are right wing. They are not remotely liberal or leftist. And he was an MRA.
I'm gonna pop some popcorn real quick. Hold on.
Okay.
Furthermore, I would go on to say
I think
that
to me the question is
the
more
recent Las Vegas
if there
shooters
are
from
people that have used
who were
guns, do you
hanging out at the
punish
Bundy Ranch.
the
Am I
gun-owning
coming through at all?
population as a whole, including the responsible ones, and make blanket laws, or do you target the people that do the abuses with harsher penalties, stiffer sentences?
Can you
or something?
repeat what you said? I apologize. It broke up a little bit for me.
I'm saying
Am I
in
coming through at
general,
all?
like, do you punish everybody that owns
Nadia,
guns,
hold on. He's trying to talk.
Yeah, he's
or
started
do
talking
you
over me.
like make blanket gun laws that punish everybody?
Why
Because
does it have to be one or the other?
it doesn't. I'm just asking.
Okay, I don't
Yeah,
see
he
that
started
it has to
talking
be
over
one or
me.
the other.
I mean, I've owned guns. I've not owned guns. I don't really have a dog in the fight, but I can see both sides of the argument. You know,
I
so
can too, actually. I agree with you on that. There's two sides to the argument. I have at one time said that people should not be able to have guns to protect themselves.
Yeah, in the meantime, am I actually coming through?
Yeah.
Because these people are just like talking right over me.
Actually, you were talking over people.
No, I wasn't.
Yes, you were, Nadia. I'm sorry, but you were. I was too, so I know it. I mean,
No, I was not. I was getting talked over and then started going, hey, can you hear me? Why did you start talking over me?
All right, just go, Nadia. Go ahead, go. Go, Nadia.
Well, at this point, I should also point out that the recent Las Vegas shooters were co-denizens of that Bundy Ranch, associated with the sovereign citizen movement and so on. Very much right-wing nut job aficionados. Again, right-wing, just like Elliot, and so on and so forth. The tendency toward gun violence is heavily associated with the right wing. The left wing is all pacifist, MLK, hold up signs in the streets, kind of garbage, not mass shootings.
Would anybody else like to respond?
I didn't actually hear her for some reason.
Oh, well, no wonder he's talking over me.
Did you not hear her at all, or was it just hard to hear her?
I didn't hear her at all for some reason.
She was saying that a lot of the gun violence is affiliated more with the right wing, and I think that part of that's true because the right wing is sort of anti-government in a different way, and that's one of the reasons that they want to have guns is to protect themselves by the tyranny of the government. And she was saying that the couple in Las Vegas were associated with the Bundy Ranch. I think they were actually too extreme for the people at the Bundy Ranch. They wanted to cause harm. And I think that they were a threat really to any kind of viewpoint towards the Bundy Ranch. So they made them leave, I think. And then they went to Las Vegas, and shot up people and killed 2 cops. But I mean, I just think it's doesn't matter. It doesn't, to me, matter if they're right wing or left wing. To me, it's more that the prevalence of these events, whoever's causing them, is just too great. Like, I don't think people that are conservative should have to with people that are involved in mass shootings. I mean, I don't think that the politics of the right or the left are the issue.
Yeah, I mean, there's people with mental illness on both sides of the spectrum, whether conservative or liberal. You know, and I live in the deep South, so even the liberals are pro-gun the majority of the time. So it's hard to stereotype somebody if they're pro-gun, they're conservative, or vice versa. If they're anti-gun, they're liberal. You know,
I mean,
so
to me, that was a big talk. That was a talking point to bring up liberalism. I mean, to me, that's just not, has nothing to do with the issue.
It actually does have something to do with the issue, though, which is that there's an actual right-wing tilt. There's a right-wing tilt.
This is a good example of an issue that really divides this country.
Yeah, there's a right-wing tilt toward the entire...
Because I don't see how what is best for the people as a whole and for the well-being and safety of societies is for more people to have guns when we all know that how many people are really emotionally sound enough to be responsible with anything. We have people
Am I coming through it all now?
And doing whatever the case is. We all get warped. And then we have guns. Oh man, that's a bad recipe.
Am I coming through it all now?
It almost seems like the gun industry is created.
I hear you, Nadia.
Huh?
You were talking over Nadia, Sheik.
Oh, I couldn't hear Nadia then. I couldn't hear Nadia.
Yeah.
I just reloaded myself.
Maybe they're
Okay.
doing some maintenance on Google Plus.
So, you can't hear me, Eric? Okay, I'll take it as a no.
Apparently not. I hear you, but apparently Sheik doesn't hear you. I don't know.
Not
why.
at all. I don't hear it. Not a word.
yeah, I can't hear a word she says either.
I can hear.
Huh. Can
Weird.
somebody tell me what she's saying so we can all be in the loop?
Yeah,
You want to try
reloading.
reloading? Or do you have her mute? Do you have her muted, or you want to try reloading?
No, I'm on my phone. I can't mute anybody.
Oh.
I just reloaded myself.
Yeah, I don't have her muted either.
I don't know what the issue is. Yeah, like you
It
said.
could be maintenance on Google Plus. I mean, they do it periodically. On the weekends, especially.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
so,
I pulled up the YouTube stream of this conversation. I could hear her then, but for some reason, when I'm on the mobile client as well, so I bet you it's got something to do with the mobile client versus the PC.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's a problem.
Oh yeah, no, that sounds like that's the issue. The phone, the mobile.
Funny because that was like, you know, the vocal what was it, communication.
Well, they have to do maintenance. That might be what they're doing right now. They might be working on the mobile side.
Could just be a bug too, or a communication issue between the mobile and the regular servers.
Yeah, if
far
you
more likely a bug.
restarted the Hangout, it might get rid of the problem. I don't know.
And normally when somebody
'Cause I
talks,
could hear.
sorry,
far more likely a
No,
bug.
go ahead. You go ahead.
I said normally when somebody talks, their picture comes to the foreground, and with her, it doesn't do it on my screen at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I apologize if I've talked over you, Nadia.
Yeah, I've got.
Yeah, I must have misunderstood that because I must not have heard something properly. So yeah, I apologize also totally. I don't know if she can hear us even.
Yeah. I can hear them.
That's a good question. Can't she hear us?
Yes.
She does hear you.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. Well, she's probably a little bit frustrated because both of you guys
I'm sure she
talking
is.
over her. Sorry, Nadia. I mean, there's nothing we can do. Apparently an issue with the mobile phones.
Yeah, Nadia, I mean, you might want to try and log out and log back in or something. Maybe
I just did.
It might just be for a temporary, because I could hear you before.
This must be what it's like to have a religious experience, you know?
I'll do it again. I'll
funny.
reload again, but odds are they need to reload.
I mean, everybody is wishing that they didn't have to hear me.
Yeah, usually
That was a
the
joke,
people
you
who
guys. That
can't
was
hear
funny.
have to reload. The person who's talking who can't be heard doesn't need to.
Yeah, Steve just went and reloaded. Maybe you know what? Listen, one you all three use reload. Steve's reloading. Nadia, reload. Try that.
Okay.
Thank
right.
you.
Yeah, thank you.
How you doing, John?
It's too early for all this.
Yeah, I hear you, man.
I saw you guys in. It was like, oh, a cup of coffee, have a shoot the breeze. I didn't expect all the arguing, but
But it's good. I know. Don't you guys think it's important that we challenge each other with these
yes,
issues?
most definitely. Most definitely, yes.
I mean,
Okay.
when we shoot this shit, it just seems like I'm not here for entertainment. I'm really not. And if that's a bad thing for everybody else,
Nah.
I just think that social media is in some ways is being wasted.
I hear you. No, you're right. No, you gotta bounce off ideas and challenge one another. I hear you.
And hold each other accountable. I know I hold people's feet to the fire, and when people hold my feet to the fire, I'm all for it.
Okay, let's
And
test
I know
this.
that it's not going to be.
I would agree with you, Sheik. Hey, well, you hear me, Nadia?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, give me.
I still can't hear.
Okay. Listen, there's people who should not have guns. That's for sure. I mean, there are some people who are very mentally disabled, and I think on either side, we can't put it in a right wing, left wing. Just like Steve was saying earlier, you're gonna have psychopaths no matter what their ideology is. But I'll tell you this: if somebody came into a school or a movie theater and wanted to start shooting up people, I would rather have somebody in that audience or in that school and probably prevent some other deaths happening. You know what I'm saying?
But I don't think that the
people have
alternative
tanks?
is for
No,
civilians to have the guns.
I'm sorry?
I don't think that the alternative is for civilians necessarily to have the guns in the public environments. I think,
Okay.
and I don't know, and there's not an easy solution at all.
Do you know that
Okay.
the teachers in Israel
there should
carry
be guards. I think that there should be trained people, even if they're incognito and not, or inconspicuous,
Okay. Can
Like
we
the
check
air
real quick
marshals.
if Eric and the other guy can hear me at all? Eric, other guy.
If
Either
you're in a
one.
crowded place and somebody hears a gunshot and they pull out their gun.
Sheik, hold on a second. Sheik, Nadia wants to know, do you hear her? You and Steve, do you
No,
hear
I don't
her?
hear her at all. I can't hear her.
Wait, hold on. Pause for a moment. Nadia, say it too.
Yeah, I'm still
Yeah, I
trying.
couldn't hear. I'll
Steve,
shut
do you
up
hear
if she
me?
wants to say something.
Steve, do you hear me?
Apparently not.
Eric? Steve or Eric? Okay.
How did you get the camera by your ear? See, that's impressive.
Oh boy, Ruby.
Oh, is that what I'm doing? Because it's
today.
my phone and it's not loud. That's the only way I can hear.
Yeah, apparently, Nadia, they still don't hear you. I don't know. I need another cup of coffee.
Yeah, I could use a few myself.
Well, is everybody that can hear her, are they on the PC or Mac or are they on mobile?
I'm running Windows 7. I hear her fine.
I'm on my PC.
I'm on my phone.
There you go, Reuven.
I'm on laptop.
I can't hear Ruben either, by the way.
Bro, no one can hear Reuven. He's God, so.
Reuben's not got a mic. So.
Yeah, he just types.
The peaches are really good this year.
I like that picture, Reuven. That's nice. I mean, Reuven. Imagine living in Jerusalem where you just see like 5, 6 Orthodox Jews walking down and they're carrying M16s. Oof. You wouldn't want to mess with them.
The Orthodox Jews don't carry weapons.
Yeah, they do, bro.
I lived in Jerusalem for 2 years. They don't, they're not in the army.
Oh,
They don't.
Jesus. Oh, okay, they don't carry firearms. All right.
Why are you getting pissy with me when I said that? They don't carry firearms. They're not soldiers.
Reuven, do they carry firearms or not, Reuven? Reuven's a definitive answer.
The
All Orthodox Jews I know have firearms. Okay, thank
do
you,
they carry
Reuven.
them in the streets though, like the soldiers?
Do they carry them in the streets, Reuven? Some do, yeah.
Okay.
It may have changed.
And I'm wrong. First time ever.
Okay, and
yeah, Reuven says in Orthodox neighborhoods they don't have to because of low crime, and that's good. They take care of their own people in their own neighborhoods. That's the reason why. Yeah. They look out for each other.
Yeah, the Orthodox Jews are wonderful people.
So what happened, Shriek? What made you leave?
I wasn't going to take up arms against. I was going to make Aliyah, and I chose not to because I didn't want to go into the army.
Oh, okay.
I don't support the conflict on either side. It's fucked up.
I hear you. I support a one-state solution myself, so.
I don't support a one-state solution. I don't really support. I don't know what I support, to be honest. It just changes so much. If I was a Palestinian kid or an Israeli kid, I would be furious because the current generation is they're just passing the buck. They're not doing anything to progress. I mean, I was more of a Zionist when I was a kid.
Interesting.
My family are Zionists. That's what I grew up with. That's why I went to Israel. I was a Zionist. I wanted to be part of it. But after being there, I really was not part of it at all. I didn't belong. I think that there's a reason that both sides are still fighting the same battles over and over again and not making progress. I think somebody capitalizes. And I have a real problem with the West Bank.
I think Likud fucking sucks. Just from the outside looking in.
Is somebody responding that I can't hear?
Yes.
Yeah, I said Likud fucking sucks.
Did you hear it?
No, I can't hear anything.
The Likud party.
I could hear you asking me that. I can hear a few people and then not hear anybody else.
I was talking about the Likud party. Political party.
Can you sort of give me the synopsis of what I'm missing?
The Likud party fucking sucks.
Nadi's just saying that the Likud party sucks. That's what she said.
All the parties suck. The Likud does suck. She's right. But they all do. They're not interested in a solution. They're interested in maintaining the status quo because the status quo is working for them.
So, Goldstein, is there any reason why you don't speak?
He's Skynet, so he has, he's a computer, so he has no, vocal cords. Yeah, he's so.
I knew it. It's part of the government.
Yeah, he told me one time he types way faster than he speaks, so he likes to type.
Oh, okay.
I'm the exact opposite. I hate typing. I'd rather talk.
Same here.
Hey, Rube, how
I
many words?
used to.
How many words? How many words per minute can you type, Rube? It's 21.
I used to type a lot more when I had a more capable laptop, but now that I'm on a even more crippled piece of hardware than I had then, I am stuck speaking. Back then, when I would do Hangouts and stuff, I would never actually look at the Hangout window. I would just
Hey,
be
Ruben,
floating around.
is Ruben agnostic?
He's agnostic.
Can you ask him if he can hear me? Ruben, can you hear me?
Reuven is omnipresent. He can hear everything. So.
Well, but if I can't know if he can hear me because I don't have access to a chat.
He hears you, Sheik.
He's
Okay.
good.
Reuven, are you familiar with Rabbi Wein, with Sherwin Wein, who I think he was one of the people who started agnosticism?
That's a really bad last name for a Jew. I mean, Wine. Oy. They already have a reputation. They don't need to have it as a last name. Reuven says he's not sure who you're talking about, Sheik.
Okay, because he was the humanistic rabbi outside of Detroit. My mom was his assistant for like 10 years, and he's one of the people that he started the humanistic Judaism movement. I don't know if he was a Zionist, though. I could be wrong. He actually died in a car crash just a couple years ago, but the guy was just amazing. I grew up in a conservative Jewish family that was not religious, but traditional. We followed a lot of the traditions, just didn't really believe them.
Yeah, that seems to be the trend these days, huh?
Yeah, very much so. I think it's a good trend, personally. If the traditions are like history to me, like that's only. I just connect my the generations that have passed to those traditions when I do them. It's the only time I really think of them. I mean, a lot of them went through the Holocaust, and they were willing to die for those traditions. Or if they went through pogroms, or they saw them as children even. So I think there's a value culturally, but I just don't think the religiosity is, the motivator for me.
There's an interesting movie. It's based on a Jewish trial they set up while they were in, I don't know if it's Auschwitz or which one it was, but it was called God's on Trial.
I saw it, yeah.
Basically argued both sides.
The guy that was at the very end, the bald guy, that speech blows me away.
Yeah, that was good.
That was the point in that movie that I think really drove everything home for me. I mean, his points were just very sharp.
I wonder if that's on Netflix or Amazon Prime or anything.
It's available, I think, on YouTube.
Is it really? Okay.
Yeah. From start to finish. From the part that they're going in on buses to watch the performance.
Interesting.
You know, they show the tourists on the buses going in to watch the performance, yeah. And they're like walking into a concentration camp, and it's cloudy and cold and dank and very effective. They lived on no food almost. They lived on like watery soup and a piece of bread once in a while.
Reuven says he only knows one person who identifies as humanistic Judaism.
Well, I thought agnosticism and humanism are pretty much the same. I could be wrong.
I know a lot of people that identify as secular Judaism, but not so much humanistic, but just secular.
You know, the different labels have different cover different aspects of a person's identity. So you could be secular and humanistic. Secular just means non-religious, and humanistic is a specific flavor of non-religion.
I don't think humanist is necessarily even non-religious.
So I'm sure that there's religious humanists. I'm not sure, but I assume there are.
Yeah, there are. Yeah.
And probably secular non-humanists also. I think they're mutually exclusive.
I don't think they are. Yeah,
I've met all those combinations you just listed.
Yeah.
Yeah, secular humanists are out there in some numbers.
I really am trying to stay away from my own labels because, you know what? If you get a subject or a point of discussion, he might not be the label that you associate yourself with, and if you do associate yourself first with a label, then it's not really. I feel like it's giving up thinking. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, I've got enough atheists shitting on me. I'm ready to give up that label, I'll tell you. I'm still godless as all hell, but I would very much like to dissociate myself from whatever the hell is going on here with these shitheads who are coming at me or shitting on me in my well, as I approach darker hours.
That was kind of my point with before about the liberal thing, is where we associate these words with meanings that are so non-specific that we can interpret them to be anything.
Yeah, labels can be a double-edged sword.
Well, especially when they're intended to serve a purpose, to create a notion of other people's reality or to classify them, then yeah, they really do serve a double sword. And I'm sure that I'm as guilty of it as the next guy. Don't get me wrong. I think that's part of our nature of wanting to organize, to be able to rely on meanings.
If Eric would have actually heard me, I suspect he would have responded because I think he's fallen into Letitar, Redline, and 13 Heathens orbit.
Anything else?
I just assumed somebody else was talking.
Oh yeah, it was Nadia, but then Nadia was done talking.
Yeah, it sucks the way this isn't working properly.
Maybe if she waves at the camera or something, give us some
No,
sort
because
of.
I can't see her. I can't see her. It's the I'm on my mobile, and my mobile. Oh, I guess I could see her. Wait a second.
I mean, I can see all the pictures, and in her case, the cam.
All I can see is it's not selective.
If you
Oh, I can see her on the bottom. I can see her on the bottom. I'm sorry.
yeah, if you hold it in landscape mode, you know, from left to right, you get more visible real estate to see all the different icons.
Yeah, it's actually better for me the other way because the icons get too small. Everything gets too small. I need a shower. Where's everybody? What part of the country is everybody? Or what part of the world?
I'm in Pennsylvania, where you can have a gun.
Yeah.
I live on Long Island, where you can't have a gun.
You can't have a gun on Long Island?
I was being a joke. I was joking around.
Oh. How is Long Island? Is it nice? It's really pretty, isn't it?
Not really.
Really?
I mean, if you want to go out in Suffolk County, all the way out there, I mean, I guess it looks nice over there.
Is that the Hamptons?
Yeah, the Hamptons are all the way out there. Yeah,
Now, is that the end of Long Island?
pretty much.
How far is that from the city? From like Manhattan?
A good 4-hour drive.
No shit.
No, I'm joking, man.
No ideas.
Who would drive to
Is it
Manhattan?
that far, really?
Well, it depends. I mean, Suffolk County. I mean, I think the very beginning is Suffolk. What, 4 hours from the city, 2.5 hours. But then if you go out further, like Montauk, then you're talking 4 or 5 hours, right?
Oh, I didn't realize it was hours away. I thought it was closer. I thought it was like an hour.
Oh no.
Long Island's huge. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's without traffic.
LIRR. I would take the LIRR to Penn Station.
So Long Island's pretty big then.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's pretty big. Got Suffolk, Nassau, Queens, Brooklyn.
Nassau is where the Islanders play, correct?
Yeah. Nassau Coliseum, yeah. Or did they move? I think they're still there. They were talking about building a new stadium. So I don't know.
Where was everybody else in the room? I'm in Tallahassee, Florida.
Must be hotter than hell.
It is.
Yeah.
And humid. Who was in Chicago?
Gorgeous day here today, that's for sure. Perfect so far.
It was here yesterday. It's getting warmer today. Yesterday it was like 68 and sunny and breezy all day long. It was perfect.
It's supposed to be 68 in Oakland here today.
Is it true that I'm hearing, like, I mean, because it seems like we're definitely having changed weather patterns. Is it true I'm hearing that Siberia's having, like, one of its warmest years?
I don't know.
Yeah, they're getting wildfires even.
It's going to get up to like 94 this week down here.
In Tallahassee?
Yeah.
And that's without the humidity, isn't it? Or is that with how high will the humidity get? Like
I didn't check, but typically it's 80 to 100%.
Yeah.
Time of year.
I spent a summer in Houston once, and it was the worst summer of my life. It was so hot and gross, and the air quality was so bad, I could hardly function. I don't know how people function there. The bugs were like, when you run, they have these. I don't know. I guess.
Well, I mean, it's Texas. I mean, how can anyone function there anyway, right?
Well, they have these roaches that are like flat and big. They're like the size of a silver dollar, but they're flat. And when you run over them with your car, because they're all over the roads, they pop. It's the grossest thing. It is so
Smoke
gross.
from
The
Siberian
bugs there
wildfire.
are just unbelievable.
Smoke
I
from
appreciate
Siberian
you sharing
wildfires.
that.
I know.
Smoke from Siberian.
Perfect for your morning brunch, right?
Smoke from Siberian wildfires is being seen in Canada
They're
and
like an egg. It's like running over an egg.
smoke from Siberian wildfires is being
I know.
seen
Then
in
I had to go
Canada.
even further, didn't I?
Hey, hold on, Sheik. What, Nadia? You saying something about Siberia?
Yeah, the smoke from Siberian wildfires is being seen in Canada, and there's a small army of firefighters out there fighting them in mid-April.
Did you say there's forest fires in Siberia?
Yeah, I'm not sure if they're forest fires or some kind of wildfire.
Okay.
What was going on in Siberia?
Some nasty fire.
Yeah.
And not the type of
Wildfire,
Jesus
brush
either.
fires.
Wildfires.
Is that where she's based out of?
Yes,
No.
Nadia's from Siberia, Steve. Yes.
No shit.
That's where she's from. That's where she's at.
Yeah,
My
you
grandfather spent
She has
15
an igloo. She has an igloo that's on fire.
My grandfather spent 13 years there, so you know it's not an unlegitimate question.
Я же говорю по-русски.
I had a boss that was from Siberia. He went to school at Novosibirsk.
Exactly.
It's a great school.
I'm just busting your balls, man. I'm just messing with you.
Steve, did you say you were in Siberia?
No, my grandfather was.
Oh, okay.
Is that where you grew up?
I think Steve grew up as a Mormon in Utah, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I did. I did as well.
Oh, you also grew up in Siberia. Wow.
No, I didn't. I grew up in Salt Lake City, just north of there, in a little town on the Idaho border.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Is it pretty around there?
Beautiful.
Parts of Utah are gorgeous. Never been to Idaho.
You're living in your own private Idaho.
You sounded just like
the
them.
movie. Yeah, I'm not quite Christian Slater.
Shit. What time is it? No, what time is it? No, 9 o'clock.
It's 10 over here.
Oh.
Well, you have something planned for today, Sheik? Oh, Sheik got raptured.
I think he got a phone. I think he got a phone call. It sounded like he was getting a phone call.
Yeah, he got a phone call from Jesus. That's what happened. He got raptured.
That's the funniest thing of the whole night.
Oh, here he is.
Oh, Sheik! I thought you were one of the chosen. I thought you got raptured.
He got rejected from the rapture.
As my initials might indicate, I'm lived for a while in New York City, but I moved back in late September to Oakland,
How does it
California.
go? Heaven didn't want me, and hell's afraid I'll take over.
Hold on, Steve. Now you're talking.
Oh, I said I moved in late September to Oakland, California, in the hopes of shaving relocation costs and interview travel fare off of getting hired, and well, didn't work.
Okay, Nadia's done talking. So what were you saying, Steve?
She's gone again.
I would never want to go to Oakland, even if it meant having a job, personally.
I got a friend who moved down San Diego. I definitely want to visit him.
San Diego ain't too bad.
Oakland itself is not where the jobs are, but it's where cheap rent is, and I can take the train out to Mountain View or San Jose or whatever if I need to. Or San Francisco, of course. I'm getting evicted anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Don't they have pot shops popping up all over the place in Oakland, Nadia? Can you get a job in a pot shop?
Oh boy.
What's wrong?
No,
You in the
not that I can
dope.
tell, no.
You in the dope, brother John. You in the dope.
What's wrong with that?
Not that I can tell, no. I would probably have more aggressively pursued them if so, because, the sort of alternative flavor is more likely to, well, be willing to put me in front of customers, but by and large, if I can walk into the business, or if a customer can walk into the business, they don't want me as a part of it, so.
I have to be honest with you, Nadia. If you can't get a job at a pot shop, I don't think there's any hope. I mean, you would think that would be the last place you can be able to get a job in the world, you know? Pot shop.
You mean the first place?
They'd be too fucking stoned to even notice, you know?
Well, the question is, how afraid are they that I will scare off Republican and Christian customers?
I mean, I don't think there's any Republican customers.
You'd be surprised on that.
Yeah, I can
Yeah,
tell.
yeah, I guess. Yeah, Brother John is a dope head. That's true.
But I'm not a Republican.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Never mind. That's right. You're a libertarian, right?
So, in any event, yeah, that would be among my better bets for any kind of, downshifting or whatever you want to call it. But, by
In
and
the
large,
South, that's one of the few things the conservatives and the liberals agree on.
Is pot?
Yep.
Huh?
yeah, by and
Building
large,
bridges.
go ahead.
Continue, Steve.
By and large, I'm pretty much radioactive to customers or anything customer facing. So if I'm going to downshift, I'd better find like something backroom, like warehouse, factory, etc. Even stuff like loading docks at grocery stores. I can't break into it.
How's your job hunt going, J-Dubs?
I'm not on one.
Oh, you're not on one. Why not? You just gave up looking?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I'm kind of indifferent on the situation.
I haven't been looking since I kind of ran out of caffeine because I've been knocked the fuck out like 20 plus hours a day. And I don't know, thyroid stuff is not going well. Modafinil isn't really covered by insurance, and I will be in deep shit if I can't stay awake on the streets to fend off attackers.
Like I said earlier, Brother John, I don't think you were in the room when I said that. I want to get a job like Richard Dawkins. You know, just go around the world promoting atheism. That's the job. That's my ideal job.
How is that your ideal job, being a Noahide?
Well, I mean, it just seems so. It seems fun. I mean, I can look. I mean, I can point at pictures of gorillas, and that's where we come from. I mean, it seems so easy, you know.
You're trying to stir up shit right now, aren't you?
But anyway, on a serious note, that motherfucker's lucky to have a job like that, though.
You know what you'd be missing?
What would I be missing? Well, how do you pronounce your name?
Just call me Peter.
All right, Peter. Peter Pumpkin Eater.
You'll be missing the British accent. You need that British accent.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. I can't really do a limey accent. Oh, cheerio, mate. Park the car in the garage. See, it doesn't really work out.
Well, because you're not trying. I mean,
Can I bum a fag?
that's not even close.
Yeah,
There's no
I can't do it. Yeah.
Here's the problem. You're using the same accent, but just adding words.
I think that's how that's how it works.
No, it doesn't. You gotta change the accent.
Yeah, I hear you. Maybe I'll go to school go to school to learn an accent, and then become Dawkins. Or maybe that could be my career. Teach a class that teaches people how to have accents and promote atheism.
Good God.
I mean, come on. The only reason why people take Richard Dawkins serious is because of his accent. I mean, it's very, amusing at least,
I would say it's his credentials, but his accent doesn't.
It helps, doesn't it? Though, be honest, it helps.
Oh, a little bit, yeah. Same with Christopher Hitchens.
No one takes me seriously. I'm some kind of like unpassable freak show clown or something. So, no way.
Yeah, I mean, I guess not. Yeah, I mean, we could put a big red nose on you if you want.
I might have to reload. I don't know if you hear me. I just got a message. My Internet Explorer is not working.
Oh, that's the problem. Internet Explorer. That stopped working 20 years ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I have the Hangout on Google Chrome. I opened up a different browser so I could check my other Gmail account. That's what happened. Okay.
You gotta get Firefox, bro.
I had Firefox a few years ago, and I had such trouble with it. So maybe it improved. I don't know.
Chrome. I like Chrome the best.
Yeah, Chrome seems to be working better with the Hangouts for sure, with the controls and everything.
Firefox is working better for me for the Hangouts. I don't know why. Chrome usually works better on other systems.
I mean, if you want to use Chrome, I mean, at least use this. I mean, this is a much better version of it.
What is that?
It's basically the German equivalent to Chrome. And the Germans, they like perfection.
Yep.
Is it better than Chrome and Fox? I mean, or whatever it's called?
I mean, I prefer Firefox because that's what I'm used to, but this is pretty good.
What is the name of the German Chrome? I don't have.
I think it's called Iron. I think it's called Iron. It's in German, so I don't know.
Interesting. I'll have to look it up.
Oh, that's right. You're on the phone, so you didn't see my link. Yeah. Iron browser. That's what it's called. Reuven typed Firefox Master Race.
Nice. Well, Firefox does have all the good plugins, though, better than any of the Chrome plugin options. So from that respect, Firefox is way more functional.
I don't use any of the fancy plugins.
Yeah, I don't use anything fancy either. Just Adobe Flash. That's it.
My hardware is so crippled I can't really do anything. It's like the Hangouts don't even work. The thing shuts down from running a Hangout too long, unless the weather's cold enough.
I want to see an epic rap battle with Firefox and Google Chrome. Did anybody hear me?
Yeah, we heard you.
I heard you loud and clear, McFly.
McFly? What do you call McFly?
Okay, burning question for those who can't hear me, and who know me longer. Does my voice sound better than usual because I'm not so tired? Like, maybe more feminine than usual.
Honestly, it sounds the same to me, Nadia.
Yeah,
Yeah,
my
it
sound
sounds
quality
the
is
same,
better.
but to be fair, your microphone isn't like you know what I mean? It's not like the greatest in the world, so I can't really tell.
Yeah, I was going to say my sound quality might be so poor it's not an observable difference. Okay.
I mean, I could definitely tell the difference when you do an Andrew Dice Clay the other day. Or what were you doing? Andrew Dice Gay? That was pretty good. I was actually pretty funny.
Andrew Dice Clay, but yeah. Who was it, Amelia or whatever? Or with Douglas Saylor? Or, well, okay, that one I went off like, I did like a big chunk of his whole repertoire because like some chick was like feeling down. I was like trying to cheer her up.
Whatever happened to Andrew Dice Clay? I think I seen him once on some comedy roast recent, about a few months ago, and that was it. And that was the first time I seen him in like ages.
Yeah, I mean, he's not as good as he used to be. I mean, he's still around. But, yeah. I think Ruben might be a little bit too young to know who we're even talking about.
Him too young? About you? You know who he is.
Does John Herbie do dice impressions?
No, I haven't heard you.
Oh, okay. Why don't I do my the one I use most often?
So I walk into a movie theater, and I light up a fucking cigar. And this bitch says,
"Excuse me, are you smoking?"
I say, "Yeah," and I'll jerk it off too. Here, let me butter your popcorn. Oh, fucking unbelievable.
Holy shit!
I told you. I told you it was good.
Oh, man.
Jack and Jill went up the hill to smoke a little leaf. Jack got high, opened his fly, and Jill said,
"Where's the beef?" Those are two I use because I can work the voice switch into them.
Yeah, that's pretty good. You get that voice pretty low.
Oh, but I do Darth Vader too.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
I think you're missing your calling, Nadia. There it is.
Well, the thing is, it's kind of like a Johnny One Note or One Trick Pony or whatever.
Hey, a lot of people get through life with a lot less. You know.
Hell yeah.
Maybe.
I mean, a great example is Justin Bieber. I mean,
that's true. I mean, he has not an inch of talent throughout his whole body. Yeah.
Well, I am not getting through life one trick or no. I mean, I wouldn't be getting put out in the street if so. I mean,
You know what a career I would love to have if it existed, Brother John?
What's that?
Like a werewolf hunter or something.
If
There's all exorcisms.
whoa, hold on. So, what do you have against werewolves?
Then I'm a bigot. You know, what can I say?
Don't make me report that to the Werewolf Defamation League.
Oh man.
Why werewolves? Why not vampires or?
Oh man, they seem. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, a monster hunter. In general, I could be a monster hunter. Yeah.
Monster hunter.
Yeah. Have like a crossbow that shoots at like silver nails. You know.
Oh man, I gotta watch out for you.
Are you a werewolf, Peter?
No, but I am a monster, you know.
I hear you.
I'm a monster too.
Van Helsing.
People are screaming out at me in the streets all the time.
If I take my shirt off, you might think I'm a werewolf.
Oh jeez.
If I had, I don't know, my education, everything to do all over again, I would think I'd go be a doctor.
Okay. Yeah, doctor. Yeah. Shay was a doctor. Yeah.
You know, Avicenna Last?
Say that again.
You know, the YouTube or the Hangout guy, Avicenna Last?
I haven't heard of him.
Just the 1 Billion Gods blog on Free Thought Blogs. He's a doctor in India.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Works with the Medicine Sans Frontières and I don't know, Acid Trust Survival or Acid Survivors Trust International.
So that's what you would do, something like Doctors Without Borders? Is that what, like something like that?
Yeah. I would go into, well, I don't know, probably the highest calling I think there is out there, healing the sick. There's all this talk about what is it, feed the poor.
I mean, I agree. I mean, it's an honorable profession, you know. Oh.
There's all this talk, whatever. We'll say feed the poor. Well, poor need things other than food. One of them is often medicine. I mean, look at how many poor, broke people are missing teeth because they couldn't afford real dentistry. Or who, well, have all kinds of effectively disabling ailments because they're, I don't know, medicines aren't covered or haven't been properly diagnosed or whatever. And of course, you go to Acid Survivors Trust International, and you see people, well, missing large chunks of their faces and such from acid attacks. So, yeah.
I hear you, Nadia. I mean, if shit was worth something, poor people would be going without assholes, you know?
If you want to take a look at one nasty thing, yeah, there's all this talk about being against female genital mutilation. Who actually bothers trying to put them back together? I mean, there are reconstructive surgeries to try to fix what they cut off or whatever, right? Well, who's bothering doing it? 2 doctors in the world. One in France, one in the U.S. One in the U.S. is a little bit famous. Marcy Bowers. And you can look her up. Oddly, the Raelians, a strange religious cult, seem to have sponsored her efforts to carry out reconstructive surgeries for victims of female genital mutilation.
I had no idea that could be fixed, that issue. That's actually good to know.
Well, it can be, but as I said, there are only 2 doctors in the world doing it, and a hell of a lot more victims of female genital mutilation than there are doctors who work on them. And it goes on. I mean, how many people are, well, unnecessarily amputated because the surgeries to, I guess, save their limbs were, it had some kind of upfront cost imposed on them. A lot in the U.S. especially. How many people are basically near blind or routinely, well, seriously impaired or whatever because they can't get glasses, and all it is a cheap 15-minute surgery to fix them up. A lot. I mean, it keeps going. Medicine makes a real big difference. How many cases of hypothyroidism are not being untreated or not being treated properly? Don't have T3 testing, so are getting wildly hypothyroid or whatever, having nasty psychiatric problems, hair loss, and so on. Probably a lot. I don't seem to get the psychiatric end of it, but I'm getting a little bit of hair loss. It reverses if you fix it up, but there's a bit of that. Well, how many people like myself would be, well, a shitload less miserable if you actually surgically fix them up? You also didn't have a man's face staring back at them in the mirror, or a man's voice in their ears when they spoke, or, well, a man thing downstairs. A lot. There's maybe 1 million in the U.S., of whom probably 80% just can't get the money or the insurance together. In the UK, different story. You just go to the GIC and get in line. And might have to wait 2 years, but what's the deal? Well, they at least got the bit downstairs fixed. And bell ringer, the chief surgeon for it at Charing Cross for until recently this year, said that the quality of life improvement is so drastic that the increase in quality adjusted years outdoes, you know, tumor removals for all kinds of cancers and everything else.
What the hell is that dancing on your screen there, Peter? Damn.
It's on drugs.
Talk about having that stare back at you in the mirror. Imagine that. Woo!
It's on drugs, man.
It's a what?
What? Who said that?
Looks like a parrot.
It looks like if a chipmunk had sex with like a bird or something.
Actually, I believe is one of the birds, I guess parrots in this case. It could be a mutated parrot.
Here's one. How many fat people would have, massive strain on their knees and relieved, and massive strain on their heart relieved, and frankly, vastly improved self-esteem if you just did a bit of liposuction on them. Health goes through the roof, and frankly,
What if they just watch what they eat and exercise in the first place?
What they what?
What if they just watch what they eat and exercise in the first place?
Usually there's more underlying it. Like hypothyroidism, like, I don't know, I think the type 2, quote-unquote, adult onset diabetes, whatever, has some kind of bullshit where they overproduce insulin. So they basically have a choice to either faint and take small amounts of brain damage at a time, or and feel very uncomfortable in the process, or eat to keep their blood glucose up and everybody gain weight. Most of them actually end up eating a lot.
Sheik, if you hear me, you there?
Yeah.
If you could have one free surgery in your life, what type of surgery would you get?
Depends on what my needs were.
But what are your needs? What would you want?
It depends on it depends on the situation. I don't know. I haven't thought about it. I mean,
All right, fair enough, I guess.
Not a simple answer.
Well, do you have anything on top of your mind right now that could be fixed?
No.
Okay. What about you, Brother John? If you could get a free surgery, what would you fix?
Free surgery. Wish I had more hair on my head.
I mean, they could take like hair from your asshole and then implant them on your on your head if you want. I mean, they have that now.
If you're having a problem with baldness or whatever, there's something called finasteride.
I mean, people already call you an asshole. It would be actually true. That.
Anyway, combinations of finasteride to suppress DHT and minoxidil to promote growth are probably good ways to go about.
Like that Rogaine.
Yeah, that seems too complicated.
Minoxidil is
that's in Rogaine, right?
The growth half of it. Minoxidil is the growth half of it, and is pretty much a permanent maintenance sort of thing.
It seems a lot easier if you just take your asshole and just put it up, asshole here.
Finasteride is loss prevention, and also there's implantation stuff that can restore a bit too. But the implantation is very expensive.
Yes, it is. And then you have to go to a special, to get your hair cut, you have to go, pretty much to a specialist.
Yeah, someone who specializes in what? Cutting asshole hair? Oh, man.
But yeah, I don't see why not. It improves quality of life, then yeah, do it.
All right, Steve, what would be your special surgery? What would you want to get?
The laser eye surgery, LASIK. I hate glasses.
All right, yeah, see, that's good. What about you, Peter Punkanita? What would you get?
Does the surgery have to exist?
No, it could be figment of your imagination if you want.
It'll be a werewolf.
It all taxpayer funded, so no bill.
Being a hermaphrodite?
All right, so you have like some what would you get?
You want to be a hermaphrodite?
Kind of get one free, isn't it?
So is that so you can go fuck yourself?
Why not, right? I mean,
People can keep telling you, so you might as well be able to do it, right?
I'll be like, yeah, I already did that already, and my it kind of hurts, so I don't want to do that tonight. But oh, by the way, I must mention it's more of the female, kind of side.
More the female kind of what?
More of the female side.
Okay.
Well, why not Peter just go the full the full Monty and just go complete, female.
Trans?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I still like to keep the penis.
All right. Okay. Fair enough.
You have it on the shelf.
Yeah. Always. You can always whip it out whenever you want to use it. Yeah, I hear you.
Well, that's an odd coincidence, but in any event, these things are known to promote breast growth, by the way, Peter.
Are you looking for getting breasts, Peter?
Well, it's part of the deal, is it? I mean,
What was it that Nadia was holding up to the camera there for a second?
Drugs that make you grow breasts.
This is Del-estrogen. Del-estrogen,
Nice.
20 milligrams per milliliter. This is progesterone, 50 milligrams per milliliter. And I can show you unpackaged vials. Okay. Itty bitty Del-estrogen vial. And
What are those?
big old progesterone vial.
That's the magic, Steve. That's the magic.
Look like insulin bottles, but the video's really low resolution on the phone, so it's hard to tell.
It's not just the phone, but in any event, yeah, estrogen and progesterone are the drugs involved. Progesterone, I think you have to shoot up no matter
So
what.
there's like insulin, or what were those?
They were
That's
estrogen and progesterone.
estrogen and what was it? The other one?
Progesterone. Progesterone.
Progesterone. I don't know if I pronounced it right.
Progesterone.
Progesterone. Gesterone, yeah.
J-Dub, so what surgery would you get?
Was that for me or?
No, for J-Dubs. He was asking the question.
Oh man, I don't know. What would be the surgery for me to get? I mean, I can have anything I want too, right? Oh man, I don't know. That's such a tough question. I mean, everyone else seems like they want a vagina in here. What happened?
You're the one who brought it up.
Yeah, I found it fascinating.
I think it was just Peter and me, but still. Actually, Peter, I think wanted to go the non-op or hermaphrodite route. Peter, were you looking for a penis only or a penis and vagina?
Yeah, both.
I think he wanted the full set.
Full set.
No downsides.
Well,
Come on, J-Dubs, you can't think of anything.
it's pretty obvious what I'd go for, but I'll let J-Dubs go first.
No, I asked you now, Nadia. It's your turn. So, what would be your? I mean, I already know the answer, but for the people watching, what would be your surgery of your choice?
Fix me up, make me a woman from top to bottom, inside and out. You know, ovaries, uterus, double X chromosomes, of course, vagina, bone structure redone, everything. Redo, just do it all over again, and make me a woman this time.
I don't know. I guess I would want like an extra pair of arms, just so I could do more things at one time. You know what I mean? If that's possible, would that be possible to have like 4 arms?
That'd be cool, actually.
It started with S. I forgot what it's called.
Could be like the
It started with S. I forgot what it's called.
Where do your second set of shoulders go? That's the question.
Yeah, that's a
There's
good
a reason
question.
why we don't have 6 arms. It's the reason why we don't have 6 arms. Arthropods can do it.
What was Reuven's and Nadia's answer?
A very good reason.
Nadia's answer is she wants to be like Pinocchio. She wants to be a real girl. Reuven doesn't talk, so I don't know what his answer would be.
He didn't type.
Sleep.
Reuven might be out there flapping, so he don't know.
How long has this hangout been going on?
Wait a minute. I could guess. I could guess what it is. He wants to be Carl Sagan. There you go.
Oh, that's a good. Oh, I never thought about that. You could have a surgery to change you into a different person. That's cool.
Am I right? Goldstein?
Goldstein would probably want to be gold. Yeah, I don't know. It's good. No,
Well,
I think. Go ahead.
If you want to be realistic, there are, well, 3 surgeries that are possible to fix up things. Maybe a 4th, if whatever. The first one is called facial feminization surgery, and that is changing the bone structure in my face so it basically grinds down all the cartilage that grows from testosterone.
Nadia, I think it'd be just easy
Second one.
to just breed you a new clone body and just put you in that, like we were talking about 2 days ago.
Except it's not possible. Second is a voice surgery. There are 3 different kinds of voice surgery. The first one is called FemLAR, or feminizing laryngoplasty. The second one is called cricothyroid approximation, or CTA. And the 4th one is called laser-assisted voice adjustment, or LAVA. And any one of the 3 will pretty much do the trick. And then finally, genital reconstruction surgery, GRS, or sex reassignment surgery, SRS, or gender confirmation surgery, GCS, whatever, for, well, converting the genitals to a feminine state. And, well, as a kind of afterthought, breast augmentation might also make sense.
For those who can't hear Nadia, she's talking about, like, just breaking down the bones back down to make her more feminine looking.
No, I was talking about the real surgeries that are possible to do something about my condition.
Oh boy, what's this, Peter? Are you posting porn in the description again?
No, it's not
As
porn.
you,
Well, I mean, I hope it's not. Yeah.
as you might imagine,
That's not
it's go ahead.
No, you can go ahead, Nadia.
Want me to add you there, Peter?
Second. Hello.
as you might imagine, it's quite disturbing to me to, well, look in the mirror and see a man's face staring back at me, or speak and hear a man's voice in my ears, or, well, sit the wrong way and feel a man's thing down there. So, those three are kind of the big priorities for me. The breasts are an afterthought. They're just missing, and it's not a big deal. I don't feel them there. I'm not so much bothered by their absence as I am the presence or wrongness of what is there.
Wait, are you asking me or hello, Nadia?
Yeah, I was just going on about why the three surgeries I said are critical, and why breast augmentation is an afterthought.
Yeah, I hear you. I'm not really paying attention. I'm over here killing things in a video game, so got my mind occupied in something else. Still with us, Steve? So, Peter, do you want me to add you as a friend on Google Plus, or?
It's up to you guys. I mean, do you usually do Hangouts?
Every once in a while.
Okay.
I usually take a gander at other people's Hangouts.
Because I saw something faith, so I thought, we was going to talk about religion, a little bit.
I added Sappho, if you want. Usually we have regular hangouts during the week and stuff. I added you to my circles if you're interested in like God talk and stuff like that.
Okay.
I will be gone forever soon, so my phone and internet are going very shortly. And I'm getting evicted too. Yeah, unpassable female freak. Doesn't really sell very well in the job market. As I have discovered to my chagrin.
Peter, are you a God believer?
Can you be more, how can I say this, specific?
Do you adhere to a particular deity?
No.
Okay. So you're not a God believer.
I don't know how to explain it, because I mean, like, when we think about the
Please
beginning
don't tell me you're like this spiritual thing or something you're doing.
Hold on, let me finish. I mean, when we
boy.
talk about, hold on, when we talk about the beginning of life, right? I'm gonna be fair and say we don't have no answer yet. So I mean, did I answer your question?
Not really, but it's okay.
Sounds like you're saying a form of deism. There may be a creator, but not necessarily a intervening personal God. Is that what you're saying?
Let me put it this way: it's none of the ones that people think today. Fair enough.
I mean, I believe God is infinite. I don't know.
Elaborate, Pete.
Say again?
Elaborate on your idea here.
Like I don't know. Keep asking me questions. What you want me to elaborate on?
You said you had
I
this
mean,
idea.
okay, you don't think God is like some old white man with a beard that grants wishes. Okay, we got that, but
Okay.
I mean, is there a creator? Is there no creator? Is there a couple of creators? Is there a couple of, I mean,
I haven't seen the reason for is or not for one.
okay, so you're saying objectively there's no answer, but what about you personally? Do you think there is a God or not?
Not.
Oh, okay. That's all. So you would be an atheist. You lack a belief.
All right. You see, that's the problem. You can't just say that because I mean, like, again, I'm trying to be fair here, you know.
Well, that would be fair. I mean, you don't see deities. You lack a faith in deity. That's fine. No one's
Okay,
gonna get on that.
but what? Maybe.
I mean,
Steve
Steve is an atheist, and he even admits that there could be a possibility of something out there, but he doesn't see the evidence for it.
Yeah, but what about agnostic? Would that be
I don't view
word for me?
agnosticism as opposing. One's a descriptor of what you believe, and the other's a descriptor of how strongly you believe it. So I call myself an agnostic atheist or a weak atheist, depending on, what definition you go by and whose philosophical circles.
Agnostic is claim to know knowledge.
I don't think they're opposing. You don't have to be agnostic or atheist. You can be an agnostic theist or an agnostic atheist.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But
Thank
people
you for
split
answering that. I didn't know that.
Yeah, people argue over that, though. Some people like those two as being opposing definitions, and some people like to combine them. So it depends on who you're talking to, I suppose.
Yeah, atheist versus theist is about belief.
It's into philosophical word games.
Gnostic versus agnostic is about knowledge. So you believe something and you don't necessarily know it for.
So,
certain.
Peter, I mean, were you raised a particular religion, or did you fall away from it? Were your parents non-believers? You still there, Peter? Hello?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not.
I mean, but were you raised in any particular theology?
No.
Oh, okay. So your parents are hippies.
What?
What? What the hell is that got to do?
I mean, that's kind of odd that your parents didn't really particularly raise you anyway.
What? It's becoming more common, actually, I think, the more and more it seems.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, man.
Is it
My
coming?
parents, my own parents didn't actually try very hard to raise me as anything. I think they sort of maybe assumed I would follow some kind of God belief or whatever, but I didn't. And the actual atheism part was never that big a factor.
I think in the end we're all full of shit.
Is it? Wait, hold on. Question: is that why you was asking about the spiritual part to see if I was a hippie?
You're a hippie child.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, dirty hippie.
Dirty hippie.
I was a goth, not a hippie. But
No, I'm raising my son without religion, but not necessarily like as a hippie style.
And Jacob,
Yeah, it's
wasn't
funny.
one of the hippies Jesus freaks, the Jesus people?
My dad used to call me Lydia from Beetlejuice. Yeah, it's funny. It's really funny because for two different reasons. One is that I didn't have my own choice of clothing or budget or whatever to dress that way or whatever, and I was, I suppose, also not able at that time to really sort of express any feminine nature. So between the two of those, there was quite some insight happening.
Hey, J-Dubs, I don't remember. Were you raised in a religion?
Yeah, I guess I wasn't either.
So there you go.
I mean, I guess it's terrible.
You're a born-again Noahide.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm trying to think.
I mean, it's not like my family doesn't believe in anything. They're Irish Catholic, so.
Yeah. I always found the I guess my later years when I was a Christian, I found it redundant for someone to call themselves a born-again Christian. Because apparently, I mean, when you're born again, that's to the born again, or that circles, that's the only real Christian.
Hi,
I
Carlton.
always find born again Christian kind of redundant. Hey, Carlton.
So, I guess my mother was kind of vaguely Catholic, or, one of those sin all you want, confess on Sunday, except, showed up for maybe Easter at most, and basically just for the free candy for the kids. And father, I think, was, I'm not sure what mainline denomination, but I'm guessing, like, bouncing around between several, like, Methodist, Presbyterian, and something else, but so they were so loosely attached to their own beliefs or whatever that I don't think that churches or denominations or whatever were important to them, but they definitely shot for things that were kind of mainline and respectable in a way. And I think, yeah, they made no real effort of to impress any of it on me. And, of course, none of it stuck.
Sorry about that, guys. I had a... I figured I should get dressed before I got on camera.
Yes.
Thank you.
No trouble at all.
There we are. Okay. Something like that.
So, I think we're going on about our religious upbringings again.
We are? Okay. I don't know Sappho. Sappho's a new person. And good morning, Norris, and good morning, Ruben, and good morning, Nadia, and good morning, John. And Steve. I don't know. Steve, do I know you? I don't know that I know you.
We were also talking about whether if you can have any surgery in the world, what would you have?
If I could have any surgery in the world?
Anything possible, yeah.
Anything that's possible.
And you don't have to pay for it either. Taxpayer funded.
You mean like it is now? Okay.
Yeah.
Any surgery in the world? I might have to pass on that question given we're live.
Oh, we are live.
That's like the only honest answer that I heard today.
Nice.
J-Dubs, I thought this was a hangout from extended from last night. That's what the invite seemed like. It was off air when I came on. What happened?
I've been on for like 12 hours now, so same hangout.
Holy crap! Wow.
I thought it ends at 8 hours. Don't they cut it off at 8 hours of live?
Yeah, they do.
I've been on since about 11:30.
Wow.
Well, but he was circumcised before he got on, so they didn't have to cut anything off after 8 hours.
That's true.
Anyway, Sappho, do you? Well, that was quick. Okay. I was going to say hi to Sappho. Oh, there she is. She's back again, or he's back again. I don't know. Sappho, do you speak?
Yes.
Okay. All right. There we go. I like that avatar. That's very cool.
So you like that disappearing act I did?
Yeah, right when I started to talk, which isn't unusual. I'm used to that.
Yeah, sorry. I didn't mean to be rude about that. I didn't mean to.
No, that's okay. You're in good company.
Okay.
Everybody usually bails when I start to talk. They go, "Oh God, no! Now it's going to be the Carl show."
Well, I gotta go right now.
Yeah, see, so make you feel good in case you really do have to go. Nadia, what are you eating this morning? What's for breakfast or lunch?
A bagel.
A bagel. That's what I had. No, I didn't. I had an English muffin, but close enough. I ruined my coffee I made yesterday. I was so pissed. Father's Day, right? I went and.
Oh, happy Father's Day.
Well, thank you. I went and I roasted coffee like I do every day, and yesterday for some bizarre reason, I don't know what happened. Either the machine clicked early, or my wife swears she didn't touch it. But this morning, the beans didn't get roasted properly, so the coffee this morning looked more like tea. It was horrendous. So I added it to the water in the bird feeder, and hopefully the birds will get a kick out of that. A little caffeine for their morning, but yeah, I know. It's like, man, what a bummer. And then I went to look for get tickets for Dragon Con this year, and of course, it's been so long since I've been to a Dragon Con. Yeah, I forgot about the time frame. All the hotels.
I don't even know what that is.
Dragon Con is the biggest sci-fi convention in the world. It's one of the largest. It's in Atlanta every year, and it's sort of a blend actually. It's part, half of the participants are sci-fi, and there's people actors from all the sci-fi TV shows throughout the year are always there. Everybody's always there, and then the other half is sort of a BDSM lifestyle group that's also there. There seems to be a lot of crossover anyway. So there's typical Dragon Con. There's about 25 to 30,000 people that show up for 4 days. Okay, all the hotels in Atlanta are booked, and all the rooms have all-night parties with open bars and every concoction you can imagine or care to imagine, and everybody's in costume. You get 20,000 people in costume. It's incredible. It's an incredible thing. But anyway, I haven't been in years, and I wanted to go this year. And of course, all the major hotels are already long since sold out, and it's not till end of August.
So here's a question for you, Colton.
Yeah.
What costume would you wear to one of these conferences?
My wife and I were talking about this, right? There is nobody that I am aware of in any comic book, TV show, anime, manga, anything, that looks anything like me, right? Short, fat, bald, ugly, right? There just isn't one. Nobody makes heroes or villains, for that matter, that look like me. So I have no one. Wait a minute, you can tell me in a second. But let me. So I never have anyone that I can go on. So when I went in the past, when I was much younger, all I used to do is I used to have a black T-shirt that just said "Titty Photographer." Because everybody would always flash there. Anybody and everybody virtually would flash their boobs there. It's worse than New Orleans, right? So I used to have books and volumes of books with pictures of girls in costume flashing their boobs. But after a while, I got older, and it just didn't quite play as well. It might as well have said "pervert here, run away." And so, yeah, I don't know what I'm going to go at. Nadia, if you've got,
kind of hard to do that when you have a wife too.
Well, she's happy to dress. Actually, I don't think she would care. She'd be happy to dress up. She wanted to see the book with the boobies in it, and I'm like, no, I got rid of those long ago. So, okay, Nadia, who do I go as?
The clown from Spawn.
The what?
The clown from Spawn.
The clown from Spawn? Okay, I'm going to have to look this up so I can actually see what that person looks like.
How about the penguin?
The clown from Spawn. Okay. All right, I will have to look at this. I'll take anything. I'm a terrible actor. I'm a horrible actor. I would love to be an actor, right? It's one of those bizarre things that I have this incredible desire. I'd love to be an actor, but then there's a part of me I absolutely would hate to be an actor because I can't be an actor. I just can't. I can't get out of character. I'm too concerned about what people think of me to be a good actor, right?
You're to be an actor.
And so, yeah, I know.
We're
I'm just
all actors.
I'm embarrassed. I'm really would be a horrible, you know. No, I couldn't do it. I just couldn't do it. It's my torture. It's my in life.
I think
But
you make a good penguin.
no, really,
The
yeah. But
yeah,
I can
from
think of like
Batman.
Frank. No, was Frank Ocean the Penguin? Yeah,
No, wait, he was a Riddler.
he was the Riddler. Okay, then who was the Penguin? The Penguin was
Um, wasn't him? What was his name? With the guy who
I know. I
he
can
was
see him.
Rocky's coach. Wasn't that the same guy or no?
No, I don't think so. No.
Burgess.
Burgess Meredith. Burgess
Burgess
Meredith. Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't. I'm too fat. I got too much. Too much girth in the center. I don't really. No. No, I don't think I'd make a good penguin.
Okay, so you can go as Fat Man.
Fat man, yeah, thank you. That's it, right? Fat bald man, right? Exactly. No. I need to make my own little theme song and write in my own costume. I'll get what's her name? Who was the girl from who's the woman from The Incredibles that did all the costume designs? Edith. I'll have to get Edith to whip me up a costume, no capes, and yeah, be Fat Man. Thank you. There's not even anybody on the what was that show? That movie? Oh crap! It was where they were all fake superheroes. And it was Janine Garofalo was in there with her dad's skull was a bowling ball, and the guy with the spoons.
Mystery Men.
Mystery Men. Thank you. Yeah, there wasn't even a good Mystery Man for me. There's no good X-Man for me. I don't. Xavier. No, he's too skinny. Patrick Stewart. I can't do him.
What about the Thing?
Yeah, maybe the Thing. Right. Exactly. I could do that. Dress me up in rocks. That actually is not a bad idea. I could probably get a costume, get away with that.
Did you guys see the Kick-Ass movies?
No.
You didn't see Kick-Ass?
No.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Nobody else saw Kick-Ass?
No.
What costume would I be good at?
Oh, I'm looking at one. I'm thinking about you, Nadia, actually. Nadia, but you see, Nadia, you got talent here. You could go both ways. Not to be, no pun intended. No, but I could. You could be a guy superhero. You could also be a woman superhero, especially with that hair, gorgeous hair. So you could do any elf creature, right? You really could, because you're tall and you've got long black hair, right? We could give you pointy ears, and you could definitely do any elf creature without problem, and you get the face for it too. You get the eyes for it. So I'm trying to think though who would be. I don't have enough comics in my background to really know many elf creatures other than out of Lord of the Rings or something. You could also do. You'd also again long black hair. I have no hair. You could also you would also make an excellent witch. Especially with that striped top that you already have on. Put on a pointy hat. Right, give yourself a long nose, right, and you definitely could do the beautiful and the evil witch. You could flip back and forth. I think that would be awesome. So you could do that as well. I think really well. See, and you have I just saw you raise your eyebrow there. See, I can't do that. You got facial expressions too. So you could definitely do that.
I feel bad for Nadia. Now she has to look in the mirror to see. If she looks in the mirror and sees a man, now she has to look and see an elf now.
No, but elves are beautiful. Elves are awesome. I love elves, and witches can be too. The thing about witches is like Nadia. Just a little bit, like she has the personality. Right? She could be conniving and witchy. I don't know what the right word is for that. And I suspect she has to laugh for it too if she tries.
I heard for the first time Nadia's impersonation of Andrew Dice Clay, and man, that was funny. Have you ever heard it called?
We may find it. We may find a career for you here, Nadia. We should take a collection and send Nadia to Dragon Con for 4 days, and you can volunteer to some time there, right? In addition to your party time, I think she'd have an awesome time. Nadia, would you have an awesome time at Dragon Con for 4 days?
I don't think it. I don't know. The culture might be. Not really me, but
why?
I'm not that much into whatever sci-fi and so on is.
Comics?
Yeah.
Well, this is like a Comic-Con sci-fi. It's all rolled in. Trust me, there is nothing that you can't find at Dragon Con. I promise you. In 4 huge hotels in Atlanta and 20,000 people and parties and there is, yeah. I would stake my life on it that you would have a good time there. The only person I know that could possibly go there and not have a good time on purpose. But if you tried, I bet you would have an excellent time there.
I told I laugh like the Wicked Witch of the West when I get.
Well, let's hear it. Come on.
Beat with spiky enough belts.
We're gonna have to get you drunk first. See, I can't do that. I just can't act.
Actually, the drinking isn't so much needed as the beatings with spiky belts. So.
I see, but you could do it, and they always have a trans contest there too. They always have best looking trans, best looking cross dresser, best looking costume, best looking. There's like a million things to get judged. And these things, people take these things like super serious there. So you guys could do that too. I think it'd be awesome. But anyway, okay.
I'm not remotely passable, so I wouldn't.
You are remotely passable. Will you shut up? I swear to God, I'm going to slap you next time you say that. I'm going to find a way to reach through the microphone. And
you're one vote. I have the entire job market unanimously.
You have not only do you have my one vote, I would recruit on your behalf. So I would be slipping people $5 bills to vote for you. I would be giving people flat tires so they couldn't get to the convention if they weren't going to vote for you, right? We would work this out, okay? You and John Allman. John Allman was my best friend in the whole world. I lost track of him, but he got married. It happens, right? Hug Me is what he went by. You used to have a website called World of Hugme.org. I don't remember. Anyway, John was a Wiccan, and he was like 6'6", big guy, long brown hair, but your length as yours, maybe a little longer. Kind of a Linux guru. I mean, it was you. It was you in a different body. And John got me started in going to all these conventions and the bondage conventions and the cross-dressing and all this stuff. Years and years and years ago, I worked with him. He was a sysadmin, and he used to John used to always go. He would always go in a sort of a Braveheart skirt. It wasn't really a kilt, but it was more of a skirt. It was leather, and he was the only person who could carry this off. It was like super short, but he has like legs that are like 5 feet and a half long themselves. So he's standing there, he's got this super short kilt on an open top with nipple clamps and little metal things hanging from him. And yeah, I mean, you had to see John. John was just outrageous.
Wait a minute. I'm still trying to get over you saying you went to bondage convention.
Oh God, yeah. And I mean, John was he was the nicest guy and the smartest guy, and he'd have sleepovers at his house, pajama parties all the time at his house. He used to do.
Walk around in a bondage convention.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, it's like all the rooms were little bondage conventions, right? So it was like sci-fi during the day and all the main stuff. Then at night there were all the room parties, and then half the rooms, were spankings, handcuffs, whippings, with audiences, various. There's a million rooms, so it's like whatever you were looking for, there was a room for it somewhere, and people were crawling, on their hands and knees to get to it because they couldn't stand up; they were so drunk. The only bad time I ever had was I went to one. I was so drunk. It was like 3 a.m. I went to a room, found a spot on a crowded dance floor, basically, sat down, plopped down, right? Just wanted to kind of get myself organized, and I was just sitting there with my eyes closed, kind of just trying to pull it together, right? When some idiot girl walks in who is drunk, takes a shot of tequila, and then pukes right over my head, right on my head. She's standing right over me, and she just pukes on me, and I was like, shit. It's like it doesn't get any freaking. Why me? A whole room. Why me? Like the Rodney Dangerfield of clubbers. And so. Yeah, but anyway, it was always fun. And the nice thing about, I'm sorry, I'm going on and on about Dragon Con, but I really did like it. The nice thing about it is you get 20,000 people there. There's virtually never any kind of an incident. There are never any fights. I mean, where you get 20,000 drunk people with no fights. There are no fights. Every once in a while there'll be a little minor scuffle or something, but almost always it's somebody that is in the hotel that's not part of the convention, that's a jackass and is, picking on somebody. But the people who are there, it's awesome. It really is a great time. Anyway, blah, blah, blah. I'll shut up now. This is my Adderall is kicking in, as you can tell. That's what this is. What's that?
How much coffee did you have today?
Well, I didn't have any, so I just
took my coffee. This is no coffee.
Well, this is Adderall. This is my Adderall that's kicking in. So. It always gets me on a talking spree here.
What's Adderall?
Yeah.
Actually, Carl,
Adderall's amphetamine for my
that
ADD.
raises the question. I would. I have relatively serious fatigue issues.
Yeah.
As you might imagine, 3 dead glands in your kind of alcohol. That Mountain Dew I drink destroys my teeth and stuff.
Well, okay.
That's basically to try to compensate for that. Do you think it might be better to try to get a misdiagnosis of whatever, so have some...
To get Adderall?
Yeah.
Why can't you just ask for it? I mean, if you're causing fatigue, I mean, it's also prescribed for narcolepsy and for sleep deprivation. So, I mean, it seemed like you're in the right ballpark anyway.
I do have a cardiac history, so I might
So do
be,
I. I just had a stent put in last year, and I've got 2 more coming. But it's just, and it depends on your doctor, right? So my first doctor didn't care. She says it's not a problem. This doctor I have now is very skittish about that. Well, this isn't good for your heart. It's like a little stress test every day. So I'm like, oh, good. So then I'll just take the pill and I won't run around the block for exercise. How's that? It's a draw. It just depends on the doctor, but it still gets prescribed. I have high blood pressure too, and diabetes. So I've got the triple threat, and so.
Is it covered by insurance?
Nope.
I suspect
Join the club.
not. Okay.
Join the club.
Okay, so like modafinil, I'd be in.
Well, it's like I went to go on Obama's, right, the health thing. When I first went on there, nobody could get in, right, because it was coded so poorly. So I tried again a couple weeks ago to get in, and I finally got in, and then it goes, oh, the open enrollment is over. I'm like, oh, fuck you. I couldn't get in during the open enrollment. Now that you fixed the problem, there's no more open enrollment? What the hell is that shit? But that's okay,
Same here. I find it ironic, and I'm guilty as well. I find it ironic, though. I mean, we can claim to be so smart about different things, but yet when it comes to our health, we're so oh God, it's so bad. We're so stupid. We're so dumb. It's so common sense, we don't take common sense.
We don't. I know we don't. I know. I mean, it's and I'm as guilty of my own problem as I can't blame anybody else for that. But to me, it's always been it's insurance, and I have this aversion to insurance. I'm just like, it's like I had this woman once at a bar of all places, right? The only time a woman talks to me at a bar is because she's trying to sell me an insurance policy. So this woman sits next to me, and she wants to know if she can have a drink, and like an idiot, I buy her a drink, and she's a fucking insurance salesman. I'm going to buy your own fucking drink. But I bought her a drink, and then she started talking to me about insurance. And I'm like, and she's trying to sell me catastrophic insurance, right? Heart attack, cancer, that type of stuff. And I'm like, no. And she goes, and she keeps going on about what your age you could have. I'm like, look, if the odds were that I was going to have a heart attack or cancer or a stroke, you would be out of business. The very fact that you are in business and making money demonstrates that the average person is not going to have this problem. It's not in their best. Statistically, it's not in their best interest to buy the policy. Otherwise, you'd be broke. So let's just go with that, and I won't buy the policy, and I'm, well, but what if? I said, well, what if? Who cares? I'm also not going to buy asteroid insurance in case an asteroid crashes in my bedroom. So what? It's like, what are the odds? But anyway, yeah, I know. Yeah, and you can play the odds, and that's fine, and somebody's going to lose when they do that eventually. But I paid my own, for my own stent. Well, I haven't paid for it yet. I'm paying for it. But
if in general people just took better care of themselves, you wouldn't have to pay for it in the first place.
Well, I think to some extent that's probably true. Although I do think that there is a portion of this that is genetic. As an example, okay, I look overweight, right? Now last year, as my classic example, last year I played tennis 6 or 7 times a week. So I was playing 12 to 15 hours of hard tennis every single week for an entire year, okay? I was sweating. I was dying every night of the week, all right? I lost a total of about 4 or 5 pounds total over the year, and it didn't help my heart condition at all. Because again, some of these things are genetic as well. Do all the exercise you want. It's like Jim Fixx, right? The guy that did the runner's calendar. Guy's running marathons every week. He drops dead of a heart attack. So I think, for me at least, and people can call me liberal, and I'm not really entirely liberal, but I think in terms of healthcare, I think any society that wants to call themselves an enlightened society needs to take care of the health of their citizens, and it needs to be something that shouldn't put a burden on anybody. If we got to pay taxes, I'm already paying taxes to send people to the moon. I'm already paying taxes to go fight a war. For Christ's sake, why can't some of my taxes be used to give everybody free health care? Why? I don't understand why people object to that. Well, I don't want to have to pay for somebody else's health care just because they're not working. Why not? You're paying for somebody to go to the moon, and you ain't getting anything out of that. We pay for shit all the time.
Half your money's going to the military.
We're paying school taxes. Families that don't have kids are paying school taxes. How do you figure that benefits them? If we can do that, why can't we take care of people's health? To me, that seems to be. To me, that's almost at the base of the triangle, right? I mean, we should have healthy people.
We spend more money to go to for weapons to kill people than we do to save lives.
Yes. Yeah. We have things we do really have things kind of screwed up, I think, in that sense. I would gladly give more of my tax money, to get some sort of a national health care program, a free national. I mean, absolutely free. I'm sorry, but absolutely free. I don't care what it costs. You know what? And I don't. I'm not saying that you have to. I think, and I don't have the answer to this. But I think that at least first pass, I'm not worried about taking care of everybody's colds and sniffles and things like that, right? Cuts, scrapes, scratches. We have a million of those little, I'm talking about the little emergency places where you can go and get a quick, it's not a hospital, but they're like little standalone, almost drive-through places. You can go in and get a patch, get a cut fixed up, get a couple stitches put in.
Walk-ins.
Right. Pay for those. Okay, leave those there. Those are fine. I'm talking about taking care of major health concerns. Excuse me, I got to sneeze here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about having, a system whereby people can be assured that they are never going to have to worry about being put into crushing debt because they had a heart attack, because somebody had a stroke, because somebody becomes a diabetic, because somebody has cancer and needs cancer treatment. And there's probably a million other diseases that I'm not aware of. But it's those things. Those things should be both the diagnostics, the pre-care, the what's the word I'm looking for here? The preventive care, and the care for the actual lab tests, and the care for if you get the disease, the treatments. Those should be taken care of.
But the question comes now, should I have to pay for someone else who is negligent in their health to cause these heart attack or whatever? Should I pay for someone else's negligence?
Here's my answer to that. I understand the concern, and I think to answer the question directly I would say no, you shouldn't have to. But that said, to me this is no different than welfare, right? There are people who will take advantage of the welfare system in terms of getting food, okay? Mm-hmm. And they'll abuse the system. And should I have to pay for that? Of course not. But I also don't think it's right to deny it to the people that do need it simply out of fear that I'll end up paying part of that to the people that are going to abuse it. So
what if we localized it more?
What if we localized it? Yeah.
Communities just take care of their own. They'll have some. Keep the government out of it, because I don't know. It just seems like anything the government tries to run, it always goes broke. It's always mismanaged.
Well, I think that part of this. I mean, I hate to bring this up. I hate to go here, but this used to be the responsibility of the church.
Right.
Okay.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Keep it local. All right. Instead of having a church, you have some kind of local fund or something like that. To help people that are in need within the community.
I think the only part that makes that is I don't know how to do that. I don't know how would you structure that even within the community?
Well, trouble is,
I mean, it can be government funded.
You draw the bus small enough.
So you have a hybrid model where it's private companies that are doing the care, but the funding comes federally. So you don't necessarily have to have government run medicals.
Yeah, the trouble comes when you get, one kid with Tay-Sachs and the entire community goes broke in the process.
Well, I think, yeah, and I think, but I think what Nadia says is true in the sense too that you look at how neighborhoods are built. We have neighborhoods that are all rich people. Well, they can take care of each other fine, but then you have another neighborhood where everybody is poor. There are no rich people. Who the hell takes care of them?
And also true, yeah, which is why the schools are, well, sucking.
Well, what I don't
understand. Sucking everywhere. The rich neighborhoods are doing fine.
What I don't understand is the government takes, we mock this idea that we could do this from a government level, but yet the government already does do that, right? It's called the military. The government has military hospitals that take care of their active duty military and provide them all of their health care at no cost, and they do it.
Well, you know all the problems with the VA hospitals already.
Well, I'm not talking about VA when you get out. I'm talking about active duty. So I'm talking like Nadia, like Oak Knoll Hospital or the military hospitals, right? They take care of their active duty and they do it very well. I don't see a reason why that couldn't continue. The government typically, right? You get the officers. Somebody wants to go to med school. They say, fine, we'll pay for you to go to med school. We'll pay for all your schooling. You owe us 6 years of service afterwards, and then go do what you want.
And you got plenty of examples more, like the NHS in the UK, or what is it called? Something like SSRI in Italy, and whatever it is in France, and Sweden and Denmark, and all over.
I'm sorry.
No, I think it's a matter of will. I think we just don't want. I think the problem is. And again, I'm no expert, but for me, I think the problem is we painted ourselves into a corner. We have an economy that is built around the idea. I mean, there's a lot of money to be made in the medical industry, in healthcare, and between insurances and the healthcare providers, and I don't think, and nobody knows how to upset that apple cart to say, maybe this was a bad decision that we made way back when, but how do we reverse it without putting a whole bunch of current people that are currently employed and making good money out of work?
I'll throw a grenade into it. It's also a matter of, a shitload of intransigent Republicans scream bloody murder whenever a white man's tax dollar lands in a black man's pocket.
I don't know if it's racial, Nadia. I don't know if it's racial.
Witness the racial roots of the religious right.
I kind of like the idea that you were saying about, have a government-funded medical school, and then they have to commit a certain amount of years of service. You can have those years committed into the poorer areas, of the community.
Well, you know what? Yeah, and here's another idea that I've always had, and maybe it's not feasible, I don't know, but it has to do with illegal immigrants. Both sides, everybody agrees when they're having an honest day that you can't round them all up and send them back because our economy has become dependent on these people being here. Okay, everybody takes advantage of them, both sides. Okay, so given that that's a fact, let's just leave it at that, and then say, well, then what do we do? Well, to me, it makes sense. Then why don't we do something very similar to that, where we take these people that are here that don't have any particular special job skills, we send them to school. We say, look, here's the deal. We're going to grant you U.S. citizenship. In order to get it, here's what you do. We're going to send you to school. Pick a trade. We will send you to school. We will educate you, and then you will work for the government in that trade for 4 years, maybe, or whatever, and, as a teacher, for example, or a social worker, or maybe even a doctor. I don't know. And at the end of that term, we'll pay you a modest salary, right? A more than livable salary. At the end of that term, you get your U.S. citizenship, and then you're free to go do what you want to do. I mean, why don't we make? Yes, Nadia waving. Hi.
Where do I sign up?
Well, no, I exactly. I don't think that is a bad idea. I think we either do that, or we say, look, the other option is, if you want to be a U.S. citizen and you don't want to get educated and do something different, okay, then what's going to happen is we're going to fine you, but we're going to take that out of the pay for a job that you do get. Go ahead and work, and we're going to take an extra tax out until you've paid up some sort of a fine, $10,000, let's say, or whatever it is. Or we're just, and once that's paid, then you get your citizenship and you're free to go on your way. In other words, right now we're not doing anything. All we're doing is bitching that they're here and building bigger walls to keep them out, instead of doing what I think is the smart thing and taking advantage of that labor. You want to take advantage of them, fine, but take advantage of them in a good way. Educate them, and then put them to use in government service. You know, pay them less than what you're paying people now to work in government service. I think that would be acceptable considering what they're getting at the end of the deal. You know, and build those hospitals. You know, build more schools. You know what? Carl for president. Vote me in the next election. There's nobody else running anyway.
Well, you'll never get any of this past the House.
I know. I know.
What? The electoral malapportionment ingrained in the House, as well as entire first past the post system, which we need proportional representation in the form of single transferable vote, St. Log or Daunt or whatever. Probably Meeks Awards method for transfers. They're it's pretty direly needed to break the two-party convergence properties of first past the post.
I think I don't know how to do it. I truly don't. I think, like anything that we do in this society, the only way that you're going to get people to move is to somehow find a way to make it beneficial to them to move. You can't force them to move, so you gotta find a carrot that makes them want to move there. If some genius could come along and find a way for the insurance companies to benefit from that, from free healthcare, and if they could find a way for doctors to still make decent salaries and benefit somehow, then I think they would move. I just think that we're asking them right now. We're asking for the impossible. We're asking for them to move, and it's against their self-interest to move. Well, nobody's an idiot. They're simply, I mean, I think I'm a nice guy, but I think I'm selfish too. I think you'd have a hard case getting me to change my position on something where it hurts me to change my position. I'm like, yeah, I've got to look out for me first. So, yeah, you got to find a way to make it work for everybody. And who knows? Anyway, that's all that I'm babbling here. I got to get to work, which is why I took the Adderall in the first place. But
de facto plutocracy is.
Yes, as soon as Nadia picks up a copy of VB.net and actually starts learning it, then I can pass some of this work off to Nadia, and pay her actually for this work. But she won't do that. But
I don't own or
you got
have
a laptop.
Any working knowledge of Microsoft.
You got a laptop, right? Visual Studio is free. Download it in 90 days. I've been using it for 10 years. I haven't bought a copy yet.
It doesn't boot on Linux, or it doesn't.
Actually, there's a Mono. Actually, there's a Linux port called Mono. So actually, you could, and that would be very helpful to me. Actually, you know what I need you to do, Nadia? I do. I need a programmer. I don't. My client needs a programmer, but they will take my recommendation. I need a programmer to do this same application that I'm doing, but we need to have a port to an Android phone. So there you go. That could easily be. I would happily recommend you. All you gotta do is tell me that you can do Android phone programming, and they would buy you the Android phone.
There's actually big money in that nowadays.
I don't know the user space affairs.
But you could learn it. You are a genius, Nadia, and you're already a programmer. You could learn this.
I am somewhat lacking in equipment here.
All we need to get you is a phone, and you got a laptop, right? If this is going to be Java or PHP, why?
It goes into thermal shutdown whenever I try to compile things.
Okay, so you need a new laptop. Nadia, I would find you this equipment if you were willing to do this. I would. It may not be the best, but I would find something that would do you over to be able to do this. If you could do this for me, I'll just put that in your head.
Yeah, I would.
What type of programming do you do, Nadia?
I generally do operating system kernel and firmware.
Right. She does all the hard shit, and then now I'm trying to ask her to do some of the rest of what the rest of us mortals do.
I forgot. Never mind.
Okay. The only reason I have not to promise you and say yes is that I am going off the air and so on. In such a short amount of time that
Nadia, how much is your bill? I know we're live. Okay, you don't tell me now. Beep me later, okay? And let's talk about this, okay? Offline.
Okay.
Okay. Fine. Okay. All right. I don't want to make this everybody else hang out too. So, I had to cool. Oh, we're live. I can't talk about that either. Shit. Okay, I can, but I'm going to say this. If anybody knows what I'm talking about, please don't say it out loud, okay? I had an awesome hangout with a couple of women the other day, and they were all talking about their sexual fantasies throughout their life. It was the best hangout I ever had, I can tell you. So every once in a while, I do find a really cool hangout to be in. I don't know what brought that up, but it was just like I kept thinking about that hangout going, wow.
Was your wife sleeping at the time?
Oh, she was indeed, yes.
Well, now we have this
I'm pretty
live and recorded.
Yeah, I know.
I'm rather dull in this regard. I mostly work off of memories, so.
How does
Well,
it go?
I think I can promise you, Nadia, when you hit 60, yeah, I do too. Believe me, it's all memories, and even those are fading fast. I think that's what death is. It's like when you're young, you have sex, so you're alive and vibrant. Then later, you don't really have as much sex, but you have memories, so you're moderately alive and vibrant. Then later, Alzheimer's sets in, and the memories start going. Then there's nothing left to live for at that point, and because neither do you have sex, nor do you have memories, and nor do you have the energy to make new memories. So it's all over at that point.
I think Steve wanted to get a word in.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Steve.
Nah, I was just joking about spread the wealth there.
Excuse me. Pardon me. Oh man. All right. I'm gonna leave, guys. I'm gonna bow out because I really actually have to do some work today, and
You're gonna work on Father's Day.
I was supposed to do this yesterday, and instead I didn't, and I goofed around all day on Hangouts. So this is payback day for me. Yeah, I gotta do a little bit, but I'll later this afternoon. I'll be back in. So,
all right, man. Enjoy
guys,
your day.
I'm gonna add. I think Steve, I haven't added. Let me add you guys, and let me add Sappho too. Just always nice to make new friends. So let me do that. There's one.
There you go.
And let me do Sappho. And there you go. And there's two. Oh, that's cool, Sappho. I'm looking at your. What is that bird? Is that a bird? I can't tell what that is. Wait a minute.
I thought it was a parrot. He says.
Well, I thought a parrot at first. And I thought, is it like it wasn't a hawk or a baby owl? And I'm looking crazy. I'm like, is it a sloth that's just bouncing around? What is it?
To me, it's a mutant parrot.
It's a what?
A mutant parrot.
Is it? Yeah, I'm like, wow, that's so bizarre.
It's a parrot on Adderall.
Yeah, very exactly. Okay, touche. All right, guys. Nadia, talk to me later. I'll catch you later. Everybody else, have a nice day, man. Have a happy Father's Day to you guys.
Take it easy.
So does Adderall acts like speed, huh?
In principle, yes. And if it
it
is
does.
prescribed for narcolepsy, I might be able to convince the doctor to do something. But
I don't take any
I don't
prescription
know.
drugs to try to avoid everything like that.
I don't know how it would do versus modafinil. I do need something pretty bad because well, the diet soda is destroying my teeth, number one, and number two,
Stop drinking it.
I think the budget for it, well, that doesn't really work if you're reliant on the stimulant to stay awake.
Oh, I see.
So, which is why I'm talking about other stimulants like Adderall and modafinil.
What
or
about tea?
Provigil.
Don't teas have caffeine in it to stimulate, and then it'd be even more beneficial as well, like like a green tea or something like that?
It's too much less. It's not enough to work.
It does.
Like I said, it's not enough to work. I've tried it and failed. Coffee will work. It's just that.
You always have an answer, Nadia.
What?
You always have an answer.
No, they don't actually. Or sometimes the answer is you're screwed. So there's trickiness to all this. But I think T3 thyroid stuff should help some. If I can get that going, and the and I'll have to get Provigil or modafinil or something, or sorry, Provigil or Adderall or something to add to it. The one I've actually tried before is called phentermine. I actually did it for I guess you might call it weight control purposes, whatever, when I was trying to quit smoking at one point. And it didn't do a hell of a lot for trying to quit smoking, but it did do a hell of a lot for fatigue. I don't know, the sort of consideration ongoing at this point is that, you know, I'll be out on the street and I'll be passed out from fatigue and not be able to fend off people trying to rob me and stuff, or attack me.
Well, I think I'm going to get a little bit of rest in before my son gets up. So you all have a wonderful day. And happy Father's Day to any fathers out there. And maybe I'll catch y'all a little bit later tonight.
Yeah, man.
All right, have a good day.
Have a good day,
Happy
Steve.
Father's Day, Steve.
Thanks. Take it easy.
Father's Day. See you later. We'll probably have something going on here like 10, 11 o'clock later on tonight.
Yeah, that's probably about right. I'll be back on then.
Yeah. I actually have to in a little bit here. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice day, and I'm going to get some yard work done soon. Enjoy the sunshine.
I'll be back on my computer, so hopefully I can actually hear Nadia for once.
All right, man. Have a good night. She said Happy Father's Day if you didn't hear her. Have a good day.
Thank you. Take it easy.
I'm getting close to collapsing from fatigue, so... Well, I've been on the brink of it for a while.
Get some rest.
I'm giving it a few minutes at least.
Yeah, we're probably about winding down here. I know I'm winding down. I don't know. This room seems to be going up forever. Peter, you still with us there, Sappho?
Yep.
Okay. Listen, if you're gonna be around later, I don't know what your hours are, but I mean, usually around 10 o'clock tonight. We have something going on here.
Nope. Unless I'm in the other hangout.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah,
I
well,
added you in, and maybe see you later.
Okay. Hello?
Hello? Yeah.
No,
I do not have... Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I thought brother was staying, but he's not. He left. All right.
Yeah, the other one, or sorry, the thing that affects me, I don't think it qualifies as narcolepsy, but it's somnolence or some other kind of fatigue. I've seen other people who are undergoing similar treatments get Provigil for it, and with actually fewer problems to justify it than I have. I have quite a bit more, but I also have contraindications. So I don't know. I'm hearing Adderall is actually a little bit harder to get than Provigil, so the prices may end up being the crucial aspect of it, especially if there's no insurance coverage of it. For I guess what I'm seeing from a quick Google on whether California Medicaid covers Adderall is that the they have an age cutoff for it. I think they actually stopped covering it for over 18. And there's also some kind of weird discrimination or whatever where the actual insurance coverage is, I guess, discriminating against the people paying cash out of pocket or are preferred by at least pharmacies, if not more things. So I don't know. There's a problem here, and I don't have a real answer for it. I don't know if you have any way of relating to this or adding to it. Do you well, what are your
What are my whats?
I guess what are your concerns about Obamacare or health insurance, whatever?
Well, I don't have, the OC, so
You don't have the what?
the OC,
I don't know what the OC is.
Obamacare.
Oh, what do you have?
I don't even know. I don't even think I have.
Oh, so you didn't satisfy the mandate or something?
No, I don't think so. No.
That could get expensive.
So.
What's that?
What?
Is there a reason why, or?
Oh, by the time I was trying to get to it, it kicked me out. Remember what he was saying? It had problems. Same thing happened to me.
Yeah. Oh. Did you need it, or?
Not more than other people, but I just needed it for like here and there, not for like
In case you get sick or an accident, yeah.
So, Goldstein, you want to type something? Are you there, Goldstein?
I think he might have fallen asleep.
Oh, wow.
Well, given there are fewer people here now, can you hear my voice any better, or how do I sound?
Actually, yeah. Do I sound okay?
You sound pretty clear, but
Okay.
I'm told my audio quality is not very good in general.
Well, why does it sound okay right now?
Less people might be competing for bandwidth. Especially their video upstreams and audio upstreams are crowding my upstream out.
So, do you know anybody else who could go in this hangout that's, up to date? That's
No, but I'm not going to last very long anyway, so.
you get knocked out too?
I am very, very tired. I've been up for Longer than I usually can be up. I usually can't stay up longer. I don't know actually how long because I usually keep myself awake with caffeine, but I am very, very tired. Um, but I was wondering, my voice sounded feminine at all. I don't know.
Yeah. Yes.
I'm not quite as tired at this point because it's only been going 6 hours and so on, but is it 6 hours? I don't think it's been 6 hours.
If you don't mind me asking, is there echo? Do you hear when I talk?
No, I don't hear an echo.
Okay. If you don't mind me asking, what made you start smoking?
Um,
Did you hear what I said?
yeah, I heard what you said. I'm trying to think of the right way to dodge the question. It is a kind of self-medication for a condition I don't care to disclose. There are no known effective alternatives. What other drugs address the condition do not address the aspects that nicotine does, and the rapid cycling in the form of inhaling it or whatever is required to make it effective. You could vape, but you wouldn't be able to use patches. I have patches are useless. Vaping would probably be somewhat more economical if I could get set up for it, and I haven't been able to. I've been jabbering on about it for a while. Talked to Joe Petner. I started pretty much, well, as soon as possible, in the early 90s.
What job would you like to do?
The job I was doing at more at IBM than Oracle, making Linux boot on new hardware systems.
I'm guessing it has to do with computers.
Yeah. I was at one point a notable contributor to Linux. If you Google my name, you'll find my name is all over Linux source code. In part because, well, the name change patch I submitted changed all the instances of my former name to my current.
Cause I mean, there's got to be a job for you somewhere, you know. What about like retail?
no one's going to put an unpassable tranny up in front of Republican and Christian customers. And yeah, I used the T word, and the point was to,
Well, I mean,
suppose,
you can't.
retrace their thought processes.
To be fair, I don't know where you live, but I don't think they can deny you because you're transgender. I mean,
They're not supposed to be able to, and the reality is they can get away with it cold.
have you tried to fight for it?
There is no way to prove it unless they say it outright.
If you mind me asking, can you tell me? I'm trying to. How can I say this? I want you to be as broad as possible when you answer this question. So, question is, can you tell me basically the area where you live?
Yeah, I'm in Oakland, California. They've got non-discrimination ordinances. I went to their little Transgender Day remembrance thingy at their city hall and so on. Their city hall is like almost next door to where I live or where I'm staying until the cops come to throw me out anyway. So yeah, it's
I never thought California, would be that state, that would be like,
California is as good as it gets. As good as it gets is not well, prejudice free. And to be honest, I kind of know the calculus involved here, and I mean, sure, I've tried a few places, but basically, if you can walk into it as a customer, it's not a good bet. I've done most of my searching online. I mean, this calculus has applied since the 90s. That's why, well, when I hit the street in the 90s, early 90s, well, I splattered a bit before I found factory jobs. Because no one will put someone who you just look at them and know they're queer in front of Republicans and Christians.
well, actually, what do you like to do for fun?
I used to like to go dancing, and well, I also would go out to BDSM clubs and stuff too. But
Say again?
I'd also go out to BDSM clubs and stuff too for fun.
Because, I mean, what you can do thus far is make out some YouTube videos. I mean, you are, in Hangouts, so I mean, probably got some time to make some YouTube videos about your life. I don't know.
I used to do hangouts on here, and then my channel got flagged down. So.
And what was the reason?
They gave no specific reason apart from community guidelines. I appealed and they rejected.
Cause that wouldn't stop me. I would just make another channel.
Well, that would be ban evasion, so.
Say again?
That would be ban evasion.
Is that a law?
No, but it's, I guess, morality and ethics and so on. In principle, the ban will expire in October, and in practice, I don't really care to have material up there to get flagged anyway.
I don't know, man. I'm trying to help you. I don't know how to help you.
Yeah, when I was doing YouTube videos, I did not attract much of an audience. So I have sincere doubts that I would ever make substantial money off of YouTube. My video editing skills and actually hardware capabilities and so on are also very poor. Yeah, I would probably need some kind of video editing knowledge. Well, abilities. Knowledge is not really the bottleneck. They're just programs. You can use programs. You follow directions. But hardware capable of doing it is another issue. What I have now is basically non-functional. It's not that it's slow, it's that it has thermal damage and so on. And known cooling issues. It's a thermal shutdown under much significant load. Basically has to be cool enough weather to run hangouts and so on. So in any event, yeah, my technical stuff is, you know, flushing TLBs and caches and allocators and I don't know. I was involved with a locking algorithm at IBM once. I don't know, it's just some guy asking about how to carry out some kind of funny atomic operation to do this lock or whatever. Got me dragged into this patent process, and then I jumped ship from IBM and got taken off the patent. I had some kind of certificate about hooray for your first patent or whatever. and or patent application or something like that, and then found out later, I think, that the patent had gotten further. My name had been taken off it. My former name, so yours. Got a degree in my former name. That always makes things a little bit awkward. What's that?
I think you're correct about Goldstein being asleep.
Think I'm right about goat sleeve? What?
No, Goldstein being asleep.
Oh, yeah.
This would have ended like a long time ago.
One trick is that the on-air hangouts don't idle out.
Say again?
The on-air hangouts don't idle out, so you can sleep for as long as you want and not get kicked. It won't end automatically. I used to do it when I hosted